His name is Julian, a lunatic, a psychopath, a monster wearing a human mask. Known as the Demon of the Northern Front, and above all, he suffers from a personality disorder, always smiling regardless of the situation. Possessing such terrifying nicknames means he naturally has countless enemies, but so what? As long as they show even the slightest weakness, he will surely tear them to pieces without mercy. You might think that was our protagonist, but no, that's not him. This guy here is the actual male lead, named Lee Shihu. He's a young man who spent over 11 years and nearly 38 million just to see the ending of an online game. But the result he got was just watching the hero he loved being sent to the afterlife by that squint-eyed villain. Furious, this young man immediately got into a heated argument with the game publisher. In the end, not only did he fail to get a refund for the money he had poured in, but Shihu also ended up getting sucked into the game, becoming the very squint-eyed villain he despised. So let's start this story. Amidst the dusty wind and the sunset, two figures could be seen lurking in the landscape. A blood-stained silver sword was being dragged across the ground. He swung his sword slightly, standing tall before the kneeling knight. So, even you, the man once called a hero, have fallen to this state. He scowled, picking up a cloth to wipe the blood-drenched blade. If you had just considered your own safety in that luxurious mansion, such a tragedy wouldn't have happened. He smirked maliciously, the fallen star Hayden Reich. Reich's face turned dark, twisted in pain. How could you do this to me? The shiny blade reflected Julian's evil face. Even when I supported you as a hero, you should have treated me better, don't you think? Reich pleaded earnestly, can you really kill me, your own master, in such a cold-blooded way? To Reich's plea, Julian remained cold as ice. He involuntarily stretched his mouth into an uncontrollable grin. Julian raised his sword high to the sky, laughing with glee. That's not difficult at all. With a quick, clean slash, Reich's head fell instantly, and blood splattered everywhere. The young man with glasses gripped his head and screamed, no. He pressed his eyes close to the computer screen. It can't end like this. He was still in shock, unable to believe he died in such a meaningless way. He hurriedly moved his mouse across the computer. The Demon King Extermination DLC is starting now and pre-orders are open. This shouldn't have happened. Reich was the hero of the Northern Front. You led everyone even in the most desperate situations. A genius at hunting demons and a legend who carried true nobility. Most importantly, he was the protagonist of this game. He gritted his teeth in anger. How could the protagonist die like that? And by the hand of the villain who betrayed his own master, Julian. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, until he slammed his hand down on the desk. Damn you, Fromwell Software, I had such high expectations for the sequel, yet you betrayed me like this. Extermination starting now, pre-orders are flooding in. Player Lee Shihu, top ranker, total spend 38 million. Demon King Extermination starting now. You have been registered on Fromwell for 5 years. Total playtime in the last 5 years. 100,000 hours. How much time and money have I dumped into you people? Shihu scrolled through the comments on the computer. Looks like Julian is the protagonist for this season. A squinty-eyed guy like him becoming the lead. But aren't squinty eyes kind of cool? You can't guess what he's thinking, which makes him attractive, right? Well, a ruthless villain is actually quite charming, isn't he? Shihu felt helpless. I'm genuinely speechless. He skillfully typed on the keyboard, cool my ass, he's just a traitor. Shihu's comment popped up, I don't understand how a squinty-eyed guy like that became the protagonist, canceling pre-order. After finishing the comment, he moved the mouse to the cancel pre-order button. Shihu's hand hesitated for a few beats, but then he finally clicked the left mouse button to confirm the cancellation. The screen displayed, you have canceled your pre-order. Shihu happily waved goodbye to the pile of in-game souvenirs. We had a good time together, but let's never meet again. He firmly threw himself onto the bed, shouting loudly, goodbye you damn game, what a piece of trash scam. The corners of Shihu's eyes welled up with regret, but there is no other game with such beautiful graphics and such a massive world. It soothed my weary heart, which had been hardened by reality after starting my first job. He wearily sat up from the bed. That was the only small piece of solace I had. Shihu leisurely grabbed his potted plant and now. He earnestly hugged and kissed the plant. You're all I have left. Every time I'm frustrated, taking care of you makes me feel so much better. Shihu narrowed his eyes and sprayed the plant with water. Now I understand why old people like growing orchids. Don't turn out like that stupid game. Grow up well. Suddenly a noise startled him. Shihu turned his head slowly to check. What was that? A message appeared on the computer. Hello, this is the development team for Demon King Extermination starting now. Fromwell Software, are you Shihu? You've been playing our game for the last 5 years, right? Shihu clicked his tongue in annoyance. A message from Fromwell. Is this some kind of automated response? He quickly wrote a reply. Yes, that's me. The screen replied, "We noticed that you canceled your pre-order for the Demon King Extermination starting now DLC. We assume you're unhappy with how the story turned out." Looking at the computer screen, Shihu's face went blank for a long time. He pouted unhappily, "What is this? Are they not planning to refund me?" Shihu stared intently at the screen. What did they just say? The message on the computer screen appeared gradually and then suddenly became clear. "Please click the link below." Shihu unconsciously clicked the link. Then the computer screen suddenly flared with light, blinding Shihu. A violent gust of wind suddenly pulled Shihu in. His glasses were knocked off by the force. Shihu's head was also sucked into the computer screen. His face distorted, struggling to hold on. "I need to turn this off right now," he said, desperately trying to press the power button on the computer. But for some reason, the computer wouldn't turn off. It's not working." The young man's desperate scream echoed through the entire apartment complex. The computer screen suddenly flickered and went black. Shihu's body lost its orientation and plummeted. "What is happening?" he thought, his subconscious drifting. "Am I falling? But where am I falling to?" The scenery before his eyes suddenly revealed itself. A wasteland. Shihu's body glowed with a strange, golden light. He weakly scrambled to his feet to look around. "Where am I? Wait, this is the place where Reich and Julian had their final battle." Just as Shihu realized this, a large scorpion blocked his view. It swung its massive claw, making him jump back in fright. "What is this?" The demon scorpion that appeared in Demon King Extermination starting now. But strangely enough, a system window appeared before Shihu's eyes. Character trait: Master swordsmanship, extraordinary instincts. You can instinctively detect the weaknesses of demons. He was so surprised that his jaw dropped. A game status window. He jumped up and bolted. "I have to run now." Every step of the scorpion made the ground tremble. It thrashed about, shattering the rocks into hundreds of pieces. "If I get hit by that, I'm toast." The massive claw zoomed right toward Shihu. He gritted his teeth in defiance. "Damn it, am I going to die already?" But when the scorpion touched his finger, it suddenly trembled. What's this? Doesn't it hurt?" Not giving up, the scorpion attacked again with both of its claws. Shihu skillfully ducked to dodge the blow. Whatever. He gritted his teeth and tensed up. Then he threw a powerful punch right into the monster's mouth. Shihu breathed heavily to catch his breath and looked at the scorpion. Effective. He rose to his tiptoes and wondered what just happened. Shihu stared blankly at his hands. As he ran, his pants started slipping down. "Is my body always this light?" His eyes suddenly locked in place. Shihu remembered everything from the beginning. Could it be? "No way, Lee Shihu, why didn't you change the story yourself? Is this possessing a character?" He ran for his life with all his might, praying to escape the bloodthirsty scorpion. The demon scorpion suddenly let out a terrifying roar, forcing Shihu to look back. He grabbed the hilt of the sword at his side, muttering to himself, "I still don't understand what's going on." Shihu stopped running, refusing to flee any longer, and faced the scorpion with confidence. But luckily, the character I've possessed is Reich, the character I've spent thousands of hours playing. Shihu's eyes lit up, a flame of power erupting within him. He drew his sword and slashed with a powerful beam of light at the monster. The surge of power seemed to slice through the very air, flying quickly toward the scorpion. The power slammed straight into the scorpion's head, slicing it in two, leaving it slumped in a pool of red blood. Shihu was stunned, standing there frozen without a word. Wow. He wiped the sweat off his chin and breathed heavily. "I killed it, as expected of Reich's power." Excitedly looking at his hands, he thought, "With this, I can change the plot and stop Julian from killing me." The system window appeared. Swordsmanship Foundation. You have learned the basic attack skill, crescent slash. Shihu looked at the system window thoughtfully. Crescent slash, but that's not one of Reich's skills. His throat suddenly felt tight. Wait. Shihu quickly took off his hood and picked up the sword. He carefully examined his appearance through the silver blade. Shihu's red pupils contracted in shock. He froze, not knowing what to do next. The system appeared again. Character appearance: silver hair, squinty eyes, expressionless face. Notification sounds kept popping up. Excellent swordsman, perfect mana control. Extraordinary instincts. Julian Criffart Prasin. Shihu's mind felt like it was falling into a pit. He grabbed his head and screamed, "This is Julian." The system chimed again. Speak formally. Julian Criffart Prasin. A character with hooded eyes, formal speech, and an expressionless, two-faced demeanor. Known for his extraordinary instincts, an aura of negation, his prowess as an elite swordsman, and his role as the vessel for the Demon King, all while maintaining perfect control over his magical power. The blue sky reflected its light down upon the vast white mansion. Golden light illuminated Julian's face in the mirror, the face of a hypocrite, a potential traitor. Julian Criffart Prasin really does look the part of a fox-eyed villain with obvious malice. Who would have ever expected me to end up as him? Julian pulled at his eyelids with his fingers, thinking, I bet my eyes would be this wide if I actually opened them, huh? He was drenched in sweat and fidgeting, simply unable to believe any of this was real. Julian shook his head with a weary sigh. Am I really stuck living as Julian? I've already been in this body for a whole week now. I've tried everything to find a way back to reality, so just send me back already. He frantically swiped through the status window, searching for a way out. Just thinking about all that stuff only makes him want to blow a fuse. Julian sighed again, exhausted. It all ended up being a complete waste of time. Regardless, the system prompt appeared. Julian Criffart Prasen, character trait, formal speech. Speaks in an overly formal manner in every single instance. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and complained, talking to myself and I still have to be this formal. What a massive pain. Even so, Julian instinctively raised a hand to cover his devious smirk, thinking, is that me? I actually look pretty sharp, don't I? Now I get why he's so famous. He struck a casual pose in front of the mirror, nodding his perfect 8-head-tall proportions, maybe even 9. Meanwhile, the sound of inconsistent footsteps echoed throughout the mansion. His face twisted into a scowl, looking as gray as an old aluminum pot. Just thinking about that sinister expression makes him tremble with fear. I don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to see him. It felt like he was walking slowly toward his own grave. The room door creaked open, and Hera pursed her lips to greet him. Harand pursed his lips and greeted him. Lord Julian, Lord Harand has arrived. Julian cast a bloodshot glare toward him, silently thinking, Harand, a direct bloodline of the Criffart Prasen family, what is he doing here? Seeing this, Harand stuttered in terror, Lord Julian. His mind was racing. This is so terrifying. Harand stiffened as he asked, are you feeling all right, my lord? Julian replied coldly. Yes, thanks to your concern, I am quite well. Harand forced a smile. That's a relief. I didn't expect the champion Julian to pass out like that. I hope I wasn't just worrying over nothing. Harand's intermittent laughter only made the air feel more stifling. Ha ha. Both Julian and Harand tried to force a smile. They looked at each other, both sharing the same thought. What is this guy planning? On the surface, Julian kept smiling, but deep down, he had a massive headache. Out of everyone, why did it have to be Harand himself coming to visit? What exactly have you been up to all this time? Harand forced a smile while cursing internally. Julian, you disgusting bastard, you're still sitting there with such a relaxed expression even when I've come to visit personally. You really aren't simple. Maybe I should try to shake him up a little. Harand laughed gleefully as he began. Julian, I've heard a rumor. Julian tilted his head in confusion. Oh, what is it? The rumor is that you've lost your memories. That statement hit Julian like a bolt of lightning. Memory loss. He closed his eyes to reflect, so that's why everyone was whispering behind my back every time they saw me, huh? I really must look suspicious. Harand's eyes turned dark and gloomy. He knew he'd hit a nerve. Harand played dumb, trying to reassure him. Ah, it's just a rumor, so don't you worry about it. Suddenly, Julian growled in such a terrifying tone that Harand jumped out of his skin. Julian offered a grotesque smile, dripping with murderous intent. And you believe that rumor as well, do you? Oh damn, oh man, that expression is too scary, Harand thought, nearly wetting himself. He stuttered a denial. How could I possibly? He fidgeted, thinking, crap, he wasn't pushed back at all. With that smile and that gaze, I can't tell at all what his intentions are. Perhaps Julian already knows I'm here under orders from the Council of Elders. Fine, whatever, Harand chuckled, covering his mouth with his hand. Heh, don't pay too much attention to rumors spread among the maids. Anyway, the reason I came here is because, even though I know you're injured, the Council of Elders had a message, so I'm here to relay it. The Council of Elders, they must be talking about the group established by the nobles. They always considered bloodline to be the most important factor. Those old fools with direct bloodlines couldn't possibly sit idly by while a member of a branch family was plotting to seize power. Julian is a member of a branch family, yet he considers himself a dog of the royal family due to his exceptional swordsmanship and magical ability. He is considered a thorn in the side of this organization, to the point where they only want to eliminate him immediately. A message from them, huh? I should probably be careful. What is the message? It is to attend the entrance exam for the closed eyes under the guise of an instructor. When he heard Harand say that, Julian thought carefully. These people are what they call the closed eyes. They secretly carry out missions from the palace and often act as royal guards. They are an exclusive organization belonging to the royal family, a place that gathers people with incredible martial prowess. Julian is also a member of the closed eyes. People who don't have good intentions toward me are choosing me, huh? That's suspicious. Should I listen to their request? Harand smirked, laughing to himself as if he had calculated everything. Usually, Julian would discover that this is a trap set by the Council of Elders and would avoid it. So how can I possibly convince Julian? But right after, Julian laughed heartily. Fine, I'll go there as a supervisor. Julian's acceptance made Heron's face go slack. He couldn't believe his own ears. But what about your injuries? Julian reached up and ripped the bandage off his forehead. Oh, believe it or not, it just healed. This time, Heron was left panicked, unable to believe his own eyes. How? Heron broke into a cold sweat, thinking, he's walking straight into the trap, but just like that. Julian narrowed his lashes, still not entirely sure what was happening, thinking, I don't really know, so I'll just suck up a little bit. Heron turned on his heels and instructed, very well, get prepared and head out. Thinking, if I stay here any longer, who knows what he might do. I just need to keep my distance for now. Just as Heron was about to slip away, Julian's low, gloomy voice rang out. Ah, wait a moment. Heron's eyes began to dart around frantically in terror. Is he not going to let me go? Heron's face turned pale. He turned around to try and stop him. Julian, wait. Before he could finish, a potted plant suddenly came flying toward him. Oh my. Julian held the plant out in front of Heron's face with an incredibly friendly expression. I was just wanting to give you an orchid. It will help you relieve your stress. Heron stumbled out of the door in a daze with the potted orchid in his arms. His legs were shaking uncontrollably. Heron's legs lost control and he collapsed. His eyes were glazed over, feeling as if his throat had been constricted. I totally forgot that his nickname is the Smiling Executioner. A sigh echoed in Julian's room. He was immersed in gazing at the pile of orchids on the table. Handled one, at least. Julian had a headache remembering that because of the things he'd said while unconscious, this room had turned into an orchid field. You were sleep-talking while you were out, saying, I need orchids, go get orchids quickly, so now how am I supposed to deal with all of these? Julian reached out thinking, well, he's waiting for me anyway, time to get ready and go. He picked up his sword thinking, if this were the real Julian, he wouldn't be stupid enough to go out without his sword, right? And for going out, I should probably wear. Julian yanked the closet door open and shouted, what is all this? What is with this pile of sparkly clothes? Is he insane? The style of his clothes, he struggled to pick out an outfit. I really hate this. Afterward, Julian gracefully slipped into a white shirt, thinking, well, I just have to act like Julian perfectly, that's all. Julian's room door suddenly swung open, making Heron jump. Heron, I'm ready. Julian smiled cheekily and adjusted his cuffs, making Heron's face change color. Let's go. I'm really looking forward to the Q&A part. Where is the exam being held? The horse carriage creaked and rolled through the deep, lush forest. As mentioned before, Heron sat across from Julian and explained calmly that the entrance exam for the closed eyes would be held at the training grounds of the Veal Academy. Julian nodded, thinking to himself, Veal Academy. It wasn't a major area in the game, but I do remember it. Julian asked innocently, I wonder what kind of place that is. Heron looked at Julian in confusion. Didn't you already know about the academy? After all, you're an alumnus of Veal Academy. Julian clasped his hands and bowed his head to think. Whoa, I didn't even think about that. It's been so long. He waved his hand to deflect. I'm sure it's changed quite a bit. Heron nodded. Oh, is that so? Julian let out a sigh of relief inside. Phew. Alumnus of the academy, huh? I hope there isn't anyone who still remembers the Julian from back then at Veal Academy. There are many things I'd rather forget. The carriage suddenly came to a halt. The driver carefully announced, Lord Julian, Lord Heron. We have arrived at Veal Academy. Julian eagerly gazed at the academy. It's so much bigger in person. I'd only ever seen it in the game. Heron followed behind, narrowing his eyes. HMPH, what did you say? Julian cheered up and gave a grotesque smile. No, it's nothing. Julian rubbed his hands, greedily thinking, no matter how good the graphics in the game were, they can't compare to reality. Heron watched the executioner standing next to him, thinking, you maniac, what are you plotting to make that face? Julian looked up, worried, back at Heron. Was he just too scared? I feel a bit bad in this situation. Julian raised a hand to suggest to his brother. Heron startled and replied quickly, yes. You can go now. I'm very happy that you escorted me all the way here. No, since I'm already here, I want to see how the exam goes. Julian's red pupils widened by reflex as he glanced over. HMPH, I thought he'd want to get out of here right away. And what was that worrying aura I felt earlier? Julian was lost in thought. Mana. No, could it be that some kind of magic power or energy of his is erupting? Heron began to look at Julian in fear. Why are you looking at me like that? Julian knitted his brows, calculating emotion. Could it be a feeling of fear? He quickly pressed his hand onto the system board beside him. Unique trait, negative color. You can sense negative emotions directed at you. You can guess the emotion based on the color of the negative aura. Julian began to understand and unconsciously tapped the system board. That's it. Heron stood beside him, still on high alert. Why are you pointing at me? Come to think of it, Julian was always very good at judging the emotions of others. He was particularly good at exploiting people's emotions, especially fear. He could win a battle by exploiting an opponent's fear without even having to lift a finger. He also used an opponent's anger to make them lose their temper and make mistakes during battle. I'm sure it's all thanks to this trait. The reason Heron didn't leave is because of fear, so he is here with me. Perhaps the Council of Elders ordered him to keep an eye on me. It seems the Council of Elders has already marked me as a thorn in their side. It's easy to understand, Julian is extremely notorious. I'm sure they want to deal with him quickly to avoid any trouble. Now that there's a rumor that he has lost his memories, this is the best time for the Council of Elders to make a move on me. Of course, I can't just let it be. I need to take action. I need to survive and return to the real world. But suddenly, his train of thought was interrupted by a collision with a stranger. He bowed immediately to apologize. I'm so. Before he could finish, Julian leaned in with his devilish face and a wide, sinister grin on his mouth. The young man fell backward in terror, as if he had just seen a ghost. Lord Julian. Julian instinctively frowned. Oh. The fearful whispers from the crowd continued, one after another. It's Julian, the fox-eyed Julian. Why is the royal family's mad dog here? That guy is finished. How could he dare to say that? Heron hurriedly stepped in to stop it. Julian, please calm down. He's just a kid. Julian's face began to scrunch up, thinking, I haven't even done anything yet, though. He clenched his fists. Well, actually, it's pretty much the same thing. Julian groaned internally. I hate Julian too, you know. All those negative emotions of fear were bursting toward him. Some people were afraid, and some were also extremely angry. Julian bit his lip, blaming Julian. Why couldn't you treat people better? I'm not good at dealing with crowds, but I need to get everyone to calm down. A girl walked up and blocked Julian's path. Welcome, Lord Julian. The girl looked up at Julian confidently, not appearing afraid in the slightest. Her elegant and refined beauty left Julian stunned. Wait, Eileen Donation. One of the first characters to appear as Destroy the Demon King begins right now. A lecturer at Veil Academy. She is linked to the magic tower of the Adrathan Empire. She is a genius mage who can control the metal element in the 5 elements. A 5th circle great mage at only 24 years old. Julian was lost in thought about her. She had always been a great teacher. Please let me know if you need any help, though I'm not sure I can be of much use, she used to say. It wouldn't work now, even though she had given him so much useful advice back at the academy. But why was Eileen greeting Julian so warmly? Julian cracked his neck to relieve the tension from thinking too much. Do they know each other? Oh well, at least this makes the atmosphere a lot less tense. But something felt off. Julian's face darkened. Wait a minute, I can see her negative colors. This wasn't good fear, anger, no, it was pure hatred. But why does she hate me? What the hell did Julian do to her? Eileen is a high-ranking mage. I shouldn't do anything that makes her think I'm acting strange. She's going to cause a lot of uncontrollable trouble. I need to find a way to calm the situation down, and I need to do it fast. Once I've decided, I have to act immediately. Julian immediately put on a look of utter contempt and mockery. You half-breed from the Donation family, who gave you the right to speak to me? Eileen's expression darkened instantly, grimacing in discomfort. The atmosphere between them became increasingly suffocating and hard to describe. On the surface, Julian remained cheerful, but inside, a storm was brewing. Wow, she's speechless now. The problem is I can guess a lot of things because I've already played the game. The tension isn't easing up at all, it's actually getting worse. Julian had to place his hand on his sword to threaten her. Are you deaf just because you're a half-breed? But inside he thought, I guess I have to keep playing the villain. Julian maliciously raised his gleaming silver sword into the air. Do you know what sound a person makes when they die? Julian slowly walked toward them, guessing insidiously, you're scared, aren't you? Finally, I might be able to get her to calm down. Before he could think for long, Eileen used magic to ask, did you just draw your sword? Golden light enveloped her body and she said in a stern voice, I cannot accept this. Even if it is you, Julian of Shut Eyes, you shouldn't behave like this towards students and professors. This is an act of violence against the entire Veil Academy. I cannot forgive you. This action caught Julian off guard, his face breaking out in a cold sweat. She warned him seriously, get ready, I won't be an easy opponent to handle. Seeing that she was serious, this fake villain brother panicked. Wait, I was just planning to scare everyone a bit to look the part of a villain and then back off. Eileen quickly rushed forward, accumulating lightning power. launching it straight at Julian, but he blocked it with his sword. Then he deflected it into the ground, causing the earth to shatter. Seeing this, he couldn't help but wonder, wow, are we actually fighting? Seeing Eileen's angry face, he thought, does she dare to look away? She turned back to announce to the students, all students, leave this area immediately. The students, seeing that terrifying aura, all had twisted expressions, only hearing cries of run. The students ran while wondering, what the hell is going on? We should have left when Julian told us to. As she turned her head back, she heard Julian's laughter, and he seized the opportunity to attack. Unfortunately, she quickly conjured a defensive barrier. He attacked while saying, you shouldn't have turned away. Julian leaned close to her face, continuing to speak while fighting. The professor only had time to scream once as a greater power was unleashed, forcing him to step back. He hadn't expected her attacks to be so terrifying. Sensing something as he looked at her flushed face, struggling for breath, he guessed she was pouring her emotions into every blow. Meanwhile, Eileen was frustrated. Honestly, I didn't mean to land a fatal blow, yet he dodged the whole series. He really is Julian. She recalled times when she had thought of him as the ideal archetype of a nobleman. Then, in her mind, a book appeared, associating it with the image of Julian chatting away. But if that were the case, the girls standing nearby truly admired him. One of them wondered, is Julian really just a descendant of a side branch? He's even more attractive than the mainstream nobles. At that time, Eileen Donashin, a new student at Veal Academy, also had a crush on him. Watching his demeanor, she secretly admired how cool Julian was. He was confident, outgoing, and friendly to everyone. Not only did he have many connections, but he was also considered a rising star of the empire thanks to his swordsmanship. In her head, she couldn't stop thinking about the image of Julian gently touching his sword. Eileen gripped her book tightly when she saw him. Her eyes said she had fallen for him. When looking at him, she had once thought she hoped her side branch origin wouldn't hold her back anymore, but then her thoughts gradually changed. Yes, that jerk Julian had once been someone she admired. I once truly believed he could change society's prejudices about people from side branches. At that moment, Julian turned to look at her and she handed him a love letter. Please take this. Eileen reminisced, back then I couldn't distinguish between respect and love, my hands trembling as I gave the young man the love letter. But then I confessed and was rejected. Right now, she couldn't control her emotions, gathering an immense amount of power. Julian was startled to see that, but with many years of real combat experience, he dodged it. Eileen's face turned beet red, her body trembling with anger. Almost, seeing that face, he wondered, why is she so red? Is she that angry? She was red-faced and annoyed. Just get hit already, I'll feel a bit less frustrated. Julian moved his lips, thinking, I should probably end this. He quickly slid behind Eileen without her noticing. At that speed, she was astonished. Then he struck her on the head with the hilt of his sword. The atmosphere became a bit less awkward. He said while feeling embarrassed, why don't you stop messing around here? She replied petulantly, what do you think you're doing? Are you looking down on me? And he still smiled, oh my. Even though her anger had subsided somewhat, she still asked, why didn't you use the moonlit sword when you saw the opening? A series of questions followed. If you wanted to, you could have killed me already. I could feel enough mana from you, so why? A teasing voice rang out, do you want to know the reason? Miss Eileen's face at that moment looked like a tomato, her mind racing with various scenarios. Could it be that he finally acknowledges my feelings after all this time? She replied, yes. He gave a thumbs up, this is Haran's first time here, so he doesn't know where the testing center is. Haran, behind him, scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. And everyone else was too afraid to give us directions. Hearing this, the scenario became stiff because it wasn't what she had expected. Julian pleaded, now you understand, don't you? If you understand, please show us the way, half human. Haran, on the side, awkwardly reminded him, can't you speak more politely? Eileen stood there confused and stuttering, just because of that. The two walked ahead confidently, while she stood still like a stone. Julian thought while walking, moonlit sword, huh? She must be talking about Julian's sword. Usually when covering a sword with aura, it appears as light surrounding the blade. However, Julian's sword was a bit more special. The blade itself would turn a pale blue, looking as if it were cradling moonlight within it, along with the image of Julian's cruel face holding that sword. Julian had used that sword to destroy countless demons. After witnessing it firsthand, people named it the Moonlit Sword, out of both respect and fear. Because of that, this sword was the identity and source of Julian's power. Then how could I, his face went pale, silently thinking, possibly know how to use it? Because he was just an ordinary human. Eileen starting to be suspicious was a bad sign. This left him unable to calculate anything. When he was confused, he thought, I absolutely must make sure she doesn't find out, which was also when his face turned terrifying. The two behind him jumped, thinking, what is he plotting now? He turned back with a friendly expression, is something wrong? Making the two not know what to do, stuttering, nothing at all, this way. The direction was the training ground. He opened the door confidently and walked in, not forgetting to blame Eileen. I hope everyone is doing well. Sorry for being a bit late. Professor Eileen got lost on the way here. Hearing this, she grimaced, gritting her teeth in annoyance. Then he introduced himself. I am Julian Criffart Prassen, and I will be in charge of organizing the entrance exam for Shut Eyes today. I'm sure everyone here has heard of my name already. While he was bragging, Harand looked around for someone. His eyes scanned constantly. Where is he? A handsome boy with blue eyes and hair appeared. There he is, the second son of the Torso family. I knew he would come. The Torso family was very famous for having had a close relationship with the Criffart Prassen family for a long time. Usually being linked to Shut Eyes, an organization under the royal family, is a huge honor, but it also means fierce competition. The entrance exam is a one-on-one battle between the examiner and the examinee. And if during that process, Julian defeated the second son of the Torso family, the Association of Elders would certainly use that as an excuse to bring him down. Harand looked at Julian with concern, but he always smiled, thinking, this is where my bad reputation ends. He asked everyone again, it seems all of you here desire to join Shut Eyes, right? A group of people were a bit scared but still replied, yes, sir. Julian gritted his teeth, his voice full of mockery. A bunch of cowardly trash, he judged them all. Your eyes are as naive as children raised in luxury. I can't help but laugh at those sword-shaped accessories you're wearing. Shut Eyes, the place you are all longing to join, is the bloodiest place in the entire empire. Julian reached out his hand and continued, and as your senior, I will give you a taste of what that is like. Now the entrance exam for Shut Eyes officially begins. He drew his sword and declared the criteria for passing. Holding the sword in his hand, he announced clearly, kill me. Everyone there was confused and frightened. After Julian finished his declaration, his body shook and his mouth couldn't pull up any higher. This is bad. I just found out the entrance exam is a one-on-one duel. Harand whispered, Julian, even though it's just an entrance exam, don't go easy on them. But inside he screamed, you want me to duel them? Recalling the fight earlier with Eileen, he could barely run away. If I really have to participate in an official duel now. He thought about the scene of not being able to fight an inexperienced person. Everyone else would show disappointment. Oh, is he really that weak? He didn't even use the moonlit sword. Wasn't that just an unfounded rumor? Thinking of his miserable face when fencing with someone, then thinking of the pessimistic remark, or has he actually lost his mind? That must be what people would start thinking. Looking back at the students there, he retreated a bit. What he was more worried about was that if he behaved too suspiciously, someone might attack him, and it would be revealed that he wasn't the original owner. He gripped his sword tightly and schemed. If that were the case, he stretched out his hand while calculating. The best plan is to make them confused from the very beginning. He shouted, what's wrong, everyone? What's the matter? He tried to put on a serious face. The exam will only end if I die or if there are no more candidates left. The candidates below were hesitant, trembling, and didn't dare look up. Not a single sound had been made since he spoke. Suddenly an arm raised, I give up. This surprised the other candidates. But then they also raised their hands to surrender. Me too, I also request to withdraw. Standing among a crowd of people who only knew how to give up, cries rang out, me too, me as well. Making the second son of the Torso family start to get flustered. Then he gritted his teeth and also raised his hand to surrender. I give up. Harand and Eileen were both surprised at this sight. Are you kidding me? There were so many candidates, yet they all requested to withdraw. Julian covered his mouth and laughed. His cloak fluttered in the wind. Then he turned his back and left, declaring the exam over because there were no more candidates. On the surface, he smiled confidently, but inside, he was crying tears of joy. I did it. Julian is truly something. His terrifying nature always helps me in situations like this. He didn't forget to glance at Eileen behind him, thinking, well, Eileen, does the fear of me outweigh your hatred? But seeing her expression, a face that was relaxed, suddenly strangely gentle, he turned around only to see her flushed face, which made him wonder, I can't feel anything. Julian thought while hitting his head, does the negative color skill not work? There's no way the skill would suddenly stop working. If so, that's dangerous. Eileen bit her lip. His recent action reminded her of the past. He reminded her of the Julian of the past, the one who used to make opponents retreat by threatening them instead of actually fighting. The system popped up a notification. The negative color skill can only sense negative emotions. Heron ran after him saying, Julian, Julian, stop. Heron ran in front of him to praise him. You did well. Julian frowned. Suddenly, he patted Heron's shoulder. Heron was afraid and didn't understand why when he placed his hand on Heron's shoulder. The dark, negative colors within him appeared. He only replied, it's nothing. You are the one who worked hard. He secretly rejoiced, so the negative color skill still works. Suddenly, Lazarus rushed out like a god. Good evening, sir. While he wondered, this young man. His face looked moved. That was truly magnificent. Julian had no idea who this was. He introduced himself. Yes, my name is Lazarus, in charge of administrative work for Shut Eyes. It is an honor to meet you. This guy was also gossipy, asking, so the rumor that you lost your memory is false. You completed the exam without needing to fight any candidates. Hearing this guy keep bragging, he thought, this guy is really talkative. Lazarus continued, and word has it that the second son of the Torso family is participating in the exam too. Yet you didn't go easy on them at all. That's definitely Julian for you. This caught Heron by surprise. He pointed at Lazarus and scolded, how dare you? The man had implied that the second son of the Torso family had failed. Lazarus nervously said, my lord, I didn't mean it like that. Heron looked furious. What right do you have to act so arrogant when you haven't even finished your training? Do you know the relationship between the Torso family and the Krifart-Prasen family, yet you speak like that? Julian cut in, Heron, I think you're misunderstanding something. Before he could say, you are, Julian continued, or perhaps it is the Torso family themselves who are misunderstanding something. Then he put on a wicked face and said, the Shut Eyes does not accept nobles. Both of them stood there blankly, not understanding. Julian continued, because it is managed directly by the royal family, only commoners or fallen nobles are permitted to join. Heron pointed at him, confused, aren't you a noble? Julian launched into a long explanation. I am merely a member of a branch of the Krifart-Prasen family, half-blooded, if you will. Therefore, I am a grown dog of the royal family, not of the Krifart-Prasen clan. The second son of the Torso family still took the exam even though he knew he would be eliminated in the second round. Julian put his hands behind his back and voiced his thoughts. Could it be that the Torso family wants to teach their child a lesson by giving him practical experience? Or is it, he pointed, unable to fathom that scheme? There must be some plot involving this entrance exam. Hearing this, Heron's body began to tremble and he thought, damn it, do you already know? He clenched his fists. Do you know that this exam is a trap set by the Council of Elders and that I am their man? But then Julian dismissed it. However, there is no way that could be true. Perhaps it is just a simple misunderstanding. Heron now didn't dare to look him in the face. Julian offered a threat, otherwise it would truly be a shame. Julian arrived back at his mansion. The servant greeted him, you have returned, my lord. As he walked in, he was greeted by others, welcome back, my lord. Two servants behind them bowed, welcome, master. The maid probed, will you be having dinner? Julian replied, no need. He suddenly remembered something, turned his head and warned, oh, one more thing. Absolutely no one is to enter my office. Having said that, he turned away. The maid obeyed, yes, master. As he walked into the empty office, he set his sword down, sat in his chair, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and let out a weary sigh. Then he thought back to the situation earlier. From Heron's reaction just now, it seems the Council of Elders really has set something up for this exam. I was lucky enough to figure it out today, but I don't know how long this luck will last. He was confused about what to do. Sooner or later, the Council of Elders will discover Julian's weakness, no, my weakness, and then I might be kicked out of the family. He stared at the sword on the table and thought about the fact that he couldn't use the moonlight sword, which worried him. To be able to use the moonlight sword, in other words, remembering the vicious Julian gave him enough power to overwhelm others. If that's the case, he picked up the sword and covered it with a blue light. Maybe it's worth a try. His red pupils glowed brightly, looking extremely terrifying. He wondered if he should really try it. He gave a sinister smile, surrounded by an immensely powerful aura. Unleash, moonlight sword. Opening one eye, he looked at the sword in his hand that was still emitting inner energy. The sword was flawlessly shiny, the blade extraordinarily sharp. The surface of the blade was so bright he could see his own reflection. He winced slightly. Just as I thought, it's not easy to activate. Gripping the sword tightly, he recalled the ability Julian possessed, a genius swordsman, allowing him to use a sword skillfully without any difficulty. He gently channeled his inner energy into the sword with a serious expression. The very moment he held it, the sword's path, or rather, the trajectory it had to take, became clear before his eyes. After analyzing it, the system displayed the sword's ability board. As he channeled his energy, he reminded himself, that's still not enough. Then he recalled the famous faces in the Empire. There are countless people skilled in swordsmanship who are not inferior to, and perhaps even better than, Julian. Just counting the named characters, there are dozens, maybe even hundreds. But the difference between them and Julian is too clear, an overwhelming disparity in the skill of controlling Kai or mana. That is the very reason why Julian was able to survive despite holding such extreme thoughts. Thinking this, he looked at the sword in his hand and suddenly felt dejected. But can I do it right now? If mana flows in reverse, my vital organs could be destroyed. Controlling mana is extremely dangerous. He broke into a cold sweat, then regained his composure and focused on the sword in his hand. No, sooner or later I will have to prove myself. His face turned serious, his gaze sharp as a blade. If the concept of mana in the game is the same as in this world, then for someone who has played that game hundreds of times like me, I already know how to do it. He raised the sword, trying to channel his mana into it. His heart began to beat fast. I must control the flow of mana. Mana accumulates in the heart, and I must lead it to the meridians, the organs that circulate mana in the body. At this moment, he was struggling to control the amount of mana transmitted into his body. Out of the 38 magical meridians, there are 6 main ones called Great Meridians, and among them, the one in the head is the direct connection between the heart and pure mana. His face was pale, but he tried to endure it. If I can activate that area. Then he opened his eyes. His body was flooded with mana, making him overjoyed. His aura began to oscillate. Clutching the sword in his hand, he was happy and complacent. Now I need to convert the mana in my body to another area. He continued to pour all his power into the sword, his face tense, trying to endure the pain. The resistance is stronger than I thought, but Julian is capable of doing it. The blade of the sword glowed. It was a success. Looking at the glowing sword in his hand, he forced a smile. I think so. But the system began to display Moonlight Sword incomplete. He reached out to hold the sword and gazed at it. It had materialized, but it was still very weak. Afterward, a jewel appeared on the sword. What is this? A crescent moon fragment. He happily held the sword. At least the moonlight has appeared. On the first day at the training grounds, he practiced diligently with his new sword. Right after a sword stroke was unleashed, 3 wooden dummies behind him were instantly decapitated. He turned his back on those wooden dummies. The wooden pieces fell to the ground, and he let out a happy sigh. At least I've reached the level of a knight. Standing in the training ground and looking at the mess he had just made, he thought, now I just need to perfect the Moonlight Sword. But my knowledge about the game is gradually running out. He began to think more thoroughly. I need someone who understands me, who understands Julian, someone Julian would seek out for advice. Just then a maid stepped forward and called out, Lord Julian. She bowed carefully, extremely politely. There is a guest here to see you. He was surprised, wondering to himself, a guest. Julian had friends. Then a handsome young man raised his hand and greeted him cautiously. Lord Julian, greetings. Seeing who had come, he stiffened, not knowing what to do. He said softly, Lazarus. This made the young man overjoyed. You still remember my name. Then he panicked. It's not because of my behavior yesterday, is it? Julian didn't know what to say, only thinking to himself, how could I forget someone who talks this much? Standing before Julian without knowing whether to call him brave or just stupid. Then he asked about the main issue. No, what are you here for? Hearing that, Lazarus stood straight and solemn. Then appeared shy. I received an order from the commander to confirm the results of yesterday's Veal Academy entrance exam from you. Hearing that, he questioned, didn't you already check the results yesterday? The young man scratched his head. Well, receiving the results from the examiner and delivering them personally is part of the procedure. What a useless procedure. The shut eyes really is inefficient. Then he turned his back but left a few words, then report it like this. No one passed the entrance exam. Understood, I will report it to the commander immediately. Julian was silent, saying nothing. As Lazarus was about to leave, he called him back. Wait. Lazarus turned around. Yes. He instructed with a look of bottomless, sinister plotting. You said you were going to report it to the commander, right? That's correct. Then I will do it myself. Hearing that, Lazarus was extremely panicked. I apologize, Lord Julian, you will do it yourself. Julian patted his shoulder to comfort him. That's right, come with me to the carriage, I'll give you a lift. Lazarus heard that, his face going even paler. What? He trembled, clasping his hands in prayer. Lord Julian, you are. Did I do something wrong? Having said that, he muttered to himself, it must be because of yesterday. Julian helplessly let out a sigh, thinking, I'm just being nice because I thought he'd feel uncomfortable returning alone. Julian, you really should have lived more decently. Anyway, since it's come to this, I should still look for someone who can give me advice. Recalling the figure of the Shut-Eyes commander, the Shut-Eyes commander must know a lot about Julian. He remained lost in his thoughts. I will also take this opportunity to ensure that the Krifart Prasen family never dares to meddle in anything related to the Shut-Eyes. The scene shifted to a lavish, white palace made of sparkling gold. Someone pushed the door open and said frantically, "Commander, Commander, there is big trouble." A voice called out, "What are you making a fuss about? If this isn't something serious, then..." The guy then said frantically, "He arrived here personally, ma'am." Who? Julian Krifart Prasen. He came to meet you himself. The hand that was writing the document stopped. Then the person looked up and asked, "He came himself?" A pair of deep purple eyes were revealed. That Julian. On the Rosenda continent, there exist 3 great powers recognized by the entire continent. If one had to choose the strongest nation among the 3 forces, without a doubt, it would be the Adratan Empire. When the demon god Barbados was sealed, the Adratan Empire took advantage of the weak nations to unify the continent by force. They merged the small countries and rose to become a powerful empire. The clearest proof is the massive scale of the royal palace, the heart of the empire. Even Julian, an arrogant person, had to feel overwhelmed when seeing this palace. In contrast to the magnificence of the palace was Lazarus' fearful face as he had to go with Julian, who was nicknamed the Executioner. From the moment they left the mansion, Julian always maintained a faint smile and squinting eyes, as if wearing a mask. It was that constant expression that made Lazarus shudder. An unusual premonition permeated every gesture, especially when Julian suddenly decided to visit the palace in person. While he had always entrusted reporting to servants before, Julian walked through the crowd proudly. When people saw him, whispering voices began to ring out around them. Someone suddenly said, "What's going on? Julian is appearing here in person." Someone wondered, "I heard he was injured and lost his memories, but he doesn't look injured at all." The person next to them leaned in and whispered, "It must just be a stupid rumor." The reaction of the people around them when seeing Julian was clear. Besides wariness, there was fear and even hatred hidden clumsily. Before the gossip, Julian still walked casually as if he didn't care what others said about him. A grotesque smile remained on his face. Lazarus felt unhappy inside. Julian, a peak symbol on the ladder of power, someone who made the nobility tremble even though he was just a branch descendant. But looking back at himself, someone of commoner origins stuck in an apprentice position for half a year like him. Although walking next to a high-ranking figure like Julian was a great honor, it also made him feel timid and afraid. Just then, Julian suddenly spoke, pulling Lazarus out of his thoughts. "The royal palace landscape is truly magnificent." Lazarus, startled, hurriedly replying, "Yes, yes, it is." Julian said again, "It seems our destination is the second gate, the Gyeongui Gate. As for the first gate, the Gyeongchun Gate, it is the one open to all the empire's subjects." Lazarus replied respectfully, "Yes, that is correct." He glanced at Julian, who was saying obvious things that everyone knew. Unlike him, who had only been entering and leaving the palace for the last half year, Julian must have frequented this place as often as his own home. So why mention something that everyone knows? Lazarus feared, guessing. Could he be testing me? Yesterday, during the entrance exam, Julian failed all the candidates. It wasn't because they were incompetent. Some of them were even better than Lazarus, who had been an apprentice for 6 months. The fact that no one passed proved that Julian's standards were extremely strict. Looking at that indifferent face with the poor level of an apprentice like him, Lazarus thought if he didn't lead the way carefully, he might be expelled. But he completely misunderstood. What Julian just said didn't have any intent to test him at all. The real reason is that in the game, the royal palace looked much smaller. Now he didn't even know where the Shut-Eyes building was located. Julian was simply asking for direction. Passing through the first gate, Gyeongchun Gate, next is the Gyeongui Gate. The scene appearing before his eyes is buildings sparkling with starlight, self-illuminating in broad daylight, creating a beauty that the word spectacular seems insufficient to describe. Julian was moved not because of ordinary artistic appreciation, but because he finally got to witness the scenes that he had only seen through the game's screen before. He said satisfied, "We've arrived." Lazarus clasped his hands as if praying, "Then, Lord Julian, did I pass the test?" Julian replied in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Lazarus, with a blank face, eyes dazed, said, "Weren't you testing me just now?" Julian closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, angry, "Not at all." He helplessly said, "Why would I have to test you?" Lazarus rejoiced, thinking he had joined the Shut-Eyes, while Julian still didn't understand what Lazarus was talking about. Lazarus happily bowed, thanking him repeatedly. Since you said so, I will take my leave. Having said that, he ran for his life, quickly getting out of sight. While Julian was clueless, not yet understanding what just happened, a soldier approached. His hands behind his back very formally. Lord Julian, Lord Ordwin requests your presence. Hearing the secretary's announcement, Julian walked straight to the commander's office. As an organization serving only the royal family, the members of Shut Eyes basically maintain an equal relationship. However, there is only one person who stands above all as the leader, the scion of the Balladeer family. That person is Ordwin Balladeer, the commander he is about to meet. Standing in front of the commander's office door, Julian knocked twice. May I come in? A cold voice echoed from inside, come in. After being permitted, he adjusted his attire and pushed the door open to enter. The first thing that hit his eyes was the figure of the woman sitting in the chair. The woman with silver hair greeted him in a calm voice. Julian, hello. Long time no see. I heard you were injured. Are you okay? He paused slightly, not knowing how to answer. Honestly speaking, is this the captain of the Shut Eyes? He didn't care much about this organization, but this person was too small, and furthermore, she was a woman. To be more precise, she was a little girl. While he was lost in thought, she pointed directly at Julian's face and shouted, "You are still as small as always. You were going to say that, weren't you?" Julian hurriedly waved his hands to explain. "No way, why would I ever say that about you?" She asked again, "How are your wounds? Give me a report." Hearing the question, Julian clenched his fists, pondering how he should answer correctly. "I can't underestimate this person. I have no idea what might happen if I slip up and say the wrong thing." Julian's mouth was pressed tight and sweat dripped down his face. He thought, just one wrong step and my true identity could be exposed. Maybe I should just speak properly. Ordwin Balladeer was Julian's superior. Even if it were Julian, he would surely maintain a respectful attitude toward his commander, right? Thinking of this, Julian quickly bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Thank you for your concern, ma'am. Although the wounds are not light, they are not enough to hinder my loyalty to the royal family." He responded more politely than usual, skillfully adding a bit of honorifics. This should be enough to show respect to a superior. The captain remained silent without answering, making Julian feel a bit nervous. Damn it, I think I handled that wrong. A moment later, she put her hand to her chin, let out a soft huff, and narrowed her eyes at Julian. It was definitely a look full of suspicion. She slammed both hands down on the desk and stood up, walking in front of Julian. "That's strange, have you always talked like this?" Her hand grasped the sword, pressing the hilt closely against Julian's chin. Then she questioned, "There is something. It feels very strange." Julian saw Ordwin's indifferent attitude. His eyes narrowed slightly, a cold look revealing his discomfort. "She suspects me," he thought to himself, sensing the denial in every one of her looks. Deep inside Julian, a smoldering fire of anger erupted, even though on the outside he maintained a terrifying calmness. He cursed silently, wondering how Julian had treated his superiors all this time. To dispel the suspicion, Julian suddenly reached out forcefully and grabbed the sword in Ordwin's hand. He leaned close to her face, wearing an evil grin, his voice deep and challenging. "Is there a problem?" But inside he was calculating, "Just keep pushing forward. I'll play this villain role to the fullest." Julian's bold move made Ordwin frown slightly, a flash of vigilance in her eyes. "You dare to touch my sword." Her hand quickly yanked the sword back. Without a word, Ordwin turned and walked away, her voice sounding cold. "Usually, you rarely visit the Shut Eyes headquarters. Even when you do, you just watch silently and leave, don't you?" She stopped, sat down in her chair, and looked straight at Julian with sharp eyes. "So why have you suddenly become so diligent, Julian?" Hearing that, Julian stroked his chin, appearing as calm as if nothing could move him, but inside his heart was in knots, thinking, "Even if I am Julian, I thought people at Shut Eyes knew how to distinguish between work and personal life. It seems I overestimated you, Ordwin." Not letting his inner turmoil show, Julian stepped closer to Ordwin's desk, his voice steady. "Because of my injuries, I've been off work for quite a while. I came here this time to report on that." Ordwin Balladeer nodded slightly, her eyes still full of doubt. "Is that really so?" Julian gave a faint smile in response. "Is there a problem?" But he thought to himself, "This is the true Julian. I just need to get rid of this unpleasant expression and keep pushing." He rested one hand on the desk, leaned close to Ordwin's face, his voice lowered and provocative. "Are you trying to control even whether I come here or not?" Seeing his indifferent attitude, Ordwin rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with sarcastic amusement. "I heard that because of your injury, your mind wasn't normal, but it seems you're healthy now." On the surface, she spoke as if teasing, but inside she thought, "Back for 5 minutes and you already dare to oppose your superior? This guy really has guts." Even though he got the answer he wanted, Julian's expression didn't soften at all. He frowned slightly, veins popping on his forehead, angrily thinking to himself, what she said is true, but why does it feel so annoying to dare to say that to my face? Ordwin, you're not an ordinary person. Ignoring the chaotic thoughts, Ordwin picked up the report on the desk, her voice cold, then reported. During the member recruitment test, was there anyone who could be used? Julian clasped his hands behind his back and replied concisely, no one. Hearing that, Ordwin wasn't too surprised, just raising an eyebrow. I could have guessed that much. You are a disciple of the sword saint Haydenreich. Ordinary people probably don't catch your eye. She paused, her gaze becoming sharper. But I'm asking, is there anyone with enough talent to be a temporary apprentice? Julian remained calm. There isn't anyone. Ordwin's hand stopped, her gaze darkening. She almost shouted, what? You couldn't recruit even one person? Julian wore a fake smile, his voice soft but mocking. That is correct. Ordwin narrowed her eyes, her voice full of suspicion. Why is that? Julian didn't know how to explain it, so he just remained silent. Seeing he didn't answer, Ordwin grew even angrier. She slammed her hand down on the table, springing up. Why did you do that? It's not normal. There's definitely something wrong with your head. I suspected it from the beginning. She pointed straight at Julian, her voice cold as ice. Shut Eyes is currently short-handed. Even if it's just one person, we need to add them. Julian maintained his calm expression, responding, what's the point of recruiting useless people just because we're short-handed? None of the candidates this time were suitable for Shut Eyes. Ordwin almost lost control, shouting, even so, just try recruiting them. Who knows, there might be someone useful. Julian shook his head, his voice firm. It's just a waste of time. They don't even have the competence to be apprentices. But inside, he thought, actually, I disqualified them from the competition from the start. Seeing Julian's firm attitude, Ordwin crossed her arms, her voice cold as ice. In that case, there's no point in talking anymore. Get out of my sight. But Julian wasn't angry. Instead, he wore a smile full of hidden meaning, saying, before I go, I have a proposal. Ordwin glanced at him, her eyes flaring with anger. What are you trying to say now? Inside, Julian thought, this is terrifying, but I have to play this villain role perfectly. He took an envelope from inside his coat and placed it on Ordwin's desk. During the competition, I discovered issues with the member recruitment test and summarized them here. Ordwin looked at the envelope suspiciously, opened it, and picked up the paper inside to read. Issues. Julian nodded, his voice calm. Yes, I found that the candidates lacked vigilance regarding Shut Eyes. Ordwin nodded slightly, thinking, as long as it's not a bunch of idiots, it's fine. She spoke up, before the recruitment exam, they need to know clearly what kind of place they are about to join, don't they? Julian continued, when registering, if an accident occurs, Shut Eyes will not be held responsible. Hearing that, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly, she sneered. That sounds like you intend to kill someone with lethal intent, doesn't it, Julian? Julian nodded slightly, offering a strange smile that made Ordwin even more suspicious. She tapped her fingers on the report, thinking to herself that this attitude was truly odd. Julian, the person standing in a position second only to her, has never interfered with internal regulations like this before. After a moment of thought, Ordwin rested her chin on her hand and asked, is that why you didn't recruit anyone, for fear of candidates getting hurt and having to take responsibility? Julian smiled, his voice full of confidence. Yes, and besides, talent found through a flawed test isn't useful anyway. We are an agency under the royal family. We cannot let anyone tarnish that noble reputation. Seeing Julian start to lecture, Ordwin immediately raised her hand to stop him. Got it, got it. Whenever it comes to the royal family, you become very talkative. She sighed and continued, for now, I will submit this proposal to the council, but I can't guarantee it will be passed. Julian clasped his hands behind his back, offering a polite smile. Thank you, Captain Ordwin. He turned to leave, but after only a few steps, Ordwin suddenly called him back. Wait a minute. Julian stopped, turning to look at her. There is a letter from the Royal Secretariat sent to your office. Go check it, Ordwin said, her voice calm but her eyes still sharp. Julian nodded with a faint smile. Understood, Captain. After Julian left, Ordwin sat deep in thought in her room. Holding the report, she muttered, if an accident occurs, Shut Eyes will not be held responsible. Does that mean even if someone dies during the test, the royal family will protect us, right? She frowned, thinking to herself that the nature of the test hadn't changed. From the beginning, only fallen nobles or commoners neutral in politics were allowed to join Shut Eyes. They have no power, so it's easy to ignore their dissatisfaction. Julian certainly understood this. So what is the true purpose of this proposal? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ordwin's head. He realized the Council of Elders and the Torso family were up to something in the exam. This proposal is a message. I know what you did. If you do it again, I won't let it slide." She laughed and muttered, "You have a lot of nerve, Julian, daring to challenge the council of elders like this." Ordwin called out, "Is anyone out there?" A servant immediately entered, raised his hand to salute. "You called for me, Captain." She gave Julian's report to the servant. "Deliver this to the parliamentary council." The servant received it and replied, "Yes, I understand." When she was left alone, Ordwin sighed, her eyes deep in thought. Just one serious injury and Julian has changed like a different person, from a loyal dog of the royal family. Now he is starting to break the chains, having a self of his own. A series of questions swirled in her head. "What is he plotting?" she muttered. "I'm already tired of this. From now on, I have to watch him more carefully." On the paved path leading back to his office at his secret headquarters, Julian walked leisurely, proud in his heart to finally set foot in his private office at Shut Eyes, a mysterious organization that never stayed in one place. Normally, Shut Eyes never granted private offices to any member. They were like ghosts, always moving, constantly changing. So if such a mysterious organization granted a private room to someone, it must be so luxurious that it would leave people astonished. Julian smiled slightly, imagining the splendor awaiting him behind the exquisitely carved wooden door. He reached out to push the door slightly and walked inside. Immediately, an overwhelmingly luxurious scene struck his eyes. Magnificent outfits, embroidered with shimmering gold thread, hung neatly on shiny black ebony racks. Strange ornaments, from a gold-plated beast head statue to a crystal chandelier shimmering with magical purple light, making the room look like a strange museum of ostentation. Julian cast his eyes around the room, sighing silently. Everything is luxurious, but nothing is related to work. He shook his head, comparing this room to his home, which was already luxurious but still fell far short of the excessive display here. "This guy is truly crazy," Julian muttered, thinking about himself in this body. "Every item is expensive, but so ugly it's unbearable. His aesthetic is a disaster." Walking deeper inside, Julian frowned slightly. The room was flooded with items, from shimmering silk rolls to marble statues piled up in a mess. Carelessly, he tripped over something, perhaps an antique porcelain vase, making it roll across the floor. "Damn it," Julian cursed inwardly. "What's a mess again? If you don't know how to keep it, why buy it? Always throwing things around like this." He sighed, realizing that he, or rather, the Julian in this body, seemed to suffer from an uncontrollable shopping addiction. Suddenly, he felt as if someone was standing outside the door, making Julian look up. "Come in," he said, his voice calm but full of authority. The door opened slightly and Lazarus, a young intern, walked in with a respectful demeanor. He raised his hand to salute according to protocol, his voice clear. "Greetings, sir. I am here to deliver letters from the royal family." Finishing his words, Lazarus approached, raising a letter sealed with red wax with both hands, respectfully presenting it to Julian. Julian took the letter, glancing briefly at the shimmering royal seal. "This must be the letter the captain mentioned," he thought to himself. Lazarus stood to the side, intending to ask for permission to leave. "If there is nothing else, sir, I ask your permission to leave." But before he could finish, Julian interrupted, his tone somewhat mischievous. "Wait a minute." He pointed toward the pile of chaotic objects in front of him, the stone statues, gold-plated picture frames, and several other strange furnishings. "Take my carriage, load all this up, and take it away. It probably isn't very heavy." Lazarus froze, his eyes widening at the messy pile. "Everything? This pile? Are you serious, sir?" He swallowed hard, his face clearly revealing confusion. Julian nodded, a faint smile on his lips. "That's right." Looking at the mess in front of him, Lazarus frowned slightly, his lips pressed tight as if suppressing a sigh. "He's ordering me around again." He thought to himself, "I don't think I'll last long in this intern position. Ha ha." Nevertheless, with a professional attitude, Lazarus quickly replied, "Yes, sir, I will move them immediately." He began to work, trying to look enthusiastic, but Julian immediately recognized the reluctance in those eyes. "He's making that weird face again." Julian laughed inwardly. He observed Lazarus struggling with a heavy, carved wooden bed. Suddenly, Lazarus let out a grunt. His foot tripped over something, perhaps a jewel-encrusted wooden box. He stumbled, falling hard to the floor, creating a resounding crash. Fortunately, the bed remained intact. Julian saw the scene, unable to suppress a laugh, his voice teasing, "Oh my, you really are a nuisance, Lazarus." Lazarus scrambled to his feet, hands still clutching a sword tightly, perhaps ready to be punished. I'm sorry, I can't believe I fell," he stuttered, his face pale with fear. But Julian only waved his hand, his voice calm. Forget it, I was planning to throw them away anyway, so don't make a big deal out of it, Lazarus. Julian saw the fearful look of the intern, thinking, he must be terrified by now, let's try joking a little. He leaned close to Lazarus and whispered in a joking tone, if you die here, cleaning up will be a real pain. Now continue moving the stuff. Hearing the half-joking, half-serious remark, Lazarus turned pale and stammered, yes, yes, sir. Watching Lazarus's panicked attitude, Julian laughed inwardly. I'm in Julian's body, it's easy to understand why people are afraid. He decided to let Lazarus continue his work while he sat down on the red velvet chair and opened the envelope to take a look. Outside the letter was a bright red wax seal bearing the royal emblem, exactly the same as in the game he used to play. Inside, elegantly handwritten lines clearly stated, to Julian of the Criffart family, officer of shut eyes. Julian skimmed through, sighing with relief. Thank goodness I can read the language of this empire. Summarizing the content, the letter requested he return to work if he had recovered. Is that all? Julian muttered, rubbing his chin. Sounds like they want to exploit me, just worded more nicely. Even so, he didn't complain. This was an opportunity to accumulate real combat experience, especially since he still hadn't found clues about the legendary moonlit sword. Attentively reading the rest, Julian thought, this time it's a mission to restore a resonant stone. Just like in the game, after the demon god Barbados was destroyed, his remnants created demons, parasitic or self-formed creatures, specializing in attacking humanity. The resonant stone, a legacy of ancient mages, was the only tool to control them. He frowned, wondering how they had created mana stones. I'm not a mage, so I guess this mission is to protect the mage restoring the stone. Although he knew this mission carried risks, confronting demons wasn't a joke, he had no reason to refuse. If I complete it well, the rumors and doubts about me lately will subside, he thought to himself. I just don't know who the mage I have to protect this time is. Handling the resonant stone requires a skilled mage. I hope it's someone reliable. Transition to the Adrathan Imperial Palace. At the lush campus of the Adrathan Palace, a clear voice rang out, mixed with a bit of dissatisfaction. Why do I still have to write a thesis even though I'm already a professor? Always having to prove my worth, that's the life of a mage. That was Eileen Donashan, the youngest professor in the Empire, strolling leisurely. While walking, she used magic to control several spellbooks floating around her, looking like a magical dance of light. Suddenly, a hand lightly touched her shoulder, making her startle and turn around. Her voice slightly high-pitched, "Who's there?" In front of her was Diana, a longtime best friend with a radiant smile. "What brings you to the palace?" Diana replied immediately, "Eileen, long time no see, are you doing well? It's harder to meet you than to reach the sky, youngest professor." Flattered, Eileen scratched her head and laughed it off. "Ha ha, you don't need to exaggerate like that." Diana continued, her voice excited. "Are you free? I was planning to go to a tea party, let's go together." Eileen sighed slightly, her slender brows knitting together. "Too bad, I really want to go, but I still have to write my thesis." Diana nodded, teasing, still as hardworking as ever. "Ah, seeing you like this, it reminds me of when you were still a student. Nothing has changed." Seeing Eileen's expression looking unhappy, Diana asked immediately, "What's wrong with you?" Then she pointed into the distance, where a luxurious carriage was stopping. "Is that Viscount Julian's carriage?" Eileen turned her head, her gaze sweeping over the carriage with the Prasen crest, the symbol of the side branch of the Criffart family. "It really is his carriage," she thought to herself, emotions she couldn't describe rising in her heart. Diana leaned in, whispering, "I heard he was near death, yet now he's back. He's truly a stubborn guy." Eileen nodded, her voice annoyed. "That's right." Diana whispered again, her voice playful. "Hey, don't tell me you still have feelings for him." Eileen blushed and waved her hands frantically. "What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean." Diana laughed loudly. "Ha ha, little Eileen used to be so cute back then. Back then, you even called Julian out to the royal peach tree on the hill behind Veal Academy to confess, right? Word is, a confession under that tree is never rejected." Having her past dug up, Eileen shouted in embarrassment, "Stop it, let's just check the thesis with me, my dear friend." Diana glanced toward Julian's carriage and said aimlessly, "I thought you were busy, Professor." Eileen forced a smile. "I just remembered I'm free, ha ha." Diana teased her further, "You don't have to be so shy. Back then, who didn't like Senior Julian? But I bet you were the one who liked him the most." She patted Eileen's shoulder, her voice softening. "Thanks for helping me remember the old days." Eileen thought to herself, feeling wistful, Diana is right. The Julian of the past is completely different from the present. Ever since he returned from the Northern Front and joined the Shut Eyes, he's become a different person. Diana pulled Eileen back to reality. Why don't you go out and say hello to him? Eileen gave a bitter laugh. Just because I liked him back then doesn't mean I still do. Besides, I don't intend to see him anytime soon. Diana asked curiously, why not? Eileen snapped her fingers, creating a radiant glow of light. I won't be staying at the palace for a while. Diana's eyes widened, looking at the shimmering letter in Eileen's hand. My goodness, is that a letter from the royal family? Eileen nodded. Yes. They've given me the mission to restore a resonant stone. As Julian's magnificent horse-drawn carriage rolled forward, the kingdom's guards began to whisper, their curious eyes fixed on the procession. A large guard with a voice as deep as stone spoke up. With a whole squad of knights escorting him like this, he must be a very important person. Another guard, who looked sharper, nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with excitement. That's right, even the prestigious Blue Lion Knight squad is accompanying him. I heard that Julian Criffart Prassen of the Shut Eyes himself is participating in this mission. Hearing the name Shut Eyes, the first guard jumped, his voice trembling with slight panic. What? But isn't he? The guard next to him cut him off, explaining with a confident look. Yeah, they say he lost his memories due to a severe injury, but that's probably just a rumor from jealous people. How could someone who survived that kind of brush with death be anything ordinary? The other guard frowned, his voice full of doubt. I'm starting to get suspicious now. A guy like him, he could smile even if he were stabbed and wouldn't bleed. What kind of injury is so terrible that it would do that to him? Julian sat on his horse, looking composed yet sharp, silently listening to the gossip. A mysterious smile flashed across his lips. Deep down, he thought, well, choosing to participate in this mission was the right decision. Public opinion is shifting in my favor. Everything is going in the right direction. Suddenly, two figures approached from a distance, exuding a powerful aura. A tall man with glistening blonde hair voiced out, Lord Julian, thank you for coming. I am Fern, a member of the Blue Lion Knight squad. The person next to him, who looked calmer, continued, and I am Heinrich. It is a great honor to meet you. After the introduction, Julian gave a slight nod, his eyes cold but his voice gentle. You of the Blue Lion squad have worked hard too. Could you escort the mages to Julin safely? Having said that, Julian offered a meaningful smile that made both Fern and Heinrich shudder. In his heart he thought, who knows what will happen? If a giant demon suddenly appeared, would I be afraid? Fern and Heinrich replied in unison, leave it to us. Fern turned to look at Julian with a probing gaze. Lord Julian, would you like to take the carriage to Julin for comfort? Heinrich immediately chimed in, that's right, just leave the escorting to the Blue Lion squad, you just need to relax. Julian raised an eyebrow, his smile unchanged, but his heart was in turmoil. This offer sounds thoughtful, but it doesn't seem like they have my best interests at heart. The Blue Lion squad is a regular unit of the Empire. Most of them are high-ranking nobles, unlike the Shut Eyes where people like me are just a fringe branch. They don't want someone like me outshining the purebred nobles, do they? He stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Usually, in novels, whoever transmigrates lives a glorious, magnificent life, but me, a villain trapped in this mess. Sitting on a horse is indeed more comfortable than fighting with words. Finally, Julian spoke up, his voice calm but authoritative. Then let's go with that. Fern and Heinrich let out a sigh of relief, exchanging glances. Heinrich nodded, understood. I will inform Lady Eileen when she arrives. Upon hearing the name Eileen, Julian's expression suddenly darkened. He repeated, his voice dropping, who? From a distance, an elegant figure approached, her long hair flowing in the wind. The person waved her hand, her voice as clear as a silver bell. The weather is lovely today, isn't it? I am Eileen Donashen, in charge of repairing the resonance stone today. Eileen's gaze swept over Julian, and when their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze. Her expression tightened slightly. And Julian stammered awkwardly, my lady, about sitting in the carriage, could we skip that? Fern's eyes widened in surprise. Eileen stood there, her expression becoming unpleasant. She thought to herself, why is Julian here? Wait, doesn't he always try to avoid me? Julian, on the other side, lightly scratched his head, filled with unease. She is a real enigma. I feel like I can't guess what she's thinking. It's not comfortable at all. The two Blue Lion Knights gasped, thinking, what's going on? Why the sudden change of heart? Is he asserting his authority? Fern gritted his teeth, a sense of annoyance rising within him. Could Julian have figured out our plan and decided to stay to supervise the mission just to assert his status? Just as predicted, he's the type of person who survives the chaotic palace without relying on anyone. But after all, he's just a branch member. He's getting too arrogant. Julian, riding leisurely, suddenly felt eyes as cold as knives piercing his back. He thought to himself, no one told me the mage I needed to escort was Eileen. It feels like a setup. Turning to Eileen, she lightly lifted the curtain of the carriage, her sharp gaze fixed on Julian. Internally, she roared, I'm not comfortable either. In this situation, I have to finish the mission as quickly, neatly, and definitively as possible, and never run into Julian again. The escort team immediately picked up the pace, crossing the winding roads to reach Jolin. After a long journey, they finally reached their destination. Julian was still on horseback, scanning his surroundings, thinking to himself, so this is where the resonance stone is kept. Smaller than I thought. We traveled all this way from the capital and no one even came out to give a proper welcome. Suddenly, a servant hurried past, carrying a bulky crate in his arms. He glanced at the group, his voice rushed. Ah, you're the ones from the capital, right? Julian nodded, that's right. The servant gave a friendly smile. Welcome. Thank you all for coming all this way. I will lead you to the resonance stone immediately. At an ancient clock tower in Jolin, countless resonance stones floated in midair, emitting a magical, eerie light. All around, crates of resonance stones and mana transmission containers were neatly arranged. Someone shouted, resonance stone crates this way, mana transmission containers over there. Eileen, after observing the situation, pointed confidently, let me handle this, I'm very sensitive to mana. The servant nodded respectfully, mage, would you like to check the area that needs repairs? Eileen nodded lightly, yes, sorry for the trouble. After moving for a while, they proceeded deep inside the clock tower where the damaged resonance stone was kept. Seeing its terrible condition, Eileen exclaimed, oh my. Repairing this alone won't be enough. I think a large portion needs to be replaced. The servant was surprised. Replacement. Eileen smiled, her voice gentle yet confident. Yes, during the replacement, the barrier will temporarily disappear, but don't worry, it won't take long. Hearing this, the servant's face brightened. We thank you, mage. Eileen touched the stone, thinking to herself, all preparations are complete. Now I just need to let Julian know that the barrier will be temporarily disabled. But I don't want to see his face at all. Just treat this as work, Eileen, you are a mage after all. She stepped outside, heading toward Julian, who was standing deep in thought. Eileen took a deep breath and called out, Lord Julian, I have something I want to tell you. Before she could finish, Julian moved as fast as lightning, gliding away like a gust of wind, as if avoiding something terrifying. Eileen was stunned, her expression darkening. She thought, what is this? He's avoiding me. I'm not imagining it, am I? Could he know I have feelings for him? No, that's impossible. How annoying. Eileen hurriedly gave chase, shouting, Lord Julian, I'm talking about something important here. She accelerated and grabbed Julian's cloak, her voice angry. Hey, why do you keep avoiding me? Julian turned back, wearing a forced smile. Avoiding you? Since when? You're the one who keeps following me around. Eileen was so angry she gritted her teeth, shouting loudly, what? She thought to herself, what is wrong with this guy, acting like I'm the one stalking him? Just then Julian's gaze suddenly changed, becoming sharp and cold. In front of them, several eerie shadows emerged from the void, an evil aura spreading. Eileen screamed, there's a demon. Julian startled, a demon. Eileen angrily struck Julian on the head. I told you the barrier would be temporarily disabled so demons could appear. If you hadn't avoided me, I would have made it clear. Suddenly, a harrowing scream echoed as Heinrich was struck by a sudden blow from the demon, slamming hard into the wall behind Julian. He groaned in pain. Julian turned back, his gaze sharp as he looked at the demon. The aura of death emanating from it made his skin crawl. A thought flashed through his mind. This is a second-grade demon, more dangerous than I thought. Looking at the hideous demon before him, Julian thought to himself, his heart pounding, this is not a hornless demon, nor a stationary one. A two-horned demon, truly a variable beyond my expectations. The appearance of the monster caused Eileen to run over in panic, her voice trembling. What the hell is going on? Julian immediately shouted, his voice sharp, stop, it's dangerous. Looking at the fierce two-horned demon before him, she trembled slightly, her eyes wide with terror. A second-grade demon? Why is such a strong demon here? The spells I know can't be used for combat right now, and the resonance stone can't be activated yet. The second-grade demon roared, the eerie screech tearing through the space, signaling the surrounding lesser demons to attack. Following the order, the lesser demons lunged like moths to a flame, targeting Eileen's group. A demon leaped in front of her, sharp claws flashing in the dark. At that very moment, Julian rushed forward fast as lightning, standing before Eileen. He swung the sword in his hand, delivering a powerful strike that split the demon in two, causing it to collapse to the ground. He turned back, his sharp gaze fixed on Eileen. Get a grip, you're panicking over just that. How shameful, I'll handle this side. And you do your job. Eileen stared blankly and repeated, my job. Julian pointed toward the resonance stone, his voice low but filled with authority. Repair the resonance stone now. My duty is to protect you. Then he gave a teasing smile. Or were you so scared that you forgot what you needed to do? Hearing that, Eileen's face flushed red, feeling both embarrassed and angry. She turned her back and walked away, not forgetting to shout loudly, I'll be done in 7 minutes. Be careful, Julian. She awkwardly added, her voice softening. Don't get hurt, I don't have healing magic. Julian gave a slight nod, a confident smile on his lips. Don't worry, I don't get hurt that easily. Then he turned back to face the two-horned demon that was growling in front of him. His hand gripped the sword hilt tightly. Julian thought to himself, I'm acting tough. But actually, I'm scared to death. I never expected my first real battle in life to be against a two-horned demon. Too many eyes are watching. If I run away, the rumors will spread everywhere. And I'll be suspected immediately, if I were the real Julian. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed from afar. Fern led the Blue Lion Knight Squad and shouted, wait, we, the Blue Lion Knight Squad, will destroy this demon. The whole team immediately charged forward, swords and shields glittering under the dim light. After a series of well-coordinated attacks, they stepped back, leaving the demon growling in a fit of rage. Fern wiped his sweat, thinking to himself, as long as we coordinate well, this two-horned demon is nothing. He turned to Julian, smiling mockingly, ha ha, why be afraid of a two-horned demon? That doesn't look like you at all, Julian. Hearing the provocation, Julian only gave a cold smile, thinking to himself, that's fair. But right at that moment, Fern's expression changed, his voice shaking. You're not actually laughing, are you? Julian looked up, his eyes blazing red like flames, his face cold but radiating an overwhelming aura. Internally, he roared, right now I am Julian, in this life-or-death situation if I were the real Julian. Not letting him think further, the demon snapped its fingers, summoning a blue, eerie flame that surrounded Julian. He stood there, still lost in thought. If I were Julian, he would certainly smile and enjoy this moment. Suddenly, a system notification rang in his head. Born Swordsman talent activated. Julian lunged forward fast as a cyclone, his sword swinging repeatedly, slashing straight at the demon. Every strike was precise, leaving deep wounds on the monster's body. Fern witnessed the sight in amazement. Is it possible to deal such terrible damage with just one strike? I can't believe it. Julian smiled, thinking to himself, good, it's working. He moved continuously, changing positions, launching relentless attacks. The more he fought, the more excited he felt, as if he were melding into the battle. But then the demon's eyes suddenly glowed red, staring straight at Julian. When that gaze touched him, Julian froze, his heart pounding. Damn it. The monster swung its hand, throwing a powerful blow, sending Julian flying. He hit the ground hard, blood spraying from his mouth, pain spreading throughout his body. Julian clutched his wound, thinking, it hurts so much I can't even breathe. Even a worm will struggle when stepped on, let alone me. Before he could recover, the demon roared, swinging its sword with a terrifying blow that sent dirt and rocks flying. The dust obscured the view. A guard shouted, his voice trembling, unbelievable, even Lord Julian got hits. Fern stood nearby, smiling smugly, thinking, how can a guy like him fight a two-horned demon? Now it's my turn to take command. But just then, another guard shouted, look over there. The shout caught Fern's attention. He turned his head, and through the haze, a figure gradually emerged. Julian gripped his sword tightly, the weapon emitting a brilliant light, standing tall. A guard exclaimed in astonishment, that blue light is the moonlight sword. Julian's eyes glowed red like flames as he stared directly at the demon. A system notification sounded. Unfinished moonlight sword activated. He gripped the sword hilt, his aura exploding, ready for the next attack like an undying god of war amid the line of life and death. Julian felt the power pouring from the sword, whispering to himself, even if it's only a quarter of the original power, this is enough to create an advantage, right? Immediately, he raised the sword high, delivering a sharp slash at the monster rushing forward. Suddenly, his expression turned wild with excitement. The monster's eyes flashed, showing a desire to resist. But Julian still struck with another blow. He muttered, the movement is still clumsy, but the attack is extremely sharp. However, I can see it all because I am Julian. He activated his special skill, Perception. Faced with the monster's consecutive attacks, Julian didn't flinch at all, just smiled slightly. With a flexible body, he easily dodged those attacks. Deep in his eyes, the icon of the Perception skill flashed. Thanks to that, Julian dodged every single attack, making the guards outside clench their fists and shout, he dodged everything. Fern frowned, muttering, "Is that really Julian?" Switching scenes to another location, the cracks on the resonant stone were gradually healing. Eileen looked at the magic summoning circles in front of her and said, "I understand." Clenching her fist, she looked down below and shouted, "The barrier has been restored." Hearing that, the monster roared in anger. "What? Damn it, I let my guard down." Its glowing red eyes immediately widened. But at that very moment, Julian had already lunged forward. With terrifying speed, he closed in on the monster, his eyes filled with killing intent. Seeing this overwhelming pressure, Fern could only gape in astonishment. The guards were no exception. Immediately after, Julian unleashed a clean sword strike, slicing the monster in two. After finishing it off, he gently sheathed his sword and walked away calmly. Passing by the soldiers whispering among themselves, he muttered, "So it really worked." Feeling the fearful gaze of those around him, he thought to himself, "This atmosphere. Well, that's expected. Julian was originally a villain anyway. It's only natural for people to fear this overwhelming power." From afar, a call rang out, "Lord Julian." He stopped and wondered, what is it? A soldier rushed over, grabbing his hand and saying, "Thank you, sir. We thought we were all going to die." Right after that, the surrounding soldiers shouted in unison, as expected of Lord Julian. Hearing this, Julian muttered to himself, "I didn't expect that." Fern came over to praise him. "Well done, Lord Julian." Seeing Fern's fearful gaze contrasted with his own calm expression, Julian spoke up. Fern, could you report the situation for me? I'm not very used to this kind of thing." Fern nodded slightly. "Ah, yes." Watching Julian's back as he walked away, Fern muttered, "Different. Truly different. Compared to those nobles, he's on a completely different level. He defeated a two-horned demon and stayed as calm as if nothing happened. He doesn't seem human." Right after that, Julian approached a cool blue lake. He plopped down on the ground, let out a sigh, and wiped the sweat from his forehead out of fear. He muttered, "My life was hanging by a thread back there." Deep inside, he felt the hatred, fear, and despair of facing a demon. Actual combat is much more brutal than I imagined. The feeling of cutting through a demon. Does Julian always treat situations like this as an everyday occurrence? Looking down at the clear blue lake, he saw his reflection and muttered, "When the body changes, the mind gradually follows." He tapped his head, wondering, just how great is the power of this life anyway? Immediately, he summoned the system, and the system window appeared, displaying the special skill Perception. Unique rank combines Li Shihu's knowledge with Julian's experience. This skill provides superior observation, easily detects targets' weaknesses, senses opponents' emotions more clearly, and deals bonus damage to terrified enemies. Looking at the system window, Julian muttered, "Two sources of power combine to create a skill that sees through weaknesses. With this, I can even dispel the suspicions of those around me. The problem now is that the moonlit sword is incomplete." He drew the sword from its scabbard, observed it intently, and muttered, "I still need to carve a groove for energy conduction into it. To activate the moonlit sword, I have to pour in a massive amount of mana all at once. Both power and stability cannot compare to the complete version. It needs more stability." He took out a cloth and polished the sword until it was as shiny as a mirror. Seeing his reflection on the blade, he muttered, "I just thought of a pretty good idea." Switching scenes to a meeting of the Noble Elder Council. The elders were sitting in the room when the door swung open. A young man in blue stepped in. The person presiding over the meeting in the center spoke up. "Sit." Heron nodded slightly. "Yes." He sat down, his body shaking uncontrollably with fear. The leader asked, "You say Julian has discovered our plan?" Hearing this, Heron shook violently, pressing his lips together, unable to speak. After a moment of silence, Heron stammered, "Yes. It seems so." Even after speaking, his body continued to tremble with fear. Oren replied coldly, "I always knew your incompetence would eventually cause trouble. If it weren't for you carrying the blood of the Hyun family." Seeing this, Heron immediately stood up, bowed in salute, and said, "I apologize, Lord Oran." Hearing this, the other elders began to whisper. One person spoke up, "Recently, Shut Eyes has been acting very strangely. They just submitted a proposal to the Royal Library." Another elder continued, "The content of the proposal states that from now on, when Shut Eyes organizes assessments, the instructors will not be held accountable." Another added, "Even if there are casualties, they will be declared innocent in the name of the Empire." Hearing this, Oren frowned slightly. Suddenly, a man clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table, shouting loudly, "Isn't this Julian's intention?" The other elders immediately nodded in agreement. "That's right, that royal dog. Who does he think he's warning?" Another person spoke, "But Lord Oren, perhaps this could be an opportunity for us. or unwondered opportunity. He turned to ask Lord Aiden, "What do you mean?" Aiden replied with a smug smile, "Up until now, Julian has always only followed the Empire's orders. But now he's starting to think and act on his own, which means he has become a variable. This might even be more useful than sending him to the Northern Front. We can find ways to exploit him much better. So for now, let's just observe him." Hearing these words, another elder immediately pointed at Aiden and shouted, "Do you mean to let that bastard do whatever he wants?" Aiden replied with a smile, "That's exactly it. Everyone just wait a little longer." Switching scenes to Julian's residence, he was lost in thought. This mission only lasted a few days, but perhaps because he used so much mana, he felt exhausted. However, when looking at the orchids in front of him, his mood became much happier. He muttered, "Still, being able to admire a room decorated according to my own aesthetic makes me feel strangely peaceful. Orchids, even in this monstrous body of Julian, they still bring peace." He smiled, thinking to himself that he gained more than he imagined from this mission. Not only enough to wipe away the bad rumors that have lasted so long, but I can even. Saying this, he opened a reward box from the recent mission. Looking at the shimmering, colorful crystals, he muttered, "Perhaps I've found a way to complete the Moonlit Sword. These gemstones gave me an idea." He recalled seeing the resonant stone. "I thought of a hypothesis. In the world of the current Demon King, everything can contain mana, especially gemstones produced by the Empire with the highest mana conductivity and capacity. That's why the resonant stone is refined so well." Holding a gemstone in his hand, he muttered, "Based on the principle of transferring energy into the resonant stone, I thought of using gemstones as an intermediary between the body and the sword. If I find a gemstone suitable for channeling mana, of course, it must resonate well with my mana, so I must find that one unique gemstone at all costs." After a while of experimenting but still not finding a suitable stone, he sighed, I've been thinking too much. Is it lunchtime already?" He called out, "Butler, come in." Lazarus entered from outside, saluting militarily and said respectfully, "Lord Julian, as you commanded, I am here." Seeing Lazarus, Julian muttered inwardly, "Lazarus, this guy shows up again." Lazarus continued, "The commander requests you to go directly to the Royal Library to report on the mission." Julian wondered, "Directly?" Lazarus nodded, "Yes, that's right." Julian stood up and left his chair, saying, "Then please take these gemstones to the warehouse for me." He muttered inwardly, "It looks like finishing the Moonlit Sword will have to wait. The Royal Library, they're concerned enough about my condition to summon me. Their suspicion about my memory loss still hasn't been completely cleared." As he prepared to open the door and leave, Lazarus called after him, "Lord Julian." Julian turned back. "Anything else?" Lazarus held out the broken stones and asked, "How should I handle these broken stones, sir?" Julian replied immediately, "Just throw them away." Lazarus nodded slightly, "Yes, sir." But inwardly he complained, "Goodness, throwing away such precious materials is truly a waste." After traveling for a while, Julian arrived at the Royal Library. While walking, he scanned his surroundings, thinking inwardly, "Unlike the Shut Eyes headquarters, this place is breathtakingly luxurious." Approaching a butler, he said, "I am Julian of Shut Eyes. I am here to meet Seddon of the library." The butler replied immediately, "Lord Seddon is currently in a meeting with a guest from abroad. Please wait in the waiting room." Julian nodded, "All right." Heading to the waiting room, he walked while muttering, "Someone arrived before me. It must be someone with a higher position than Julian in this empire." Opening the door and walking in, he was stunned by the opulent and magnificent scenery. He thought inwardly, "So this is the waiting room from the game? I've never seen this place. It's truly magnificent." Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a sword lying on a long bench. He wondered why a sword was left lying there like that. Casually, he picked it up. Gazing at it for a moment, he muttered, "It doesn't fit this luxurious room at all. Even though it's rustic, just by looking at it, one can tell the owner has extremely high skills. The blade is powerful, reflecting a resilient spirit. Carved patterns, don't tell me." Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside, "Stay away from that sword, you traitor." Hearing the voice, Julian thought inwardly, "I don't need to turn around, I know exactly who that is." The person continued, "That sword is a gift from my master." Appearing before Julian was a noble lady from the Empire's prestigious Rondable Knight family. She was one of the most brilliant geniuses of Hayden Reich. In the game, she had been murdered by Julian's own hand. She was unforgettable, the sole lion of Hayden Reich. He muttered inwardly, perhaps she will be the key for me to escape this game world. Unforgettable, a noble lady from the Empire's prestigious Unforgettable knight family, was also one of Hayden Reich's excellent disciples, possessing superior talent enough to one day surpass even Julian. Not only talented, Lin also stood out with her magnificent beauty. In the gaming community, Lin's wedding dress was always at the top of popularity polls. Although he was Julian now, not Li Shihu, he still couldn't help but admire her. At this moment, Lin frowned slightly and spoke, "What do you intend to do with my master's sword?" A system window appeared, displaying a negative color, hatred. Seeing Lin, Julian smiled and explained, "I just wanted to look at it." He muttered inwardly, maybe I should tease her a bit to dig up more information. He spoke up, his tone playful, "I didn't expect someone like you to leave a sword lying around like that." Lin took the sword and replied calmly, "Ha ha, don't you realize? This is my master's sword, not that of an adventurer who likes to carry a sword all over the imperial palace like you." Receiving the answer exactly as he wanted, Julian thought inwardly, she's hooked. Just as I predicted, Lin is an extremely diligent and upright person. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly asked, "The guest who arrived before me must be the sword saint Hayden Reich, right?" Lin frowned and replied coldly, "What does that have to do with you?" Julian covered his mouth and chuckled, "I was just curious. After all, he used to be my master." He continued thinking, "It's clear she has negative feelings toward Julian, but I want to see just how negative they are." Hearing these words, Lin gripped the sword tightly and shouted angrily, "What did you just say? How dare you speak of my master like that?" The system immediately sent a notification, negative color, anger. Seeing this reaction, Julian frowned slightly and muttered, "Just as predicted, I can feel intense anger. I teased her on purpose, but now I want to apologize on Julian's behalf." Suddenly, someone opened the door and walked into the waiting room, saying, "Ms. Lin, please come to the secretary's office." Lin immediately turned to say, "Then goodbye, Julian." After a few steps, she turned back and pointed at him, declaring, "I hope we never see each other again." The butler suddenly spoke up, "Ah, they're calling for you, too, Lord Julian." Upon hearing this, her face turned bright red with embarrassment. She just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Sensing her awkwardness, Julian muttered, "Just staying cool like Julian is enough. Maybe I'll meet that master soon." He said happily, "Don't be so cold to me, Lin. After all, we once shared the same master." Lin turned back and retorted angrily, "But that's no longer the case. Don't you ever mention my master again." With that, she turned and left. Julian sank into thought, preparing to meet my favorite character while in the body of the person who betrayed them. This feeling is both joyful and nerve-wracking. I don't know how to describe it. At the Imperial Secretary's office, the butler spoke up, "Greetings, Lady Lin, Lord Julian. We heard that Lord Julian defeated the two-horned demons single-handedly." Julian smiled and replied, "Ha ha, that was barely enough to warm me up." Lin immediately cut in and asked, "May I ask, where is my master?" Julian thought to himself, "I'm curious about that myself." The butler replied, "Lord Hayden Reich departed after assigning you your mission." Lin was furious. "What?" the butler continued, "and I believe you should cooperate with Lord Julian." Lin immediately objected, "Us? Why should I have to go with this traitor?" The butler explained, "Lord Hayden Reich requested that someone be assigned to accompany you because this mission could be dangerous, and Lord Julian happened to be here." Julian could only cry internally, "Hayden Reich, what are you doing?" Beside him, Lin trembled with rage at having to work with him. The butler continued, "Investigate the slums in the capital." Julian muttered, "The slums? Why should we care about that wretched place?" The butler explained, "According to several sources, demons have appeared in that area. The people in the slums do not want the royal family to intervene directly. That is why the two of you are suitable for this mission. You have ties to the royal family but are not essentially royal, as you belong to the Shut Eyes and the Night Academy." Julian thought to himself, the slums, the ruins of nations annexed by the Empire through force, where people from various countries rejected by the Empire gather. They don't like the royal family, so they sought out the Shut Eyes, an organization considered neutral. This makes sense. He continued to think, if Lin outshines me on this mission, she will easily attain the title of Sword Saint. Going with Lin is not beneficial for me, but as a hunting dog of the royal family, I cannot refuse. He stroked his chin and smiled, "I understand, I accept this mission." Lin screamed in anger, "What? I refuse?" Julian muttered, "Oh God, I wish I could refuse too." The butler added, "Lady Lin, your master personally requested that you accept this mission." Lin trembled slightly with rage. Julian turned and smiled. Do you intend to go against his wishes? Lin frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, I understand. Looking at her, Julian muttered, a knight who holds the title of Haydenreich's disciple. On this mission, she will certainly keep an eye on this traitor. But the problem is, I currently don't have the strength to fight her. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the jewel on Lin's necklace. A strange feeling surged within him. Julian shouted, wait. He pointed at the stone. What kind of gemstone is that? Lin answered shyly, it's a moonstone. The moment she finished speaking, the stone emitted a violent surge of energy, appearing to react to Julian's mana. Seeing him approach, Lin turned and asked, what are you doing? Julian laughed, it just looks so beautiful. Lin muttered, why did it suddenly light up like that? Julian thought to himself, for just a moment it tried to resonate with my mana and absorb it. The answer is right in front of me. I need to test this stone. After leaving the Imperial Library, Julian immediately went to a jewelry store. The shopkeeper spoke up, Lord Julian, it's been a while. What do you need? Julian removed his cloak to reveal his identity and said, I'm looking for a stone that matches my mana. Do you have any moonstones? The shopkeeper scratched his head, embarrassed. Moonstones. Our shop doesn't have any, and I'm sure the other shops don't either. Aside from collectors, no one has any demand for them. It's very difficult to mine, so we don't stock them. Receiving an unexpected answer, Julian muttered, this is bad. I need to perfect the moonlight sword before carrying out the mission with Lin. He said angrily, are you telling me I can't get one? Seeing Julian's anger, the shopkeeper muttered, ah, damn it, I accidentally spoke to Lord Julian like a regular customer. He replied, trembling, that's not it, we can look for it, but we don't have any right now. Julian maintained a terrifying expression, if so, then go find it, I need them very, very much. The shopkeeper stuttered, right, I will search the entire empire. Julian thought to himself, oh God, Lin will definitely notice that my moonlight sword is incomplete. I need a moonstone for backup. But the mission day has arrived and I still haven't found one. Perhaps I didn't threaten them enough. After a while of waiting, Julian went to meet Lin. She muttered, was your important business at a jewelry store? Julian laughed. One day you will realize the beauty of gemstones, Lin. She turned and said, whatever, just follow me. Seeing Lin go the wrong way, Julian reminded, hey Lin, you're going the wrong way. She turned her head, what? Julian explained, the slums are a maze of illegally built buildings and alleys. You can't blindly follow a map or signs. He began to show off his nerd-like knowledge of the game. Lin held the map, frustrated. I'd rather follow the signs than follow you. Julian smiled but thought to himself, she's right, but the eastern slums are like a death trap for newcomers. Even the developers admitted it was a difficult map. Lin held the map and declared, I won't fall for your traps. I'm sure a traitor like you would try to trick me, the disciple of the current sword saint. She continued, I am different from you, Julian. I will become the next sword saint. Hearing these words, Julian could only force a laugh, scratching his head and muttering, she misunderstood me. This mission won't be easy. When she saw the path becoming confusing, Lin spoke up, do you really want to go this way? That warning sign wasn't put there for decoration. She glanced at Julian and asked, first of all, Lord Julian, have you ever been to these slums? Julian smiled and replied, what do you think? Internally, he muttered, Li Shihu has been here, but Julian hasn't. What should I say? Seeing him evade the question, Lin muttered, what kind of answer is that? She gently asked further, then how do you intend to find the way? Julian raised a finger and happily replied, by ability, perhaps. Lin turned to continue walking and laughed, ha ha, whatever, you haven't even found the way yet. Julian happily followed and said, oh my, didn't the Imperial Order say we have to act together? Then he lowered his voice, or is Haydenreich more important than the Imperial Order? Hearing this, Lin suddenly froze. She frowned, her face twitching, and gritted her teeth as she shouted, don't you dare mention my teacher's name with that mouth of yours. If you have even a shred of decency left. Julian muttered to himself, accidentally pushed her emotional buttons. Lin clenched her fists, thinking to herself, I know Julian is a cut above me. I've lost count of how many times people have compared me to him behind my back. If it were him, he'd have done it already. If it were him, it would be a matter of course. If it were him. But I am the top disciple of the Sword Saint. I will prove the difference through this mission. After moving for a while, Lin's face suddenly turned pale. She muttered, it can't be. Julian beside her realized something was wrong, but still asked happily, is something wrong? Lin answered awkwardly, no, nothing. In her heart, she was tearing her hair out, thinking, darn it, this time it's really messed up. Just like that trader said, the path is completely scrambled. They continue to a house numbered 1A, and Lin wondered, what? Darn it, we're back where we started. Julian laughed loudly from behind. Ha ha, back where we started, really. Suddenly, a man approached from afar and spoke. Hey girl, you're going in circles. You look like you're here for the first time. Lin asked, do you know the layout of this area? The man nodded. Of course I do. I can show you the way if you want. But it's not free, just buy me a drink, how about that? Lin nodded. Fine, that's no problem. The man introduced himself. My name is Baden, and you? Lin replied, I am Lin Rondable. Hearing this name, Baden muttered, oh, so you're from the Rondable family? That's great, I caught a big one this time. He turned to Julian thinking, but there's something about him. Julian was about to introduce himself. My name is... But Baden suddenly turned away and smiled. Ah, no need to worry about the boy, just follow me. Julian wasn't annoyed, just lightly stroked his chin and muttered, Baden, I feel like I've heard this name somewhere, but I can't remember. Probably just an unimportant side character in the main plot. The three of them went to a pub. As soon as they walked in, Baden shouted, Innkeeper, give me and these two a drink each. Julian thought, is he planning to drink before giving us directions? The innkeeper asked, where are you two from? Lin replied, from the royal capital. The innkeeper pointed at Lin, then 30 nars each. Lin wondered, 30 nars. Baden approached and teased, you don't have money. The prices in these slums are a bit steep, miss. Lin replied calmly, that's not it, 30 nars is too easy. Is it really only 30 nars? Looking at the shining pouch of gold before him, Baden muttered, typical noble girl, this could be a golden opportunity. He turned to whisper to the innkeeper, hey, put some of the special strong liquor in their cups. When these imperial dogs get drunk, I'm going to rob them blind. The innkeeper nodded and secretly poured some powder into their cups. Baden happily brought the drinks out, saying, hey, drink up, this is the best liquor in the slums. Lin picked up her glass, prepared to drink it all, when Julian suddenly grabbed it and said, wait, what did you do to this liquor? Baden jumped up shouting, what are you talking about? Julian held the cup in front of him, then you drink it first. Baden wondered, what? Julian's expression darkened, let me feed you. Lin stood up and shouted, stop it, Julian. Hearing the name, Baden and the innkeeper were startled. The innkeeper turned to Baden, hey, did you just drag the imperial dog Julian here? Now what? Sweat broke out on Baden's face. He replied, it's fine. I always have people planted in this pub. Just a few of the strongest monsters in the slums will be enough. And I'm no pushover either. He secretly pulled out a sword hidden on his person, ready to attack. Julian shattered the glass and spoke coldly, I gave you a chance and you still refuse to open your mouth. Are you planning to attack us? As soon as he finished, a guy with a crew cut lunged forward, swinging his sword to attack. Julian calmly grabbed his throat. Another guy from behind attempted a sneak attack, but with peak reflexes, Julian spun around, delivering a straight punch to his face, sending him flying into the corner of the pub. Having dealt with the two, Julian still calmly looked at them. Only then did Lin pull out her sword to defend herself, panicked. What the hell is going on here? Seeing two strong people, Baden's henchmen muttered, completely overwhelmed by one person. Julian's gaze turned sharp as he said, I don't know what kind of tricks he's using, but I don't want these slums to be any more chaotic. He pressed a piece of broken glass against Baden's throat, making him shake uncontrollably. Julian scanned the pub, realizing all the customers were Baden's henchmen. He said coldly, Baden, you tried to stop me earlier. Tell your friends to back off if they don't withdraw this killing intent. Let them know they'll end up like this broken glass. Baden trembled, unable to speak. Julian continued calmly, speak. A crew-cut guy in the back shouted, Lord Baden. Baden turned and yelled, did you not hear what Lord Julian said? Retreat now. The henchman immediately ran toward the door. Julian slammed his hand on the table and said, you are quite stubborn. If you answer a few of my questions, I guarantee I'll let you surrender safely. Baden was startled, stammering, surrender. Julian stood up, his voice heavy with pressure. Between death and surrender, I advise you to choose surrender. What do you intend to do? Baden, having no way out, replied tremblingly, I surrender. Baden looked up at Julian, his crimson eyes flashing with a mocking smile. Behind him, the swordswoman's cold voice rang out as her sharp blade pressed against Julian's back. That's right, I advise you to surrender instead of dying. Baden tremblingly raised his hands in surrender under the threatening pressure. Baden, what's your choice? Julian asked. Bowing his head in defeat, Baden muttered, I surrender, I'll do it. Stepping out of the tavern, Julian led the way, saying, he was suspicious the moment he offered to guide us. Who would have thought he'd lead us to a criminal gang in the slums? He held a piece of paper, wearing a radiant smile. I thought he was just a cheap thug, but he turned out to be quite useful. I've gained some valuable information. Lin trailed behind him, bowing her head in self-reproach. It's my fault for not realizing it sooner. Julian optimistically agreed with her confession. Of course, Miss Lin, someone like you probably hasn't encountered that type of person in your entire life. Lin lowered her head further, her lips pressed tight. Oh no, is she losing her confidence? After a moment of silence, she asked, how did you know? Julian turned back. Know what? That Bodden put drugs in the drinks, she insisted. Julian smiled. Is that what you're curious about? The swordswoman insisted. Tell me. Julian looked at Lin, her hands tightly interlaced, her expression serious. He thought to himself, she's willing to learn, even from someone she hates, putting progress above temporary embarrassment. Truly Lin Rondable. Seeing her tremble not out of fear but something else, he hesitated slightly, explaining, it would be better if you weren't so hostile toward me. Julian raised his hand, surrounded by a flow of blue light. I sensed the hostility in the drink. Actually, I felt it before we even entered the tavern thanks to my mana detection trait. Lin repeated in surprise. Mana detection trait. A system-like notification flashed in her mind. Julian continued, everything from objects and living beings to situations has natural mana, and it reacts strongly to other mana. He turned around, pale blue mana shimmering around him. Before entering, I used mana. He recalled how Bodden had emitted a strange, hostile flow of mana when he led them to the tavern. It's for detecting aggressive mana. Lin rubbed her chin, imagining it like sonar, right? Julian laughed helplessly. Let's put it that way. He smiled. Mana radiating from the body, it's a skill mages often use, but thanks to my abundant mana, I can easily detect it. Lin tilted her head and frowned. I have another question. She recalled the conversation before they left the tavern. He hadn't asked Bodden about the demons, but about living conditions in the slums. Julian smiled and admitted, that's right. Lin was confused. Didn't we come here to investigate the demons? Julian kept smiling as if nothing were wrong, which only confused Lin further. Usually that would be the case, he said, then flipped the question back. What do you know about demonization? The swordswoman hesitated and replied, the remnants of the demon King Barbados possess all non-human creatures. She imagined a fierce demon with long horns transforming its victims. Isn't that what demonization means? Julian replied gently, usually yes, but the geography of this slum is unusual. The capital near the slum is surrounded by resonant stones. No demon can enter. There are no forests nearby either, so no animals, only humans. Lin's face paled as she realized, her body stiffening and trembling. So you mean only humans are left to serve as hosts? Julian smiled, thinking to himself, just like in the game. He nodded slightly. That's right, I believe the people here are being demonized. Lin clutched her head and shook it in disbelief. I'm so stupid for believing you even for a second. Julian confidently raised 3 fingers. 3 houses? He laughed. That's how many houses will come to the pharmacy for fever medicine this week. They say high fever is a sign of demonization, right? If I'm wrong, I'll do whatever you want, Miss Lin. Lin remained uneasy, thinking to herself, what should I do? Should I trust this arrogant speech? As the sun set, the sky turned a fiery red, and a few black birds flew overhead, calling out in alarm. Lin smiled radiantly, sighing with relief. Only one house left. Julian followed, praising her. You look satisfied. She glanced at him, waving her hand excitedly. What you said about people being demonized, if we haven't seen it, isn't that a good thing? Julian nodded in agreement. I think so too. They reached the last house. Julian thought, this is the last house, I hope it's real. He knocked a few times and then stopped. No one was home. An old man with bloodshot eyes peered out, asking wearily, who is it? Julian leaned in to observe. What is this? Not demonized yet. But he gave a warm smile. How are you doing today, sir? He thought about this sneakiness. He's hiding something. Julian sniffed the air, thinking, I've encountered this smell in missions involving resonant stones. He rubbed his chin, guessing boldly, the smell of demon blood. Lin spoke up, greetings, we are from the Imperial Court. The old man was stunned. Julian added, I am Julian of Shut Eyes. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Shut Eyes, Julian. His attitude changed abruptly and he shouted, get out, stay away from my house. When the door slammed shut, Julian pushed hard. The door flew open. The old man fell to the floor. Dusting off his hands, Julian looked down. Thanks for your cooperation. Lin was anxious and desperate. Julian, at least explain what's going on. Julian ignored Lin, walking forward, his voice sarcastic. You're too kind, Miss Lin. The swordswoman became even more confused. What do you mean? Julian's red eyes flashed, a dark smile on his face. One day, that kindness will burn you out. Without saying more, Julian moved toward a door tightly locked with iron chains, ignoring Lin's protests. We came here to investigate, not to hunt. He thought, will the Empire accept this forced entry? He replied coldly, the Empire only cares about the results. Miss Lin's eyes widened in shock. What? Julian held up the piece of paper, looking at the steaming bowl of soup on the table. Having dinner, sir. According to housing records, you live with your son, but this is a portion for 3 people. The old man pointed and stammered, I have guests. Julian stirred the soup, sneering, this soup is unnaturally red, so you didn't just come here to buy fever medicine. He pointed at the bowl, you put sleeping drugs in the soup to sedate your guests and turn them into a meal, right? Then he pointed at the locked door behind him. For the demon behind that door, right? Lin's jaw dropped in shock while the old man trembled, unable to speak. Suddenly, he lunged toward the door, shouting, run, my son. He fumbled with the keys, trying to unlock it. The door flew open and a thick red mist flooded out. Hurry, run. The old man screamed in terror as he saw sharp claws raised high. Is that my son? He stammered before a painful scream echoed throughout the house. The demon roared fearfully, its crimson eyes flashing with a strange, threatening look. Lin gritted her teeth and gripped her sword, ready to fight, a real demon possessing a human host. She lunged forward, determined, I must take it down first. The demon's red eyes narrowed, and with a swipe of its claw, it easily sent Lin flying. She slid across the ground, debris scattering everywhere. Julian glanced at her trembling hands on the sword. That sword. This could be Lin before her awakening in the story. He remembered the conversation after leaving the tavern. That was why she had asked about Mana. At this rate, Miss Lin is in danger. Julian smiled slightly, stepping in front of her. Lin shouted, I don't need help. He took off his cloak and gripped his sword, which was glowing green, ready to fight. Don't need help, this is part of my mission. He turned to Lin and smiled, and I can't let the Sword Saint's favorite disciple get hurt. His red eyes flashed as he thought to himself, better to avoid unnecessary rumors. The problem is the moonlit sword isn't finished. I don't want Lin to be suspicious for no reason. The demon lost patience, roared and lunged. I will take it down at a completely different level, Julian vowed. The system activated. His eyes locked onto the target. A notification flashed, clairvoyance trait activated. Julian narrowed his eyes as the green light from the system flared, scanning the demon's body rapidly to find its weaknesses. In just a blink, every detail about the beast became clear as a map in his mind. With a decisive move, he unleashed a series of sharp slashes, the blade whistling through the air, aimed straight at the weaknesses he had just discovered. Turning lightly, Julian glanced at the demon, thinking gotcha, but just as he intended to finish it. The demon roared, the wounds on its body closed rapidly, as if it had never been attacked. Lin lunged in, her sword glowing, facing the demon head-on. Julian watched her struggle, sweat beading on his forehead, his hands trembling slightly on the sword. He cursed silently, damn it, it's already healed. Tension rose, and he shouted, his voice echoing in the cramped room, Miss Lin, create an opening, I'll attack again. Lin gritted her teeth, facing the demon's overwhelming power. Her face was pale, her eyes filled with a mixture of determination and worry. Suddenly, her eyes swept over the unnaturally red bowl of soup on the table, and an idea flashed like lightning. Grabbing the hot ceramic bowl, she thought, this has to work. With all her might, she threw the bowl of soup at the demon's face. The bowl shattered and the red liquid splattered everywhere. The beast staggered and roared in pain, clutching its face and shaking its head, trying to regain its focus. Lin closed her eyes and took a deep breath, concentrating all her energy. Good, it's distracted, she muttered. The sword in her hand flared with a brilliant white light like a flame burning in the darkness. Focus, make it count. But just at that moment, the demon's massive arms swept out, snatching her up in a flash. Lin was lifted into the air, the immense force making her cough up blood. Her lips trembling, damn it, it tracked my scent. I was too arrogant, she thought. Her hands loosened, and her sword fell to the floor with a clatter. I couldn't create an opening. I have no face to meet my master in the next life. The demon opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs glistening in the dim light. Miss Lin, Julian shouted, his voice desperate. She turned back, her eyes widening in shock. Julian. Julian's red eyes glowed, surrounded by the system's green light like a magical flame. You did well, he praised. His voice was deep but full of power. The demon seemed to sense the danger, turning to look around, its crimson eyes darting wildly. A green electric current surrounded its massive body, emitting a crackling sound. Julian smiled triumphantly, his eyes flashing. In a split second, he lunged forward, the sword in his hand piercing through the demon's chest, the blade glowing as if slicing through the darkness. The demon's hand loosened, dropping Lin. Lin gritted her teeth, gathering strength to land a powerful kick into the demon's face. The force of the kick made its head snap back, and Julian's sword pierced even deeper. He smiled slightly and decisively pulled the sword out, causing the demon's body to collapse to the floor, black blood pouring from the wound, emitting a nauseating, acrid smell. Lin stood panting, her eyes still stunned. I can't believe you pierced it without using the moonlit sword, she said, her voice trembling. How? Julian had demon blood on his lips, wearing a smug smile. Let's just say it wasn't worth me using the moonlit sword, he replied, his voice full of contempt. Even though he was inwardly panicked, he glanced quickly at Lin, thinking to himself, does that expression look normal? Mission accomplished, they stepped off the carriage as the sun set fiery red on the horizon. We've reached the palace, Julian said, his voice relieved. They walked along the path lined with Indian almond trees in the royal garden, the leaves rustling underfoot. At least we finished safely, he thought, rubbing his sore shoulder and sighing. Miss Lin doesn't suspect anything. What a relief. Lin suddenly stopped, making Julian halt. The mission reward is yours. Bowing her head, her hands tightly clenched, her voice choked. I didn't contribute anything. Julian silently observed her, his eyes sharp. For someone as proud as Miss Lin, admitting to owing me is a rarity. He turned back and smiled. Don't say that, Miss Lin. In a cheerful tone, he added, it's true you were overwhelmed by that demon. Lin frowned, clearly displeased with him. Julian's kind words were like the wind passing by. She looked away, her voice firm. I don't like you. Julian still casually shrugged. You're too tense, aren't you? Lin interlaced her fingers tightly, standing straight to face him with determined eyes. My master always says, with great power comes great responsibility. Recalling how Julian had taken down the demon so swiftly, she couldn't help but acknowledge his victory was impressive. But she hesitated, her voice stern. Watching you use your power so recklessly, even with innocent people. Her face darkened. Now I understand why my master exiled you. You lack restraint. Julian put on a wicked smile and touched his chin, replying with a bit of arrogance. Restraint, that's a weapon for cowards. Lin clenched her fists and shouted angrily, how dare you call my master a coward? Julian stepped closer, an invisible pressure making her instinctively back away. Lin, I am not a noble, nor am I bound by their restraints, he said, his voice as deep as a warning. He turned away, leaving behind a mysterious remark. You need to realize that there are people like that in this world. Lin stood frozen, muttering, what is that supposed to mean? Julian waved his hand, laughing triumphantly as he walked away. Say what you want, but you did well. Thanks for yielding the mission reward, haha. Left behind, Lin sighed in frustration, her legs feeling heavy. He was truly inscrutable. She muttered, her eyes still troubled. Restraint is not just for nobles, it is for all knights. A rattling carriage stopped nearby and a middle-aged man called out, heading home. Lin looked up and recognized a familiar face. Uncle Urgent invited her warmly. You look exhausted. Hop in, I'll take you back to the manor. Lin nodded politely and replied, yes, thank you, uncle. The carriage rolled along the dirt road, the steady sound of horse hooves blending with the evening breeze. Inside, Urgent asked gently, the mission must have been tough. Did everything go smoothly? Lin gave a faint smile and a nod. Yes, mostly. Thank you, Uncle Urgent. He asked curiously, who was that guy with you? Lin turned back and replied, that was Julian from the Shut Eyes. Urgent nodded thoughtfully, his eyes flashing with slight concern. I thought so, a strange face. He recalled Julian's arrogant and indifferent demeanor and shared, the Council of Elders is in turmoil because of him. I hear he's applying pressure through the royal family. Lin nodded silently, I understand. Urgent crossed his arms, his voice serious. That man is pressuring the council. Nobles shouldn't act like that. His words made Lin startle, as if a piece of a puzzle had just clicked into place. That's right, a branch family member. She thought, remembering Julian's words, so that was his intention. She muttered, her eyes spiraling with confusion. Urgent continued, his voice cautionary. Stay away from him, Lin. That man is dangerous. In any case, you deserve to be Haydenreich's disciple. Perhaps he isn't as talented as we think. Lin slowly shook her head, her voice firm. That's not it, uncle. She looked up, her eyes bright. Whatever he is truly talented. I have my doubts, but she clenched her fists, reluctantly admitting, he is strong. The sky had turned dark and lights from the lavish manor spilled out, illuminating the road. In a private room, a mysterious figure sat at a table, a low voice resonating, Julian. What exactly have you done? Ordwin's face darkened, his eyes as cold as a blade as he stared straight at Julian. Julian offered a forced smile, trying to remain calm. What do you mean? But inside, he was a mess. No way. Images flashed through his head. An angry pub owner demanding compensation, slum dwellers whispering and complaining in fear. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He thought, I went too far, I've caused a huge mess. Ordwin frowned, his eyes turning even gloomier like storm clouds. She sighed, held up 2 thin sheets of paper and said coldly, the criminal Bodden, the one-eyed was hunting, has turned himself in. Her eyes flashed with sharpness as she looked at Julian. When questioned, he trembled and named you. The mission was only to confirm traces of demons. Julian breathed a sigh of relief inside, feeling a weight lift. Just Bodden, he thought, trying to hide a slight smile. He spread his arms innocently. Maybe he realized his crimes too late. I don't know why he mentioned me. Ordwin scoffed, ignoring his excuse, and pushed the paper toward him. Probably another one of your tricks. Check the mission reward and report back. Julian eagerly accepted it, his eyes lighting up like a child receiving a gift. Mission reward, finally some money, he thought, imagining sparkling nars. For someone as penniless as him, this was a godsend. He suddenly remembered the servant who had handed him a note saying, "Lord Julian, the jeweler has contacted us." He had replied, "Is that so?" But upon reading the note, he froze. "We don't have enough nars to buy the batch of moonstones." He mocked himself, shaking his head wearily. Of course, Julian wouldn't know how to save money. Holding the paper, he read it intently, heart pounding. Will I be able to cover the deficit? His eyes widened when he saw the number 11,000 nars. Sweat dripped down. He calculated. Nars is roughly equivalent to dollars, right? So that's about $15,000. Covering his mouth, he thought, even with Lynn's share, earning this much in 2 missions is quite impressive. Ordwin shook his head slowly, his voice full of regret. Too bad, it's lower than usual. The injury made me rest for too long. Julian was stunned, his mouth agape. What? This is low. For a character in the game, his sense of money was insane. His gaze dropped to a small line of text, maintenance and registration fees deducted. Fine, I like art, but when he continued reading, he nearly toppled over. What is this? Installments, what on earth is this? His eyes rested on the final line, remaining reward, 900 nars. Shocked, he gritted his teeth, sweat dripping to his chin. Only then can I be a madman with money. Anxiety rose, he thought about the batch of moonstones. I really need every single nar for them, and I have no savings at all. Slowly he looked up, voice slightly trembling. Commander Ordwin replied dryly. What? He asked if there were any upcoming missions. Ordwin raised an eyebrow, surprised by his rare initiative. For the first time, you're being active, short on cash. She sighed, her voice laced with sarcasm. Sorry, none currently. I'll let you know later. That's why I told you not to buy luxury goods beyond your means, and you didn't listen, did you? Julian looked away, ashamed, thinking, if I had bought them myself, I wouldn't be this annoyed. He muttered, yes. Ordwin rested her chin on her hand, offering a mocking smile. Sell those luxury items to the art gallery, you could buy a whole castle. An idea flashed in Julian's head like a lamp in the dark night. Without a word, he turned and left, cheering inside. Perfect. Ordwin blurted out, huh. Julian tilted his head, a mischievous smile forming, declaring, I just need to sell everything. He walked away, leaving Ordwin stunned in silence. He really has lost his mind, she muttered, shaking her head in frustration. 2 figures in brown cloaks glided past the intricately carved door, torchlight casting shadows upon them. A low voice spoke. That monster defeated a demon without using the moonlight sword. He's as dangerous as a wild stallion. The speaker was the noble elder of the council, his gaze icy. Aiden, another elder, smiled cunningly, revealing a set of even, white teeth. A servant bowed respectfully. Lord Aiden, I have come to escort you. Aiden waved his hand, his voice deep. No, I still have matters to discuss with my subordinate. The heavy wooden door closed, the creaking sound echoing. In the darkness, a figure sat at the table, voice cold. So the Council of Elders does not support Julian. He leaned back, a mysterious smile appearing in the dim light. Julian defeated a demon on a recent mission without using the moonlight sword. The subordinate replied respectfully, yes, my lord. The confirmation left him slightly uneasy. He is indeed a monster. The subordinate asked calmly, should I carry out your previous order? The man raised his hand, his eyes flashing like a predator's. Do it. I will recruit that monster and turn him into my strength. Meanwhile, at the Cosmos Gallery, light from crystal chandeliers shone upon the magnificent paintings. Julian wandered among the works, his fingers gliding lightly over the frames. I thought I'd take advantage of the heat to come here, but I'm not sure if this will sell. He muttered, his gaze momentarily anxious. A pale-faced appraiser hurried over and bowed. Welcome, Lord Julian, he said, his voice trembling slightly. Julian smiled warmly and extended his hand in a friendly manner. Thank you for appraising this item. The employee named Perso followed carefully, his eyes curious. No trouble at all. It is a true honor to serve the famous one-eyed Julian. He pointed to an object covered in white cloth. This is the item that needs appraisal. Julian nodded and pulled the cloth away. A vibrant painting appeared, its colors dancing under the light. Perso's eyes lit up, he exclaimed, and leaned down to examine it through a magnifying glass. Based on the unique technique, this appears to be the work of Cornelius Vincent. Julian leaned in to observe curiously. Perso looked up, voice certain, this is a fake. Julian's red eyes were stunned. He reached up to ruffle his hair, cursing internally. Julian, do you have no eye for art? He recalled the painting hanging at the entrance of the villa, always thinking it was a masterpiece. He should have bought something else. He cleared his throat and thought, selling a fake like this, your reputation is ruined. Julian, just accept it. Perso's expression darkened, but he continued, I have never seen a fake made with such exquisite detail. He turned back with an excited voice, I want to buy it. Julian smiled awkwardly, even though it's a fake. Perso smiled radiantly, his eyes brightening, it's in excellent condition. May I buy it for 1,000 nars? Julian rubbed the back of his neck, pondering, he must just be pitying me. But 100 nars isn't enough to buy all the moonstones. He nodded, fine. Perso pointed to the paintings displayed around the room. I will prepare the contract. Please feel free to look at the other works while you wait. Julian replied, fine. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated, drawing his attention. Is it really okay to sell it for that price? Eileen appeared, her beauty moonlike, walking over with a mischievous smile. That painting is definitely the original, isn't it? At the sudden appearance of Lady Eileen, Julian spun around, his gaze as sharp as a blade, his low voice filled with suspicion. What brings you here, and what do you mean by original? He crossed his arms, his eyes fixed on Eileen, his heart pounding with a mix of curiosity and vigilance. He waited for an answer, never taking his eyes off her. Eileen tilted her head, her gaze sweeping past Perso, who was trembling, clutching the painting as if it were a lifebuoy. Her voice hardened, sharp and decisive. My cousin has a few works displayed here, but let's put that aside. Suddenly, Eileen's gaze turned as cold as an ice blade, piercing straight through Perso, making him feel an invisible pressure weighing on his shoulders as if trying to crush his mind. His whole body trembled, the painting nearly slipping from his hands, sweat beading on his forehead. Eileen stepped closer, each step light but full of authority, her voice as cold as a winter wind. In the Empire, no painter can use oil paint as masterfully as this. She snatched the painting from Perso, her slender fingers tracing the lines, her eyes fixed in a captivating stare, as if sinking into a mystery. Suddenly, she stopped, her finger pointing at a small corner under the painting. And this signature, she continued, her voice as firm as an arrow piercing space, it is definitely Cornelius. Eileen's assertion left the room in a silence so deep it felt as if time had stopped. Julian stood beside her, observing the painting intently, his brows slightly knitted, his eyes flashing with contemplation, as if weighing a secret yet to be revealed. Meanwhile, Perso stood by, shaking all over, sweat pouring like rain, his face deathly pale from panic. He stuttered, his voice trembling as if about to break. I can't believe it, I overlooked this signature. Julian turned, his gaze as cold as ice, his voice slow but sharp as a sword, full of intimidation. So that means you intended to cheat me, right? The pressure of his words made Perso feel as if a boulder was crushing his chest, his breathing becoming labored. He tumbled to the floor, clutching his head, his voice lost in extreme terror. I am so sorry. Julian stepped forward, his hand reaching out as if to grab Perso's throat, his eyes blazing with the fire of a predator about to strike. But just then, Eileen quickly grabbed his hand, stopping him. Julian, stop! Her voice was firm but gentle, her eyes sparkling with clarity mixed with concern. When appraising, anyone can make mistakes, people aren't always perfect. Hearing these words, Julian froze, the fire of rage slowly subsiding, replaced by a sense of confusion mixed with self-reproach. He thought to himself, damn it, I almost lost my cool. If I pulled out my sword and hacked him now, with so many witnesses, I'd be no different from a villain. He forced a smile, shook off her hand, his tone lighter but still containing a hint of sharpness. Fine, if I go too far, I'll end up looking like the bad guy. Eileen raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling as if teasing. Even worse than that. Julian's expression shifted, a flicker of confusion passing by, but he quickly regained his composure. He turned to Perso, his voice gentle but radiating irresistible authority. If this is the real thing, the value of the painting will be different, right? Perso still knelt on the floor, eyes wide in terror, mouth stammering like someone about to be judged. Ah, yes. He hung his head low, bowing to the floor, screaming in despair, I am truly sorry. If this is the original, my gallery doesn't have enough money to buy it. Even if I combined all my assets, it wouldn't be enough. Hearing this, Julian burst into loud laughter, the sound echoing with delight as if he had just found joy in this chaos. He stepped forward, placing a hand on Perso's shoulder, his voice becoming as cold as a final warning. In life, incompetence sometimes holds you back, but regardless, I'm at a loss. What should I do with this painting? Perso had tears rolling down his cheeks, unable to utter a word, only trembling in extreme fear. Eileen stood by, softly speaking, her voice gentle yet firm. I will help you. Julian turned, his suspicious gaze flashing with curiosity. You will help me? Eileen crossed her arms, sighed, and nodded lightly, her face looking a bit weary. Yes. I know someone who would buy any painting of Coruius without asking any questions. There is only one such person. Julian stroked his chin, lost in thought. His sharp gaze seemed to want to pierce her thoughts, but she held up 2 fingers, hinting at 2 conditions. First, you must not punish the appraiser. Julian nodded immediately, wearing a relaxed smile. Fine. I wasn't planning on doing anything to him anyway. Eileen raised her fan to cover her mouth, her eyes looking slightly embarrassed, as if trying to hide a secret, her voice hesitating, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. And second, I need you to help me with something. Only you can do this. Julian smiled without hesitation, confidence exuding from every gesture. Fine, I'm free anyway. They shook hands, the agreement established in an atmosphere that was tense but full of promise. Eileen spoke seriously, her gaze firm. Don't misunderstand, I'm not helping you out of kindness. You helped me in the Julin area, I don't want to be in your debt. Julian nodded and laughed loudly, the sound resonating with satisfaction. So now it's my turn to repay the debt. What exactly do you need? Eileen recounted, her voice dropping, her eyes becoming distant as if sinking into memories. There was a guard patrolling at Veal Academy. That night, the air suddenly turned chilling, making him terrified. He saw countless eyes staring at him with killing intent, as if wanting to devour his soul. Julian knitted his brows, his eyes flashing with doubt. Demons? She shook her head, her voice determined but unable to hide a hint of concern. Not necessarily. The administration didn't pay attention at first, but strange noises at midnight in the old building became more frequent. Many guards were attacked and injured. Julian frowned, curiosity mingled with determination sparking in his eyes. If it's not a ghost, then what is it? His gaze turned icy, his voice sharp as a knife. I think it's a demon. The academy is heavily guarded, but a demon slipped through the weakened barrier. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from afar, interrupting his train of thought. So in the end, you still have to rely on others. That was Hardy Godfrey, a professor at Veal Academy. He approached, his voice mocking, his eyes sparkling with arrogance. Very nice to meet you, Julian. Eileen angrily spun around, her eyes igniting with flames of indignation. Don't you see me standing here? Would it kill you to greet someone? Hardy remained indifferent, shrugging, his voice cold. We aren't that close. Why did you drag a busy man like him into this? Hardy sneered, his eyes flashing with disdain. If you want to remove the Branch family label, you should try harder on your own. Eileen's eyes flashed with anger, her face flushing with resentment. You're the one who needs to try harder, Hardy Godfrey. Your previous essay almost failed. Wouldn't it be better to rewrite it than to stand here and mock others? Hardy was furious, his face twisted because he had been poked in a sore spot. What, you Branch family brat, how dare you be rude? Eileen shouted, her voice thundering. What did you say? Julian gripped the hilt of his sword and stepped forward, his eyes cold as ice, like a storm being suppressed. Eileen startled, her heart pounding, thinking, is he angry because the family was insulted or because of my hot temper? She spoke up quickly, her voice trembling. Wait. But Julian had already drawn his sword, the steel blade flashing under the lights, making the air seem to freeze. Eileen closed her eyes, her heart beating so hard it felt like it would break. Hardy was also panicked, raising his hands to cover his head, his face deathly pale. But suddenly, a small stone hit Hardy's head, emitting a dry sound. From the corner of the wall, countless fragments of stone fell down, revealing the hideous heads of lesser demons, their eyes glowing red like blood. Hardy screamed, his voice lost in extreme terror. Demons hiding in the walls. Julian did not hesitate, lunging forward like a cyclone, his sword swinging, taking down each lesser demon. Every strike was sharp and precise as a dance of death. Finished, he turned back. His sharp gaze scanned Hardy, who was now kneeling on the floor, screaming in panic. Help me, there's a demon on my back. Julian glanced over, catching a glimpse of a small demon clinging tightly to Hardy's back, its glowing red eyes filled with malice. Their eyes met and the creature recoiled in fear, as if scorched by the sheer weight of his presence. Julian offered a cold smile, his voice dropping to a somber, judgmental tone. Whether you're from the main family or a branch, I have no mercy for demons. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his gaze burning with cold intensity. If you want to survive, you'd better pray that someone from a branch family decides to save your life. Julian slammed his sword into the ground with enough force that the steel blade hummed with a sharp, resonant ring, obliterating the minor demon clinging to Hardy. Hardy, his face deathly pale from panic, suddenly spoke up, his voice trembling despite a desperate attempt to sound arrogant. "You're overreacting." Eileen, standing nearby, suddenly jumped as if she had discovered something terrifying. She pointed forward, her eyes shimmering with a mix of dread and resolve, and shouted, "There it is." Just then, the minor demons began to congregate. Their bodies bloated, emitting bizarre waves of magic that swirled in the air like thick, black smoke. Their forms continued to grow larger and larger. They generated an invisible pressure that made Eileen and Hardy tremble in fear, their hearts pounding in their chests as if they were about to shatter. Suddenly, they fused together, transforming into a gigantic rat with blood-red, burning eyes like glowing coals and razor-sharp teeth glinting like steel. It swung its sharp claws directly toward them, each step shaking the floorboards. Sensing imminent danger, Hardy spun around, his eyes wide with terror, and took off running immediately, leaving a cracked, desperate scream echoing behind him. Meanwhile, Julian stood his ground, his face as calm as a mirror-still lake. He raised his sword, the steel flashing in the dim light, and said in a low voice brimming with killing intent, "So this is its true form, then? The way you weaklings crawl together and struggle, it really is pathetic." His words cut through the air like a sharp blade. The giant rat shuddered to a halt, its glowing red eyes flashing with a sudden hint of fear. Its massive body began to shake in rhythmic waves. The demon let out a growl, its long tongue lolling out. It swung a powerful strike toward Julian, but he didn't even flinch. He lunged forward immediately, his sword flashing like a bolt of lightning. The two exchanged blows in a deadly dance. Every one of Julian's strikes was precise and packed with immense power. Finally, a fatal blow found its mark. The rat let out a cry of agony, a sound so piercing it seemed to tear the very air apart. Watching the demon wail in despair, Julian thought to himself with cold, sharp eyes, "The demon is retreating and the main body is shrinking too." Refusing to let the opportunity slip away, he lunged forward to confront the demon. Tightening his grip on the hilt, he unleashed one final slash, sending the rat to the afterlife in a blinding flash of light. Eileen and Hardy stood outside the protective barrier, watching the interior with anxious eyes and ragged breath. As soon as the giant rat was eradicated, countless minor demons scattered everywhere like fragments of a nightmare. Eileen immediately dispelled the magic barrier, her hands trembling from the strain. She turned to Julian, her eyes sparkling with a mix of admiration and curiosity as she asked, "How did you know there was a demon here?" Julian gave a mysterious smile, a spark of playfulness in his eyes. "That's a secret," though he mused inwardly about the strange, foul aura he'd sensed while reading Lord Hardy's records, thinking, but who here even understands this game system? He kept his thoughts to himself, giving away no clues. Eileen looked away, her voice sounding confident yet unable to hide a hint of teasing. "Well, let's leave that for later. You, of all people, the one who used to look down on the main family, are now the one stepping up to protect them." Julian raised an eyebrow, his eyes showing a flash of surprise. "Look down on them," she replied, her voice sharp but her eyes dancing with mischief. "Oh, have you forgotten what you said? You're the one who called me the half-breed of Tashaning." She thought to herself, her heart aching slightly at the old memory. "You said that to me, a person who only knows how to pursue power fanatically, and now you're standing up for a branch family? How ironic, right?" This guy is no different from the Julian back at the academy, still holding onto that half-hearted sense of justice. Her hands continued to manipulate the magic stones floating in the air, the light shimmering like little stars. She continued, her voice full of sarcasm. "Everyone is too scared of you to say it out loud, but your condescending attitude toward the branch family members, to me, that was just a daily occurrence." Julian fell into a light contemplation, his eyes showing a touch of regret. He stroked his chin and smiled lightly. "I wasn't right to say things like that back then." The words hit Eileen's heart like an arrow, making her eyes grow shy. She lowered her head and bit her lip, thinking, wait, did Julian just apologize? But that didn't really sound like an apology either. She made up her mind, looked up, and said in a voice that was shaky but sincere, "Regardless, thank you." Julian stepped closer, his eyes curious. "For what exactly?" She felt shy, her face blushing. "For handling that matter for me earlier." Julian shrugged and responded lightly, "It was nothing." After a while of repairs, the cracks in the wall were completely mended. Eileen wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a relieved sigh. "Phew, it's finally done." Julian, standing behind her, smiled with praise, his eyes warm. Well done. She turned, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Now that you've finished off the demon, let me introduce you to the person who's buying the painting. At that moment, Julian was heading to meet a man who was busy admiring the painting he had brought. The man sighed, his voice deep and emotional. Oh, getting to see this masterpiece before I die is truly fulfilling. Julian held his teacup and smiled confidently. What do you think? This is the final work of Coruius, the Red Vineyard. The man, the vice principal of Veal Academy, Alam Chorny, nodded, his eyes shining with passion. A wheat field being swept away by a storm under a pitch-black, gloomy sky. Flying toward the horizon, feeling a bit lost at this display of artistic appreciation, Julian frowned and thought to himself, an art lover, huh? To me they all look the same, just a pile of scrap paper. He didn't say it out loud, only continued to listen. Alam Chorny continued, his voice heavy with sadness. Behind the field are endless roads. And honestly, I don't know where they eventually lead. Julian pondered silently, a very profound interpretation. He spoke up slowly. This painting evokes a sense of loneliness because it conveys the artist's sorrow to his younger brother. The younger brother had sponsored him financially for a long time. He sent the painting along with a letter that began with the words, I have poured all my sorrow and my soul into this painting. Julian mused, his eyes flashing with a bit of confusion. Everything is connecting together. He sipped his tea and nodded, that's right. At his words, Alam Chorny looked at him with an unusual intensity, his whole person seeming to radiate a faint golden glow. Julian thought to himself, his heart skipping a beat, the color of suspicion. Is this old man suddenly doubting me? The system in his head sent a notification, the color of suspicion, doubt. He frowned and wondered, is there something wrong with this painting? But he immediately brushed that thought aside, his gaze sharpening. No, that's not it. Based on the reactions of Lady Eileen and the vice principal, this is definitely the real deal. His expression tightened slightly, the thought still swirling in his head. Then what on earth is he suspicious of? After a long moment of contemplation, Alam Chorny suddenly spoke. Julian. The sudden call startled Julian, who quickly replied, yes. He continued in a calm voice, listen, do you really understand anything about this painting? To be honest, I feel like your family came to me because you were in need of money. I can pay a fair price and buy it now, but I only want to do business with someone who understands its value. At those words, Julian thought to himself, so that was the reason. If that's the case, even if we make a deal, I'm afraid I won't get a high price. He immediately spoke up. This painting is described as the artist's final work, right? Coruius passed away not long after painting it. So its value is even higher, isn't it? Hearing this, Alam Chorny let out a soft sigh and smiled. Ha, you're right. Coruius passed away right at the spot depicted in this painting. You really do have an eye for art, Julian. I've misunderstood you. Julian replied shyly, you're too kind. The man continued, so shall we start discussing the price? Julian nodded, sure. He breathed a sigh of relief inside. Finally, he agreed to the trade. Alam Chorny held up 4 fingers and asked, what do you think of this price? Julian muttered to himself, 400,000 nars, should I try to haggle for a bit more? He stroked his chin, mused for a moment, and said, this is the work that ushered in a golden era after the artist's passing. I think you clearly understand its value. At this, Alam Chorny's hand stiffened slightly. He fell silent for a moment and then said, then I will add another 100,000 nars. Julian trembled with excitement, thinking to himself, 500,000 nars, that's more than enough, more than I expected. If nars are equivalent to dollars, this amount is roughly 500 million won. He couldn't help but be amazed. A painting this ugly is worth 500 million. Seeing Julian lost in thought, Alam Chorny called out, hey Julian. He snapped out of his train of thought and smiled as he answered, so you've realized its value now? Very well, let's close the deal. He thought to himself, that guy once said the gallery couldn't afford to buy it even if they sold all their assets. Now I understand why. With a price like this, how many people could actually afford to buy it? The scene shifts to the academy. Eileen pushed the door open and stepped inside, speaking up. Vice Principal Alam Chorny, did you call for me? Alam Chorny, who was admiring the painting, turned around. Ah, Eileen, please have a seat. He continued, by the way, about the incident at the old building, is everything all right now? Eileen replied, yes, everything has been resolved properly. As he spoke, he used magic to pour tea, smiling. I was very worried, but I'm relieved now. Alam Chorny nodded. Good, did you face any difficulties? Eileen held her teacup and flashed a smug smile. Nothing too difficult. He looked at his teacup and sighed. I'm sorry for letting you deal with such a troublesome matter. His expression turned grave. What I'm about to say must remain a secret between us. Professor Eileen, it is highly likely that this was caused by the Dawn Society. Eileen was surprised. The Dawn Society, why would they target the Academy? Alam Chorny shook his head. I don't know the reason, but there is a lot of circumstantial evidence. It seems they took advantage of the weakening resonance stones to act. We decided to keep this quiet to avoid causing panic within the Academy. Hearing this, Eileen pondered, her hand tightening around the teacup. She thought to herself, a group of demon worshippers just appeared in the Empire. That's the Dawn Society. Why would they attack the Academy of all places? Seeing Eileen's anxiety, Alam Chorny encouraged her. In any case, don't worry too much, Eileen. We've stepped up security and will do everything in our power to protect the Academy. She let out a small breath of relief. Yes. He continued, we managed to resolve this thanks to Mr. Julian, didn't we? Eileen stammered, Mr. Julian. She asked, come to think of it, have you met him? Alam Chorny laughed. I have. Thanks to him, I managed to buy an incredibly valuable painting. She smiled. I wanted to thank him for killing the demon, but it seems he has already left. Alam Chorny nodded. That's right. As soon as he got the money, he hurried off. It seems he was going to buy a bunch of precious stones, moonstones, I think. Hearing this, Eileen trembled slightly, spitting out her tea in surprise. She wiped the corner of her mouth and pressed, moonstones. She then jumped up and turned to leave. I have to go immediately. Seeing Eileen's hurried demeanor, Alam Chorny took a sip of tea and wondered, why is everyone so busy lately? Eileen rushed to the jewelry shop and the merchant hurriedly spoke up. I'm sorry, miss, the moonstones are all sold out. Firmly, she said, that's impossible, there must be some left in stock. The merchant looked flustered. Mr. Julian bought much more than I anticipated. Eileen slammed her hand onto the table in anger. So when will you have more in stock? The merchant stammered. This time, I'm afraid it will take much longer. Eileen's expression darkened. She muttered, no, I need that stone for my upcoming thesis. Her whole world seemed to collapse. She cried out and shouted loudly, Julian. The scene shifts to Julian, who smiled in satisfaction. The man in front of him, a famous blacksmith nicknamed the Vague Flame, held a moonstone and asked, you want me to forge a sword out of this gemstone? Julian nodded. That's right. He took out a whole batch of moonstones and said excitedly, can you forge a sword that resembles the silver moon? After hearing Julian's request, the blacksmith, Ruger Orland, shouted, his voice full of pride mixed with indignation. That's not a sword. That is a work of art. My pride won't allow me to make something like that. His face turned red and his eyes blazed with fierce fire, as if Julian's request were an insult to the honor of the Black Flame Forge. Facing the blunt refusal, Julian remained calm, his eyes sharp but his voice gentle and persuasive. I want to have it commissioned for real combat. Ruger Orland slammed his hand down on the table, the wood echoing with a dry thud. He said resolutely, no, that's just a luxury item. He pointed at the design on the table, his eyes burning with contempt. Bringing this design here, this thing doesn't have the qualifications to be called a weapon. If you want luxury goods, go find them somewhere else. The argument became increasingly heated, the air in the forge growing thick with tension. Ruger Orland continued, our Black Flame Forge only crafts weapons meant for knights. Only masterpieces like the sword of Haydenreich, someone I once admired, are worthy. Julian didn't flinch, his eyes shimmering with determination. He stepped forward, his voice low but filled with resolve. I want to engrave mana circuits into this sword, Ruger Orland. The blacksmith shook his head, his eyes showing a touch of mockery. Even so, embedding a moonstone into the core of the blade is a foolish act. No one can fight with a sword set with gemstones that are weaker than regular steel. Julian stroked his chin, lost in thought, his eyes flashing with calculation. Seeing him silent, a young girl, the blacksmith's assistant, stepped forward, her voice soft but firm. Mr. Julian, I'm sorry, but we only forge weapons worthy of bearing the Black Flame Forge's name. Every sword is engraved with our symbol. If that sword were to break easily, the honor of the forge would be shattered along with it. Hearing this, Julian fell into deep thought, his heart pounding slightly under the pressure, and he muttered to himself, this is going to be a headache. I really want it forged here because this is the very place that created Haydenreich's sword. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand and said with a firm tone, I understand. Then I will ensure that it won't break easily. Ruger Orland pointed at him with a look of suspicion, asking, do you really think you can do that? Julian smiled confidently, his eyes burning like flames, and replied, that's right, because I am Julian. If you don't believe me, then test my skills. After finishing his sentence, he pulled out a special money pouch and slammed it onto the table. With a challenging smile, he said, forge the sword first. I am paying more than the standard fee. Looking at the glittering pouch of money in front of them, Ruger and his assistant pondered, their eyes wavering between doubt and curiosity. Seeing their hesitation, Julian stepped closer, his voice low but charismatic. "If the sword breaks during testing, I won't take the money or the stone back." Faced with Julian's confidence, Ruger Orland frowned and thought to himself, is this guy really that confident? After a while, he sighed and nodded. "All right, if it breaks during the test, consider it as if nothing ever happened." A few days later, the sword was completed. Ruger brought it out, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of pride and doubt, and said, "Here it is. The best blacksmiths have been working day and night, and we failed many times before finishing it." He looked at Julian and asked curiously, "Do you really intend to use this as a weapon?" Julian took the sword, the light from the blade reflecting on his face and making his eyes sparkle. And as he activated perfect swordsmanship, a surge of mana gushed out from the blade like a storm of energy. He nodded and said with great confidence, "Of course, now shall we start the test?" The scene shifted to the outside street. A crowd gathered on the street, the murmurs sounding like crashing waves, and Julian looked around, his eyes showing a flash of surprise as he exclaimed, "There are so many people, aren't there?" The assistant looked at him, her face flushing slightly, and said shyly, "Ah, well, everyone wants to see it. If you aren't comfortable, we can ask them to leave." Julian laughed loudly, his confidence radiating from every gesture. "No need." Ruger Orland brought out a suit of iron armor and struck it hard. He said with a challenging tone, "Mr. Julian, this is a suit of armor prepared specifically for the test. It is not ordinary armor." Julian looked at the shining armor in front of him and nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Exactly." Ruger continued, his voice full of pride, "It is 1 cm thick, practically a solid block of steel. If we're going to test it, we have to do it properly." He looked at Julian with sharp eyes. "Come on, try slicing through this." Julian gripped the sword tightly, a confident smile blooming on his lips. "Haha, you prepared quite thoroughly." He exerted his strength, both he and the sword radiating a massive source of energy like a swirling mana vortex, and he shouted with excitement, "Of course, what would be the fun if the target were too easy?" The atmosphere shifted to cheers, and Ruger nodded, muttering to himself with a lingering hint of doubt, "Is that really the rumored sword?" But even if he activates the moonlight sword, such a structure wouldn't be able to withstand it. Julian held the sword high, the light from the blade looking like rays of moonlight, and he exclaimed with his heart pounding from excitement, "This feeling is completely different from last time, as if the sword has found its own path." After a moment of thought, he swung the sword forcefully, striking straight toward the armor. A cracking sound echoed out, the armor shattered in an instant, and pieces of steel flew everywhere like metal petals. The crowd erupted, shouts of amazement echoing, and Ruger exclaimed with a pale face, "No way." The assistant covered her mouth, her voice stuttering and her eyes filled with shock. How could he possibly? Julian smiled contentedly, his eyes sparkling with pride, combining the surging mana into the blade, and letting it spin without stopping. "So this is the feeling of the true moonlight sword." He tightened his grip on the sword, feeling the power surging through every fiber of the metal. The assistant bowed her head, her voice trembling, without even using full power. "The armor our forge made has been shattered into pieces." Julian turned to Ruger with a confident smile. "So, what do you want to bring out to test next?" Ruger gritted his teeth, his eyes full of complex emotions, unable to utter a word, as if the honor of the forge had just been challenged by the very sword they had once despised. The source of explosive power still lingered in the sky, streams of mana sparkling like broken moonlight in the air. Suddenly, a system window appeared before Julian's eyes. The incomplete moonlight sword trait has evolved into the moonlight sword. He smiled, his heart pounding with excitement and his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. "A new trait has been activated, huh?" Holding the sword in his hand, Julian observed it, feeling every perfect detail, and thought to himself with surging pride, "I put quite a bit of energy into that, yet there isn't a single scratch on it. This is a perfect sword. Finally, I have succeeded." The blacksmith Ruger Orland stepped up from behind, his eyes still showing a hint of amazement. He covered his mouth and whispered in a voice trembling with respect, "It seems I have underestimated you." Julian sheathed the sword with a decisive motion, and turned back, a confident smile on his lips. "Often, actions are more convincing than words, aren't they?" Ruger nodded, his gaze solemn and his voice low like a warning. "But please remember this, if this sword breaks, my reputation will shatter along with it. Please swing it with that thought in mind." The words made Julian flinch, his heart aching slightly at the responsibility. He turned back and smiled, his eyes sparkling with determination. Understood, I will use it in a way that is worthy. At this moment, a man walked up to the pile of armor fragments. His eyes were pensive and full of shock. He leaned down to pick up a piece of steel and muttered, "Could the custom-made armor of the Black Flame Forge be sliced through so cleanly?" He looked up at Ruger and asked curiously, "Was this done by Julian?" He turned to Lin, who was standing nearby with sharp eyes. "So he stopped by here?" Lin frowned, her eyes flashing with surprise. "Julian was here." The man picked up another fragment, observing it closely, and said in a contemplative voice, "However, I cannot feel Julian's spiritual power in this place. He is quite impressive, a swordsman who concentrates all his spiritual power into his sword-swinging ability. It would be great if we could see him cut this armor." Hearing this, Lin sighed, her eyes looking far away, and she thought to herself, "Could it be, Master?" She shook her head slightly, trying to hide the anxiety rising in her heart. The man turned, his voice low but full of hidden meaning. "Are you not worried about Julian?" Lin was startled, her face flushing, and she hesitated. "Ah, well." He smiled with a mischievous look. "Right, the two of you just completed a mission together. How is he?" Lin bowed her head, her voice soft but unable to hide her admiration. "He is indeed very strong." The man nodded, his eyes becoming sharper. "More importantly, do you feel anything strange about him?" Lin was startled, her heart pounding, and she turned to ask back in a trembling voice, "What do you mean, Master?" He lowered his voice, his eyes darkening as if containing a secret. "I mean, does he resemble someone from the Dawn cult?" The words were like a sharp blade stabbing directly into Lin's heart. She widened her eyes, her voice lost in astonishment. "What? Julian is a member of the Dawn cult." The scene shifted to Julian. Julian walked along the street. Two shining swords at his waist sparkled under the sunlight. He smiled, his eyes gleaming with pride, and thought to himself, "I'm looking more and more like Julian every day." But then the smile faded, replaced by a sigh, his gaze sinking. "But I cannot forget my goal in coming here. I must return to my real world. I cannot live forever as Julian." He stroked his chin, pensive, his heart heavy, "To return to my own world. This world must eventually end. In other words, I must reach the game's ending. Hayden Reich must prevent the resurrection of the demon King Barbados." He shook his head, his eyes sparkling with determination. "I cannot live forever under the name of Julian." He continued to think, his internal voice low. "But where are we in the storyline now? It seems like this is the time when the Dawn cult begins to appear. They are a heretical organization that will do anything to resurrect the demon King Barbados, the mortal enemies of Hayden Reich and Lin." He stopped, his eyes darkening when he thought of Lin. Specifically, Lin's father was killed by the Dawn cult. "I want to ally with Hayden Reich's side, but that is not an easy task." He stroked his chin, pensive, just as Julian would do. "Should I infiltrate the Dawn cult to gather intelligence? But how to get in?" Suddenly, a thought flashed through his head, making him startle. The system sent a notification. "Intuition violation trait activated." Julian felt a strange flow of mana, as if someone were watching him. He scanned his eyes around, his voice low and full of vigilance. "Who's there?" No one was in sight, he muttered, his heart beating fast from suspicion. "Could it just be an illusion? No, my trait clearly activated." He gripped his sword hilt, his eyes cold. "I don't know who you are, but I have sensed your mana. Come out." A slow footstep sounded from the shadows. Julian narrowed his eyes, a smug smile blooming on his lips when he recognized the figures in front of him. "We have met before." Two strangers appeared like ghosts, quietly stepping out of the night. Their eyes sparkled with danger, making the air around Julian as tense as a string about to break. Inside, Julian was in turmoil. He thought to himself, "I remember now. She is a witch possessing black magic at an astounding level, Eleanor, a bishop of the Dawn cult, and I can also roughly guess who the person walking next to her is." The image of a woman not wearing a cloak surfaced in his mind. Beside her was a man with a stern face. Julian recognized their identities, the mortal enemies of Hayden Reich. He smiled in a friendly way and spoke, "Long time no see, Eleanor, and you too." Eleanor did not seem surprised. She took off her cloak hood, her voice calm. "And yet you still recognized me, even though I was dressed so discreetly." She bowed politely. "It truly is Mr. Julian." Julian smiled and nodded in response. "I also guessed why the two of you came here." Eleanor clapped, her voice cheerful. "So if you already know our intentions, things will progress faster, won't they? I would be very grateful if you gave us an answer right away." The smile on Julian's face almost couldn't be held. He thought with a headache, "The truth is I know nothing. I'm just pretending to say that." Normally, Julian would calculate every possibility. He was vague. "Ah, well, I want a little more time to think." Eleanor frowned, her voice dissatisfied. "Then that's not good, Mr. Julian." Amidst his startle, she raised her hand toward Julian, her eyes sharp. You are the one who actively approached the Dawn cult and made the offer, right? Her words were like a knife blade, making Julian's face turn pale. She continued, her voice calm but cold. You yourself said you wanted to join the Dawn cult, didn't you? Julian coughed, cough, and complained inside. Did he really go that far? Damn, cleaning up the mess you left behind is becoming my daily job. He recalled what he knew about Alina, the sword that used to be pointed at his neck. No matter which path he took, Julian would be defeated by an enemy, and he was the one who had been defeated by Haydenreich before. He gritted his teeth, feeling unwilling, craving demonic power, and ultimately joining the Dawn cult. Returning to the present, Julian raised his head, his eyes as red as blood, a terrifying smile blooming on his face. He thought with a headache about how to deal with the two in front of him, but he calmly replied, "There's no time limit to join, right?" Around them, the structures were quiet and devoid of people, a heavy atmosphere hanging over them. Alina spoke up, her voice cold. "That is true, but you should know that we can interpret it differently." She widened her pink eyes and proposed a hypothesis. What if this is just an excuse to lure and capture us? What if you're pretending to want to join is just a trap? She pointed her finger straight at Julian, her face smiling but full of intent to expose him. Julian frowned slightly, his panic clearly visible. Damn, they are suspecting me, but I didn't come to investigate the Dawn cult. I actually want to join. He closed his eyes, the image of Haydenreich appearing in his mind. If the Empire finds out about me, it's over. That path will lead to the worst ending. It felt as if Haydenreich's stern eyes were piercing through him. If Haydenreich knew he joined the Dawn cult. Julian immediately imagined the worst-case scenario, being split in two by a single sword strike from Haydenreich, or even if he managed to kill Haydenreich, it would still be a catastrophe. Perhaps he would never be able to leave this game world again. In his heart, he was in a tangle. He thought about what to do to escape this situation. On the outside, Julian tried to smile. I didn't expect to be suspected to that extent. Alina crossed her arms and looked at him coldly. You know too much, she asked back. What if you want to withdraw now? Julian calmly replied, what if I do? The man in the black cloak who had been silent the whole time suddenly spoke, his voice low. It means we won't let you leave here peacefully. A massive surge of power erupted from him, causing the stone road under his feet to shatter. Julian thought fast as lightning, a bishop, the Dawn cult's combat unit superior to ordinary knights. The man tightened his fist under his cloak and then threw his cloak away. His eyes flashed and he roared, you had better decide quickly or I, Pelkor, will crush you. He pointed to a large scar on his face. Remember this scar? The scar you left on me still hurts. Julian was frustrated, thinking to himself, you again, Julian, I am getting tired of the trouble you caused. He replied nonchalantly, his voice provocative, sorry about that. I don't have the habit of remembering the faces of those weaker than me. The words made Pelkor furious, veins popping all over his face, and he laughed insanely, ha ha ha. Julian tried to keep a calm appearance, the provocative smile on his face, but inside he felt something was wrong. Talking to pretend to be Julian only made him get beaten up more. Suddenly, Pelkor's massive figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. He appeared right behind Julian. He only had time to turn his head and glare at him. Pelkor gritted his teeth and roared, let's see how long you can keep your cool. The system immediately notified, swordsman birth trait activated. In that moment, Julian drew his sword to block Pelkor's fist. His face turned pale as he thought to himself, damn, I grabbed the old iron sword instead of the moonlight sword again. The moonlight sword was still hanging at his waist. He whispered to himself, my memory is like *T, now I just need to hold on as long as I can. Pelkor's fist erupted with terrible power. Julian quickly attacked back, but Pelkor leaned his body to dodge the blade. The sword in Julian's hand began to crack like a spider web. Unable to hold on for long, he jumped back far, thinking, this is not good, this is too dangerous, I must retreat and regroup. But Pelkor realized his intent and grinned, showing his teeth. In a split second, he had lunged in front of Julian, his hand raised ready to attack. A punch filled with power knocked Julian into the wall, rubble flying everywhere, the pain causing him to scream. Leaning against the cracked wall, his head bowed, Julian heard Pelkor laughing boisterously. How does it feel to be defeated by a nobody, Julian? The sword in his hand now only had the hilt. Julian sighed, unwilling. A stream of blazing red power burned around his body. Julian slowly stood up and roared, I am sick of having to endure things I didn't even cause. His resilience left even Pelkor stunned. He widened his eyes. You still have the strength to move? Elena noticed something unusual and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Pelkor, something is not right." The system notified, "Your mood is rising to the peak." The shadows obscured half of Julian's face. He braced himself to stand up and sighed. Looking up, his eyes flashed with a frightening red light and his voice was deep. "This is so annoying." The system continued. "Unique trait Eyes Awakened has activated." Julian's whole body seemed to flare up with a fire of anger that reached the sky. He drew his sword from the sheath, the cold steel flashing, each step forward carrying an overwhelming aura. Pelkor saw the sword emitting a blazing red fire and thought to himself, his aura suddenly changed. What is that sword? Seeing that Julian did not stop at all, Pelkor gritted his teeth and roared, "I will destroy that sword as well." But before he could say anything more, Julian lunged with terrifying speed, the sword in his hand swinging and hacking countlessly at Pelkor's body. It was so fast that the naked eye struggled to keep up. Pelkor's eyes opened wide in horror. When he looked down at his trembling arm, now covered with dozens of slash marks, he muttered in a trembling voice, "My arm," and he roared in extreme pain. Julian, however, paid no mind to those desperate cries. His eyes turned frantic, as if he were completely consumed by a blind rage. He continued to lunge forward in a relentless assault, while Pelkor, despite the agony, gritted his teeth. Tightening his fist, he threw a punch straight toward Julian's face and shouted, "How dare you?" But Julian only offered a meaningful smile, his eyes flashing coldly. The sword in his hand spun in a clean arc before slashing directly into Pelkor's chest. The force of the powerful strike caused his massive frame to stagger, forcing him to retreat. His mouth let out a series of agonizing screams, even while enduring the onslaught of attacks. Pelkor struggled to stand his ground, gritting his teeth as he roared, "Get away from me." As he spoke, he unleashed a flurry of punches in Julian's direction, but Julian evaded them with ease, gliding past Pelkor's side to deliver an additional slash to his ribs, which made him tremble and drop to one knee, a painful cry escaping his lips. He clutched his wound tightly, his eyes wide, shaking with a mix of fury and fear. He muttered to himself, "Is this Julian's true power? He really is a monster." Julian maintained his high combat state, and looking at the blood pooling on the ground in Pelkor's shell-shocked face, he thought to himself, "A strange sensation is welling up, the blood, the feeling of flesh being torn apart, and that look of pure, unadulterated fear. What is this feeling? Why am I so exhilarated by it?" Suddenly, the system sent a notification. Eye Awakening can only be used by those with fox eyes. This skill activates when emotions peak, enhancing physical strength and expanding visual perception. By now, Pelkor had dropped to both knees, nearly losing the ability to fight back. And he stammered in a trembling voice, "Stop, please, just stop." The system continued its notification. Eye Awakening also causes the user to become extremely aggressive. The moment the message ended, Julian swung his sword, his wild eyes fixed on Pelkor. Ready to deliver the finishing blow, he roared, "I don't want to." A thrust pierced straight through his chest, making Pelkor vomit blood and leaving him on the verge of collapsing. Julian pulled his sword out and looked down at him coldly, his voice dropping low. "That iron fist title of yours has become meaningless now." He grabbed Pelkor by the hair, yanked his face up, his expression filled with dread, and heard him mutter, Don't kill me." In Pelkor's eyes, Julian looked like nothing less than a brutal demon right now. But just then, a pair of slender hands reached out from afar and touched his shoulder. Julian was startled, and Elena stepped closer, gripping his collar firmly with a stern expression. "That's enough, Julian, don't you think?" Her sudden appearance caused the glow in Julian's eyes, fueled by the Eye Awakening, to slowly return to normal. The killing intent radiating from him vanished. The system announced that the Eye Awakening effect had ended. Julian stood there momentarily stunned, thinking, "What have I done?" Pelkor clutched his bleeding chest and cried out in pain. Julian, back to his normal state, felt his whole body shivering with fear, and he asked himself, "What have I done?" He recalled that for those with fox eyes, triggering Eye Awakening alters one's personality and drives aggression to a dangerous degree. It was truly terrifying. Regaining his composure, Julian turned to Elena and said in a low voice, "You people were the ones who started this." Elena, her weapon pointed straight at him, smiled. Pelkor was indeed out of line. Julian continued, his gaze icy. "Even if you knew everything, there's nothing you could do about it." Elena stepped closer, threatening him with one hand while beginning to heal Pelkor with the other. She continued, "I already let you beat him up, didn't I?" Pelkor, feeling the magic flow into his body, thought, "Is this magic? I can't move." Elena leaned close to Julian's ear and whispered, "But after witnessing this battle, I have an even higher opinion of you." She offered a smile and a proposition. Why don't we cooperate? The system notified him of the charming mole trait, which makes one more easily liked by the opposite sex. Julian didn't answer right away, lost in thought, and Alina pressed on. You wouldn't lose anything at all. Julian turned and placed a hand on her shoulder. What you say is true, but I still need some time to think about it. With those words, he turned his back and left. Alina watched him walk away and muttered, my trait still has no effect on him. She turned to Pelkor, who had managed to stand up despite his pain. Well, Pelkor, did you notice anything different about him? Pelkor stammered, he really is stronger. Alina nodded, her voice deep. I knew it. The amnesia story must be a lie. This is a personal matter, so don't tell the other bishops. Pelkor nodded, of course. Alina gazed in the direction Julian had left, sighing to herself. I knew it. My trait just doesn't work on him. Back to Julian, he returned home, his body still trembling. Looking at his hands, he thought, eye-awakening, it's thanks to that skill that I managed to escape that place, but I can't keep relying on such an unstable trait. He rubbed his head and cursed under his breath. What should I do now, if I side with the Dawn Society? Hayden will kill me, and I'll never be able to return to my original world. But if I go against the Dawn Society, one of them will surely kill me. A meaningful smile slowly spread across his face. Perhaps I really should join the Dawn Society. I'll gather as much information as I can and stop the resurrection of the demon god. That is the only way to return to my original world. The scene shifts to the General Monastery. Julian walked with a calm but firm demeanor. As he entered, he thought, the Sun Church, the organization with the most followers on the Rosenda continent, and this is a monastery under its jurisdiction. Not bad at all. As soon as he set foot inside, the crowd began to stir. Some whispered, is the holy war genius coming to a place like this again? Another group trembled, whispering anxiously, he must be here to eliminate someone. Paying no heed to the chatter, he continued to walk inside, his eyes cold. A bishop approached, speaking cautiously. Mr. Julian, what brings you to our monastery? Julian turned and gave a faint smile. I'm here to see the abbot. Hearing this, the bishop stammered in surprise. The abbot, I see, he thought to himself. I wasn't informed about this at all. From within, a nun stepped out, her sharp eyes fixed on Julian. Please follow me, I will lead the way, she spoke. Looking at her, Julian thought, oh, so they sent someone right on time, did they? He followed the nun silently as she led him deeper inside. Suddenly, an eerie purple mana radiated from her. She stopped and said in a low voice, you arrived earlier than I expected. Honestly, on any other day, I would have refused. Julian narrowed his eyes, recognizing her immediately. Alina. He kept his expression calm and smiled. Alina, long time no see. Inside, he thought, and she has the nerve to disguise herself right in front of me. He continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. How convenient, hiding a Dawn Society base in the middle of a grand monastery like this. After moving for a while, they stopped before a large door. Alina pushed it open, her voice soft but carrying a hint of warning. The Archbishop is waiting for you, Mr. Julian. Please maintain your etiquette. Julian curled his lip and replied confidently, I'll consider it. He thought to himself, she's much more cautious than last time. The reason, the leader of the Dawn Society must be here. As the two entered, the crowd below immediately began to murmur. It's Julian, he really came. The person sitting on the throne in the center of the grand hall spoke in a steady voice. You must be Julian, are you not? Julian looked up, muttering to himself, the leader of a cult, and yet he lacks even the slightest bit of dignity. Is this the humble farmer chosen by the holy relic? He must be Tenelrin, the leader of the Dawn Society. Seeing that Julian remained standing still, Alina turned to him, whispering a reminder, Julian, kneel before the Archbishop. But contrary to her attitude, Julian offered a confident smile and countered, and why exactly should I do that? Her words startled Alina slightly, and she rushed to say, didn't you agree to join us? Go ahead and prove your loyalty. Julian raised his hand to look at his palm and laughed aloud. Ha ha, I didn't come here to kneel and beg for some trivial belief. I came to establish a cooperative relationship. He thought to himself, Julian suddenly joining a religion? How ridiculous. Acting with confidence is the better way. He continued, his voice sharp, you are aiming for my strength, and as for me, I only need the power of the gods you worship. Hearing this, the bishops nearby began to gossip. One spoke up, Yuyan, how dare he be so insolent? Another added, that arrogant man only knows how to show off. Tenelrin, seated on the throne, raised his hand as a signal and spoke in a deep voice. Enough. Since the goal is cooperation, there is no need to treat this man this way any longer. He turned to the others. Everyone, except for Julian and Alina, leave. The crowd replied in unison, yes, Archbishop. Some whispered, what is he planning to do? After they left, Tenorin burst into a loud laugh. Ha ha, just as the rumors say, you have quite a spirit, Julian. He walked over, clapping him on the shoulder, his voice excited. Good, I like you even more now. Then he turned around and gestured, follow me, I want to show you something. He led Julian into a restricted area, speaking in a low voice, this place is only for bishops. Julian wondered, is it really that special? Tenorin nodded, because the holy relic is here. Hearing the word holy relic, Julian became even more curious. A holy relic. Tenorin continued, why would I show you this place, you ask? Because I have no intention of letting you leave. If I let you leave, it would mean turning Julian into an enemy. But Julian is an ally of the Dawn Society, isn't he? Ha ha, doesn't that make things much more interesting? Julian rubbed his chin and smiled. So you're saying it's fine even if I'm only an ally and not a believer? Tenorin nodded. That's right. I will appoint you as a bishop. Only then can you utilize the power of the Dawn Society to its full extent. The sudden offer made Alina turn, her voice worried. Archbishop, that's a very sudden promotion. But Tenorin didn't care. He held out his hand toward Julian. This is a deserving reward for a hero of the Northern Front. Then he turned to Alina. Alina, are you questioning me? Alina shyly lowered her head. I apologize. Tenorin looked back at Julian and laughed loudly. Ha ha, well Julian, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Julian smiled. I am, thank you, Archbishop. The group moved deeper inside. In the middle of the room, a fountain of bright red liquid was flowing. Alina turned to Julian and smiled. Ha ha, good, since you've made it all the way here, I'll show you something else. Tenorin approached the fountain under Julian's amazed gaze. He spoke up, is that golden cup the holy relic? Tenorin nodded, that's right, it is the great treasure that chose me. Julian stared at the cup, thinking to himself, this is the sacred relic, the source of the demon god, an object capable of giving material form to the will of the demon Lord Barbatos. Tenorin raised his hand high, and from the cup a stream of crimson liquid surged straight into his hand. As he held something black, he turned to Julian. It seems I've seen you somewhere before. Julian looked at the object in his hand, deducing, a horn of the demon race. Tenorin nodded, his voice excited. Exactly. Through this holy relic I can create demon horns. The origin of their power, isn't it impressive? Julian thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen how demon horns are made, but I know full well the true nature of this relic and the impact of the horn if I were to use it. Alina spoke up, pulling him from his thoughts. Julian, he smiled and replied, ah, right, how fascinating, a demon horn. He stepped forward and pointed at it. So if I use this horn, can I harness the demon god's power? Tenorin nodded. That is exactly it. Julian continued, his voice filled with resolve. Then it is clear I have come to the right place. This horn will definitely become a stepping stone for my dream. Tenorin's expression became ecstatic. He shouted, if you've said as much, then take it. From now on, this horn belongs to you. The sudden action caught both Julian and Alina off guard. Julian held the horn, his expression shifting. A cold spark of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, is he planning to give me this so easily? Tenorin continued, it takes the sacrifice of many demons to create one horn. It requires many ingredients, but the power received is proportional to what we give up. Then he stepped forward and placed a hand on Julian's shoulder, continuing, I wonder how powerful it will be in your hands. As he spoke, a meaningful smile spread across his lips. Perhaps it might even surpass the holy sword. He continued to stare fixedly at the horn, thinking, I know all too well what power this horn can bring. And even the humanoid demons are created from it. Instead of calling it borrowing demonic power, it would be more accurate to say it's becoming a part of the demons. And I don't want to imagine the scene where I become one of those things. His eyes narrowed, feeling conflicted. So now, how can I find a way to refuse this? Alina stepped forward from behind and spoke. Archbishop, in my opinion, perhaps it is still too early to give him this horn. Tenorin glanced at her. Too early, you say? She sighed and replied, yes, he hasn't officially joined us yet, and the horn is the root of the power in this organization. If it is given away so easily, the other members surely won't view this favorably. He asked back, is that so? Julian, standing behind them, heard the entire conversation. Afterward, he spoke up, for the time being, I will return it. This was not the reason I decided to come here. As he received the horn back, Tenorin praised him. It turns out you are more thoughtful than I imagined. But it seems a little more persuasion is needed for a laner. So could I ask you for a favor? Julian asked curiously. What favor? He continued, but perhaps you already know the spirit stone, the main ingredient for creating a horn, can only be extracted from the hearts of demons with at least 3 horns. It is also the vessel for the remnants of the demon god's will. Please bring them to me. Of course, for you, that will not be easy. Hearing the request, his face broke out in a cold sweat and he asked, hunt 3-horned demons on my own without an order from the royal family? Even for me, that is too suspicious. Before his concern, the man encouraged him. You don't need to worry about that. We will handle that for you. The scene shifts to a few days later, now at a train station. Julian sat inside the carriage, looking out the window, thinking to himself, what just happened? The archbishop accepted me as a member of the cult and even appointed me as a bishop. Just as I joined, I received an order to hunt 3-horned demons. It seems they even have people disguised within the royal family. This organization is no longer just a secret cult, it's more like an entire nation. This is going to be quite troublesome. Just then, Harand, who was beside him, spoke up and cut through his thoughts, saying with an incredibly cheerful expression, it's a good thing there's a public transportation system connecting the cities. Hearing this, he nodded in response, but thought to himself, I almost forgot that guy's name. Then he asked, aren't you also heading to Berniden? And Harand, startled, replying, that's right. That is exactly where the Sun God's Ascension Festival is being held, and I will be representing the Criffart family to attend. When you finish your mission, you absolutely must find time to enjoy this festival, he said in an incredibly shy tone, even though he was trying to open up a conversation. Seeing this attitude of his, he thought to himself, I'll just nod for now to get it over with, and pulling himself out of his thoughts, he nodded and replied, sure, if I have time, I'll drop by. His cold words and terrifying expression made Harand turn pale with fear, which made him smile slightly, thinking to himself, it's clear he's still afraid of me. And then, from inside the train carriage, a voice rang out, next station, Berniden, we have arrived. As soon as the train stopped, the two of them stepped forward to say their goodbyes. Harand said, well then, I'll be going now, and he nodded, answering, all right, Harand. Just as he walked away, he turned back and continued, I'm saying this just in case, though. Don't mess with Marquis Orinil. At this piece of advice from him, he smiled slightly and turned to leave. Seeing that he didn't answer, Harand continued, he was once very close to the Highlands family that you wiped out, so he won't be fond of you at all. Julian's face darkened and he spoke coldly, got it, then thought to himself, thanks to Harand, it looks like I have one more thing to worry about. But I'm only here to exterminate demons, so I probably won't cross paths with him anyway. As soon as he arrived at the meeting point, someone spoke up coldly while looking at him. Please postpone the mission. This left Julian very confused, so he asked, why is that? The man continued, we are currently restricting entry to Purun Forest, allowing only members of the Sun Church to enter to prepare for the Ascension Festival. Then he pointedly reminded him, the 3-horned demon is in that forest, the Ascension Festival will be sabotaged. This left the man across from him very confused, and he asked, but it hasn't appeared yet, has it? Then he threatened, do you intend to defy royal orders? This question made the man ponder for a moment before saying, that is precisely why I am asking you to postpone your mission. The Ascension Festival is the pride of this city. We cannot let it be ruined by a demon that hasn't shown any activity yet. If the festival is cancelled because of an extermination mission, could you even take responsibility for it? He kept ranting without listening to reason. What if that demon appears in the middle of the festival? He thought to himself. The other person continued, the festival will be held in a week, so why not wait until after that? No matter how cold you are, I thought you would know how to enjoy a festival. This remark made his eyes narrow slightly as he looked straight at him. Then from outside the door, a clear voice rang out, Father. This remark drew Julian's attention. He turned his head slightly to look, which made the man across from him startle. Seeing his daughter walk in, he called out, Terina. Then the little girl walked toward Julian and asked curiously, Father, who is this person? He's so handsome. Looking at the girl down below, he thought to himself, must be Lord Orinil's daughter. As soon as he saw his daughter approaching Julian, Orinil shouted loudly, stay away from him, come here at once. This remark made the little girl terrified and she ran quickly toward him. Seeing this scene, he thought to himself, you think I would go as far as to lay a hand on a child? After that, as if he understood something, he used his ability. He discovered that the father and daughter were both emitting an aura of panic. At the same time, Orinil was shaking uncontrollably. Then he smiled at the father and daughter and said, Then we shall talk again another day." With that, he turned and left, leaving the father and daughter standing confused in the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he ran his hand through his white hair and sighed. Then from afar, two people approached, and the young man with black hair asked, "It's Julian, how did it go?" He looked at them, sighed, and replied, "He is very stubborn. I cannot postpone this mission." This left the blue-haired guy next to him very confused, and the black-haired guy continued, "Should we recall the shut-eyes members in the forest?" He shook his head to refuse. "No, just leave them there. The festival will not go as planned anymore." This made the two of them startle and shout, "Wait, does that mean?" This place, Berniden, is where most players encounter a three-horned demon for the first time. A three-horned demon is not only powerful. He imagined the image of a terrifying three-horned demon in his head. He stroked his chin and spoke. The festival could turn into a season of total chaos. The more horns they have, the stronger the demons become, and the more special abilities they possess. A demon with 3 or more horns is named based on its abilities. One of them is Hamelin. Hamelin is a type of corrosive demon that turns the place where it takes root into its own fortress, a labyrinth where the entrances and exits are constantly changing. Or it could also be a swamp where you are poisoned the moment you step in. Even if you escape the fortress, you will still be struck by Hamelin's mental attacks. Only a few people have ever surpassed it. Hamelin is probably about to finish corroding an area to turn it into a labyrinth. Lord Oronel will come looking for me soon. While speaking, Julian sipped a cup of tea. But just as he took a sip, a servant ran in from outside and shouted, "Mr. Julian, Lord Oronel wants to see you at the mansion immediately." This made Julian a bit surprised. "He's faster than I predicted," he thought to himself. Seeing Julian lost in thought for a moment, the servant said anxiously, "I apologize, I didn't know you were dining." He waved it off. "It's all right. I already guessed that something urgent would come up." Returning to Oronel's office, the man was shaking with fear. Julian walked in and said, "You called for me, Lord Oronel." The man was still trembling and stuttering. "My daughter Terina. She hasn't opened her eyes since last night. Even the best doctors don't know the reason. It's not just Terina, many other children in the city are also in a coma." Julian kept his calm attitude, thinking to himself, everything has begun, hasn't it? Oronel asked curiously, "A child who has never been sick before, suddenly passing out. Isn't that very strange?" This remark made Julian curious, and he replied, "What are you trying to say?" He continued, "I am asking you, don't you know something about this? This strange incident is definitely caused by a demon." Julian pondered for a moment and nodded in confirmation. "That is correct. It is likely Hamelin in the Purun forest. It sows seeds into living bodies to turn them into its minion. It doesn't affect adults much, but for children, it's fatal. They faint before they can become minions. It might already be too late." These words made Oronel startle. He jumped up and grabbed Julian's shoulders, denying it. "Impossible. That's impossible." Then he offered, "Then go exterminate it immediately. Forget the damn festival, save my daughter first." Faced with this haste, Julian laughed to himself, "Ha ha, and just the other day you were dead set against it." Then he spoke, "Do you really want to save your daughter?" He immediately answered, "I will do anything." This remark made Julian's eyes narrow slightly, and he spoke coldly, "Anything, even if you have to sacrifice all of Berniden." Hearing these words, Oronel froze for a few seconds. The man continued to tremble even more. After that, he knelt down on the floor and said, "Yes, I can endure any loss." Faced with this confirmation, Julian laughed with interest and nodded, "That's good. In that case, let's proceed to exterminate Hamelin." As he said that, he turned and walked toward the door, which made Oronel extremely happy. He said, "Thank you, truly thank you very much." The scene shifted to the edge of Purun Forest, where countless people were dumping oil all around the edge of the woods. They kept pouring oil onto the roots of the large trees. After finishing the work, someone stepped forward and spoke up. "Everything is ready, Mr. Julian." Then he wondered, "But do we really have to go this far in a place as beautiful as this?" Julian thought for a moment, then nodded and replied, "Of course, ignoring a clear danger is a foolish act." He insisted, "But even so, burning down Purun Forest." Julian turned back without answering, but thought to himself, "That's right, arson. The way to fight is not to surpass Hamelin's fortress, but to wipe it out. This is the fastest and easiest strategy to defeat Hamelin in the game." Seeing Julian lost in thought, Arson hesitated and said, "But Lord Oronel will be furious about this." Julian replied, "It's fine, he already gave his permission. We are just sanitizing an area infested by a demon. We are prioritizing the safety of the citizens of Bernardin over the Ascension Festival. Then he smiled, pointed forward, and said, "Then let's begin." Fire, his voice rang out. At this moment, everyone held a torch and began to burn the entire dense forest. As the flames spread, Hamelin also felt the heat of the forest. Immediately after, it let out a terrifying cry in anger. Seeing this, one person said, "Hey, could that be the voice of a three-horned demon?" The guy next to him replied, "Get ready to fight." Just as they prepared to charge, Julian immediately reached out and said, "Everyone, back away. I will handle that demon myself." Saying this, he drew his sword and charged forward. This surprised the two guys. "What?" they shouted. "You mean you want to deal with a three-horned demon alone?" Julian smiled and said, "That's right." Then he reminded them, "The rest of you will only get in my way." His hand tightened around the sword as he started moving deep into the burning forest. Each step forward carried overflowing confidence. Looking at the scene ahead, he covered his mouth slightly, smiled, and said, "A truly interesting and terrible sight." In front of him, the monster Hamelin had appeared and was staring at him with eyes full of rage. Immediately after, it swung its hand, unleashing a powerful blow straight toward the position where he was standing. It made the ground shatter, but with his agility, he quickly retreated and sneered, "It's useless, Hamelin." Faced with this provocation, its eyes became even angrier. He used the moonlight sword. The sword in his hand was covered by a layer of blue aura. He kept smiling while gripping the hilt of the sword tightly. He lunged quickly toward the monster. He unleashed a slash right up to its body, making it startle. A smile bloomed on the corner of his mouth as he said, "You can no longer use your full strength because of this fire, so disappear under my blade." Just as he finished speaking, the monster's eyes narrowed slightly. Then a few rays of light appeared surrounding its body. This startled him. He covered his nose with his hand, thinking to himself, "Is this Hamelin's pollen?" The system sent a notification. Hamelin's pollen will cause hypnosis and convulsions to attack the player's mind. As soon as the system finished, he looked at it and cursed. "I can't believe I forgot about this. This is a damn shame." But then he broke into a knowing smile and spoke up. "Not necessarily. Do you think that's all I've got?" The system continued to send a notification. "You have resisted Hamelin's mental attack." Seeing that his opponent could resist this attack, the monster was startled for a moment while he was covered in a thick aura. The system sent a notification. "Julian's arrogance trait has been activated. Julian's dual face trait has been activated. Julian's cold face trait has been activated." He thought to himself, "You think a mental attack from a lowly demon can affect me?" While Julian stood there calmly, the monster roared in anger. At this moment, a smile bloomed on his lips and his eyes flashed with a terrifying blood-red light. He gripped the moonlight sword tightly, looked forward, and said, "What more does a madman have to go mad about?" He lunged toward it. He unleashed a powerful slash. This slash immediately caused a massive explosion in the middle of the forest. After that powerful slash, the monster's body had been split in two. From inside its body appeared a blazing red crystal. He looked down, sighed, and thought to himself, "It seems it's over." Then the henchman from behind approached and asked, "Mr. Julian, are you all right?" He cast a cold look toward them. Then he changed his attitude and said gently, "I'm fine." The scene shifted back to Oronil, whose eyes were intently fixed on the forest ahead, now covered by a colossal blaze. He was trembling with anxiety. Then Julian stepped up from behind and spoke, "Thank you for your support in the demon extermination. The royal family will certainly praise your courageous decision, Lord Oronil." Then he asked, "Has your daughter awakened yet?" He replied, though his body was still shaking, "She is gradually recovering." He stepped forward to offer a necklace, then smiled and said, "That is good. Then I trouble you to give this to her for me." Taking the pendant in his hand, he asked curiously, "This is?" And Julian answered his question, "The necklace is made from fragments of Hamelin." Hearing this, Oronil started in shock. "What?" Julian smiled and continued, "Your daughter was the first to be affected by Hamelin's pollen, perhaps because her magical power is stronger than children of her age. She has the aptitude of an S-class mage, so I am gifting this magic item made from Hamelin to her." This unexpected gesture of his made Oronil ask, "Why would you do such a thing? You clearly don't like me at all." Julian smiled, "The more talented mages there are, the better, isn't that right?" Oronil denied, "No, it's not for that reason. You certainly have other motives. What makes you act so kind to me all of a sudden?" Julian replied, "It is just a courtesy in return for your cooperation. Nothing more, nothing less." Oronil wondered and asked back, "A courtesy, you say?" "That's right." This left Oronil immersed in his own thoughts. He doesn't know that I am the one who wiped out his entire Highlands family. He must be wanting something, which is why he is pretending to be kind to use me." After finishing, Julian spoke up, "Then I shall take my leave, Lord. Once again, thank you for your cooperation in this demon extermination." After he left, Oronil was still staring at the necklace, muttering, "He didn't ask anything at all, just silently walked away. So could it be? Is everything truly like that?" At that moment, he opened the door to enter his daughter's room and spoke. "You look healthier now." He stepped forward to give the pendant to his young daughter, smiling as he said, "This is a gift to celebrate your recovery." Seeing the pendant, the little girl's cheeks flushed with joy, and she said, "This is so beautiful." He leaned in to stroke her head and asked, "Do you like it?" She nodded and answered, "Yes." This made Oronil sigh slightly inside. It doesn't seem to be anything dangerous. And seeing the little girl so happy, that really was a surprise. "I must send a letter to the Council of Nobles." He continued thinking, "We postponed the extermination plan as the chairman requested to stop Julian. And Terina, my daughter, nearly lost her life because of that. There will be no more cooperation. Highlands, please forgive the day I chose the peace of my family instead of avenging you." After finishing his business, Julian boarded the train back to the organization. He was holding a wooden box in his hand, thinking to himself, "Hamelyn's heart. I have successfully obtained his magic stone." While thinking, he slowly opened the box. From inside, something was emitting a thick, dark aura which made Julian's eyes glimmer with interest. He smiled. He thought to himself, nothing out of the ordinary, but the aura is still truly hateful, as he gazed at the sparkling magic stone inside. His eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered, "Now, what should I do next? If I hand this magic stone over to the Dawn cult, I might receive a bit of trust, but there must be a better option than just cooperating with them." Just then, a train attendant announced, "This train will stop at Londrian." As soon as the voice finished, Julian directed his eyes toward the door, muttering, "Many people are boarding. First, I must return to the capital and hide the magic stone in a safe place. If it is discovered, it will be a huge problem." Behind him, a light footstep approached his position. The person was none other than Lynn. She looked toward his seat and said, "A seat. Ah, here it is." Then her eyes suddenly met Julian's eyes. This made both of their expressions become tense. He thought to himself, why at this exact moment? What a headache. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently, "And it's someone from Hayden's side. I cannot let myself be discovered right now." He glanced at her and gave an awkward smile, thinking to himself, if the magic stone is revealed now, I'm done for. I haven't even decided how to handle it yet. Just carrying spoils from a demon is enough to make people suspicious. Too risky, but I'll store it in my bag for now. He took the bag and carefully hid the box. Then he turned to her and said, "We truly met by chance. It's like destiny." He leaned closer to her and continued, "I'm sure of it, Miss Lynn. I can't believe I ran into this jerk here," she thought as she pulled a sour face and looked in another direction, letting out a cold hum. Julian called her out immediately. "You're thinking why he is here, right?" Without denying it, she nodded in confirmation. "That's right, that's exactly what I wanted to say." He smiled and replied, "I have business in Berniden, and you, Miss Lynn. You look like you are going somewhere very warm. You didn't even notice your clothes poking out of your bag." She said shyly, "Mind your own business." He continued, "My apologies if I made you uncomfortable." That distraction really worked, he sighed with relief inside. Thank goodness she was paying attention to me so she didn't notice this thing. If a righteous knight saw something related to the Demon King, who knows what would happen. But then she immediately called Julian's name, making him flinch as he thought to himself, did she figure it out? She looked at him with a suspicious gaze and said, "The more I think about it, the weirder it seems." He asked back, "What do you mean?" She looked at him suspiciously. "Isn't it too coincidental? Hey, you aren't stalking me, are you?" Hearing this, Julian sighed with relief and he replied enthusiastically, "Unfortunately, I didn't arrange this trip. It was arranged by the royal secretaries." "If anything, aren't you the one following me?" This unexpected counterattack made Lynn startle and she stammered, "What did you just say?" He let out a cold hum and continued, "No need to react so excessively." This made her shyly turn away while he muttered in his heart, "Damn, I thought I was exposed. I must hurry and hide it somewhere safe. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have taken the ruby out." Suddenly, Lynn turned a cold gaze toward him and asked, "That jewelry box seems important to you, doesn't it?" This remark made Julian jump in fright. She continued, "You keep fiddling with it." He didn't answer immediately but thought to himself, did she figure it out? Ending his thought, he stammered, This is just an ordinary jewelry box." This slightly awkward remark made her turn a suspicious eye toward him. Then she said, "Living so decadently, huh? I even heard your sword needs gemstones, too." Seeing she still hadn't figured it out, he sighed with inner joy. Then he turned back and smiled, "Ha ha, isn't the more gemstones the better?" While speaking, he carefully put the box into his suitcase. But then the train suddenly stopped, causing him to lunge straight forward. He lamented in his heart, why did an emergency stop have to happen at this exact moment? The train speaker rang out, "We apologize to all passengers. Due to heavy rain, the train is forced to make an emergency stop." As the words fell, the jewelry box fell out of his hand. It dropped straight to the floor, and looking at the magic stone rolling out, he cried out in his heart, "I'm dead this time." Immediately, she leaned down to pick up the magic stone. Then she turned a cold gaze toward him and he spoke, "Please return it to me." He thought to himself, she definitely knows it's a magic stone now, what will happen to me? She looked at the stone and continued, "No life in it, what a pity. For someone who loves jewelry like you don't know how to cherish it at all." While speaking, she placed the stone back into the box. Then she handed it to him, "Here." Receiving the box back, he sighed with relief, thinking, does the Hayden side still not know about the magic stone? He stored the box back in his suitcase, his whole body still trembling with fear. He muttered, "It's like I just lost 10 years of my life." Sure enough, in times like these, a poker face is truly useful. At the end of the trip, he approached her and said, "This train is more comfortable than a horse-drawn carriage, but sitting for a long time is tiring." There was a reason why he was rambling on. The torrential rain had just stopped completely, leaving his heart racing and his mouth running. She let it slide and replied, "Yeah, this journey is really annoying. It's like being in hell." He leaned in, tilted his head slightly, and smiled. "Is it really? I was just quite happy to have someone to talk to." He continued thinking, "I don't even know what the hell I'm talking about anymore." After that, a servant approached from afar, bowed respectfully, and said, "Miss, you have arrived. The carriage is ready to take you straight to the academy dormitory." She nodded, "Thank you." Julian turned to leave, thinking to himself, "I have to try to sneak away too." And then he waved goodbye. "Then, if you'll excuse me, Miss Lin." As he was about to leave, she called out, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Julian." His voice became tense. "What is it? Speak quickly." He continued thinking, does she know about the stone? After pondering for a moment, she said, "I want to thank you for what you did in the slums." "It is not a thank you from me, but gratitude from a swordsman." Another heart-stopping moment for him. He sighed slightly and said, "Is that so? But we are students, those who follow Hayden Reich." She shook her head and denied, "No, you have been expelled." Then he turned away and said, "You are still as cold as always." Watching his back as he left, she turned to the servant, "Let's go." The servant nodded, "Yes, miss." The scene moved to the next day at Shut Eyes, where Ordwin asked, "Did you enjoy Berniden?" He smiled wryly and answered, "Ha ha, I wouldn't dare say I liked it, of course not." "Anyway, what is with this pile of paperwork?" Captain Ordwin was pulling at her hair in front of 2 piles of paper taller than a person's head on the table. He approached and continued, "Literally a mountain of paperwork. Anyway, that's too much to call it popular, yet you ask me if I had a good time." He thought to himself, "I sound like Julian himself. Let's try to act completely crazy and see how she reacts." After a while of contemplation, she shouted, "Hey, do you know why this pile of paperwork is piled into a mountain?" He replied happily, "Because of the captain's irresponsibility, right?" She shouted angrily, "Absolutely not. It's all your fault, you damn jerk. Why did you set fire to Purun Forest?" Faced with her anger, he tried to reassure her, "Calm down, calm down. Aren't Shut Eyes allowed to make field decisions based on judgment?" She clutched her head in frustration. "Forget it, I must have been stupid to ask you that. Most of these are warning letters from the Sun Church." Purun Forest was important to the Sun Church, wasn't it? "Luckily, the Imperial Court will handle it, but my workload doubling is thanks to you." Faced with her whining, he replied nonchalantly, "You can consider it that way." This indifferent remark made her shout, "What's?" He continued thinking, "It's inevitable that I'll be even more annoying than before to a sharp-witted captain. Sorry about that." Holding a few letters in her hand, she continued, There is also a proposal sent directly to you. It seems to be about a lecture at Veal Academy." Taking the letter, he muttered, "This is a new clause. I've never seen it before." She mentioned a name that made him jump in fright, General Monastery. Recalling the conversation with Tenelrin, he spoke, "Even I wouldn't be stupid enough to go hunt a 3-horned demon without an order from the Imperial Court. Doing that is no different from asking for trouble." Tenelrin had tried to reassure him, "Don't worry, Julian, we will handle everything on our end." At that moment, he realized what handling it meant. She continued, "The Sun Church sees me as a thorn in their side, and you are offering them a proposal." Her words made Julian's whole body shudder. With her sharp intuition, she realized, "Are you hiding something, Julian?" At this moment, he was gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, does she intend to send it directly to the Shut Eyes unit? In the midst of the critical situation, Lazarus suddenly burst through the door, shouting, "Lord Julian." The royal secretariat was desperate to know what had happened in Berniden, and in his haste, he had charged in without considering that he might have interrupted something important. Julian looked slightly flustered, but inwardly he was relieved, thinking, "Perfect timing, Lazarus, thank you for rescuing me." Realizing he had barged in at the wrong time, Lazarus quickly apologized to Commander Odwin and asked if he should return later. Odwin, however, had lost all interest in the interrogation. She sighed wearily and said, "No need. You may proceed, Julian, and make sure to take these things with you." Julian was genuinely delighted. He left with a smile on his face, cheerfully calling out, "See you next time, Commander." Julian and Lazarus departed in peace, thankful that nothing worse had occurred. Lazarus, rarely getting the chance to walk alongside Julian, took the opportunity to ask, "I heard you defeated a three-horned demon god all by yourself. The rumor has spread throughout the capital." Julian just smiled and replied softly, "It was nothing special, just a minor matter." Despite his outward composure, he was inwardly tumultuous. "Oh God, I thought I was a goner for sure. The Dawn Society sent us a letter directly. Isn't that more important than a three-horned demon god?" Thinking this was the case, he turned to Lazarus and said gently, "Why don't you wait for me at the Secretariat? I'll join you after I've read this letter." As soon as Lazarus left, he slowly opened the envelope, curious to see what on earth they had written. Contrary to Julian's suspicions, the contents of the letter seemed perfectly ordinary. However, it was highly suspicious. A letter from the Dawn Society couldn't possibly be just casual greetings. And just as Julian had anticipated, a large, pitch-black snake slowly emerged from the letter, which took Julian by surprise. The snake then spoke to him. "The Archbishop wishes for Bishop Julian to visit the cult's headquarters." It turned out they had placed a sound-concealing spell on the letter. Judging by the writing, Julian surmised it was likely a leaner who had penned it. They must be after the magic stone from the three-horned demon god in Berniden. But wait, Julian thought, only the commander and the Secretariat knew the exact date of my return to the capital. How did the Dawn Society get the information so quickly, and how did they reach out to me so precisely? It remained an unanswered question that left him puzzled. He quickly arrived at the Dawn Society's base, where the members seemed intimidated by Julian's sudden appearance. Their gazes followed him everywhere, and Julian could only offer a wry smile. "I really hate being stared at like this when I'm in a place that doesn't belong to me. Is everyone all right here in the Dawn Society?" Julian stood there for a moment until someone finally came to greet him, Bishop Aliner. The moment he met her, he complained about all the eyes on him, saying it made him uncomfortable. Naturally, Bishop Aliner looked at him and laughed. "Ha ha, you're quite the joker. You've been projecting your aura since you walked in. Who would dare get close to you?" Julian soon left with Bishop Aliner. She dispelled her transformation spell and returned to her original form, and along the way, she brought up what Julian had done in the capital again. Bishop Aliner seemed genuinely fascinated, saying, "To think you defeated a three-horned demon god single-handedly and even burned down the Purun forest. Truly impressive." She paused and continued, "I'd love to hear the story of this heroic feat from you yourself. It sounds truly exciting." Julian was naturally pleased to have an admirer, but his expression shifted instantly. "You are certainly good at flattering others, Aliner, but could you please refrain from sending such conspicuous letters in the future? It's not very convenient for me personally." Contrary to Julian's seriousness, Aliner seemed unbothered. "Oh my, why are you so embarrassed? Thanks to that divine magic, no one could have read it, right?" Julian replied cautiously. "There's always a risk of something going wrong. I hope it doesn't happen again." Hearing this, Aliner became deeply curious. "Then how do you intend for us to stay in touch? Do you have another plan?" Julian answered cheerfully, "Naturally I do." Julian had decided that from now on he would meet in person to receive information. After all, he was terrified of being caught having any connection to the Dawn Society, so safety came first. Aliner was surprised, but she remained calm. "Ha ha, I see you know where to find me then." Inwardly, she had already guessed. It seems he just wanted to test my reaction. How did he find out my true identity? I hid it so well. With that, Julian left Aliner behind, looking worried. Tenorin was overjoyed to see Julian's arrival. He shouted excitedly, "Finally, Bishop Julian has appeared. Do you know how much I wanted to see you?" "Very well, show us what you brought, the magic stone of the three-horned demon god that you destroyed single-handedly." But of course, there was no way Julian had brought the magic stone. He responded to the man with a smile and said, "I didn't bring the magic stone." Tenorin, not understanding, asked back, "Didn't you defeat that demon god all by yourself? So where's its magic stone?" Julian replied cheerfully, I already handed that stone over to the royal secretariat. Tenelrin's expression grew increasingly furious. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "Say that again." Yet Julian remained nonchalant. "Yes, Archbishop, I've already turned it over to the royal secretariat." The other bishops stood by, trembling, muttering that the archbishop was truly enraged. "Have you lost your mind?" A red magical aura appeared in Tenelrin's hand. He growled, "Explain yourself. Why would you do such a thing?" Julian didn't want to, but he had to justify his actions. "I once said I would take 1 step back to move 3 steps forward." It wasn't just Tenelrin who was angry. The other members were just as livid, viewing this as an act of betrayal that deserved immediate punishment. Julian turned to them and mocked, "Just as I thought, your way of thinking is too shallow." The other bishops snapped back, "What did you say?" He had to explain, "If I really wanted to betray you, I obviously wouldn't have appeared here again. The reason I intentionally gave the stone to those people is that I want to utilize their intelligence network. The stone I sent them was the first 3-horned magic stone officially discovered. If the Empire discovers its potential and how to use it, they will definitely take the initiative to hunt for more. We only need to know 1 location, and then we will find many more." Tenelrin understood his point and couldn't help but offer a compliment. "Not a bad idea." Someone else countered, "But to give up the stone for just that reason, this is something the members of the cult simply cannot accept." Knowing this explanation wasn't quite convincing enough, Julian spoke again cheerfully. "Of course there's one more reason. Ever since I defeated the 3-horned demon god alone, all sorts of rumors have spread, people calling me the Pillar of the Shut Eyes Unit, the next holy sword, and—" He held up one finger and shouted, "The hero." Julian continued to explain, "All eyes are on me, and among them are our enemies, are they not? And among those enemies there is someone you know very well, Archbishop. Don't you want to know who is conspiring against us?" The members of the Dawn Society were fed up. He was just mumbling nonsense. "Archbishop, quickly throw him out." Seeing them preparing to attack, he prepared to retaliate, placing his hand on his sword and shouting, "Trying to take me on? How interesting. Then bring it on." At that moment, a blue energy swirled around his sword. Tenelrin, standing by and seeing the conflict about to break out, shouted, "Hold it. Who allowed you to interfere in this?" At that moment, a bishop, fearless of death, lunged forward to strike Julian, but he was blocked. Julian then pushed him aside and counterattacked, rushing forward, and thrust his blade into the man's stomach. The bishop, struck by the blow, vomited blood on the spot. After taking down the bishop, Julian stood majestically with a smile, looking at the body lying on the ground. After finishing off the bishop, he said gently to them, "If you really want to know, I will tell you. It was none other than my former master, the Holy Sword Hayden Wright." That name must sound very familiar, right? Fury erupted. The archbishop gritted his teeth, surrounded by an aura as red as fire. It seemed Julian's words had truly pushed him to his limit. Meanwhile, Urian maintained his trademark fox-eyed smile. He was inwardly pleased that his plan to manipulate the relationship between the Dawn Society and the Holy Sword was going even more smoothly than expected. "The one who made my face look like this," the archbishop roared in hatred. His trembling, clenched fist showed that the scar on his face was an unforgettable pain. Watching that spiteful attitude, Urian observed nonchalantly from behind. He thought to himself that the mask wasn't just for show, it actually hid a secret filled with resentment. Using a sarcastic tone, Urian continued to sow seeds of doubt. He played the part of an innocent person worried about being investigated, making the other party believe his lies even more. The bait has been taken. The masked man was shocked to realize the truth Urian had just revealed. He believed that his cold-blooded former master would never trust anyone, not even his former disciple. A handshake was established, marking a new alliance based on deceit. Power and hatred had officially connected these two individuals. "Urian, now I understand why you joined the Dawn Society." The archbishop was completely convinced, thinking he had found an ally who shared the same path. But hidden behind those narrowed eyes and gentle smile was supreme contempt. Urian inwardly scoffed at how completely the other party had misunderstood his true objective. Scene shift, the rhythmic tapping of fingers on a wooden table echoed in the quiet office. Returning to his usual composure, Urian told himself that at least he had extinguished the immediate troubles. But the long game still had many challenges ahead. He knew he had to play his part perfectly between the two forces of the Dawn Society and the Empire to reach the end of the game. But before that, there was a small matter that needed handling first. Urian sensed a shady shadow lurking around him. It seemed someone was monitoring his every move without realizing they had already been exposed. Initially, he had intended to ignore it, but this person kept leaving more and more traces, just like an apprentice spy trying too hard. A cold smile appeared in the darkness. Urian had already guessed the identity of the person stalking him, and that person was. The door burst open, interrupting Urian's train of thought. A figure appeared, bringing an atmosphere completely opposite to the previous tension. It was Lazrat, the apprentice with the ever-cheerful face. He ran in to report on a new directive from the Secretariat, completely unaware that he was about to walk into a verbal trap. Urian kept up his feigned politeness, telling Lazrat to just place the scroll on the table. In his heart, he was observing every tiny movement of this teenager. As Lazrat's hand placed the scroll down, Urian was ready for the interrogation. He wanted to see how long this naive mask could hold up. Trying to slip away early, Lazrat had just turned to leave when Urian's voice held him back. He broke into a cold sweat, sensing that something untoward was waiting for him. Urian rested his chin in his hands and offered an extremely friendly smile, though his eyes remained icy. He gently remarked that Lazrat seemed busier than usual for an apprentice. Lazrat forced a smile and explained that serving the shut eyes was always busy and that he felt grateful for being trusted with so many tasks. A very rehearsed answer, but it didn't deceive Urian. At that moment, Urian's gaze shifted abruptly. He probed deep into the contradictions in Lazrat's words. He was just an apprentice, but he was being entrusted with unusually secretive and important missions. Urian began his psychological attack. He brought up the fact that Lazrat had brought the message the very day he brought the Soul Stone back, a coincidence too perfect to be random. His eyes bored into him, as if to strip away his unusual curiosity about that treasure. Lazrat stumbled, hurriedly trying to cover up by saying he was just curious because the Soul Stone was so important. But this very slip-up helped Urian complete his verbal trap. The young spy had no idea that he had just pushed himself into a corner. Urian's smile was more triumphant than ever. He had set a perfect trap, and now the prey had officially walked into it. Oh ho! His soft laugh sounded like a funeral bell for his counterpart's mask. Lazrat's pupils constricted in extreme terror. Urian had just launched a direct psychological strike. Just an apprentice, yet you already know about the Soul Stone? It was classified information that someone of his rank should never have touched. Lazrat staggered back, cold sweat running down. Urian calmly analyzed the fatal mistake. I only used the word Soul Stone for the first time in front of you, and yet, you reacted far too naturally, didn't you? Urian's keenness had exposed the truth from the slightest reflex. Urian listed the parties that actually had knowledge of the Soul Stone: himself, the Empire, and the Dawn Society. Unless you are on the side of the Dawn Society, you shouldn't know about it. His words, sharp as razors, cut off all of Lazrat's escape routes. I, Lazrat stammered, his eyes filled with despair. He tried to find an explanation, a reason to deny the charge, but under Urian's piercing gaze, all lies became meaningless. Urian stood up, his demeanor imposing and overwhelming. He asserted that he had felt something was strange from the very beginning. A chain of overly coincidental events had led him to this conclusion. Would the Secretariat and the Closed-Eye Society really entrust such important tasks to a lowly apprentice? Urian delved into the absurdity of Lazrat's identity, turning the normal occurrences into ironclad evidence of guilt. Urian moved closer, his hand gripping Lazrat's shoulder like a pair of pliers. The apprentice's heart hammered in his chest as he faced the terrifying pressure from the man before him. Urian whispered into Lazrat's ear, posing the hypothesis that the Dawn Society was pressuring the Empire from within. Tusk, you've seen through me, if things have come to this. A deadly atmosphere began to envelope the room. But then, Urian unexpectedly changed his attitude, raising both hands as if to reassure him. Ah, don't be so afraid, I don't intend to do anything drastic. This sudden change in tone only left Lazrat more confused and bewildered. Urian offered a radiant smile, yet it sent shivers down his spine. I only wanted to have a conversation. To Urian, a living pawn was always more valuable than a dead one. Lazrat trembled, his hands covering his chest. He realized there was no escape, and his usual clumsy veneer began to dissolve, giving way to another self emerging. In that case, I don't need to hide anymore. A thick, dark purple magic exploded around Lazrat. He pulled out a magical crystal, releasing the cold aura of a true predator. The apprentice's disguise was completely torn away. The crystal emitted a fantastical light in Lazarot's palm. This was the tool that had allowed him to use mental magic to deceive the senses of everyone around him all this time. Lazarot's aura changed completely from an innocent teenager into a cold-blooded spy with sharp eyes. He no longer had his previous look of fear, but instead the composure of someone ready to face death. Lazarot exhaled a long breath, shedding the burden of having to act. He looked at Urian with a completely different attitude, a respect for someone who had the guts to expose him. Urian admiringly commented on this change. "Mental magic, you look like a completely different person." He always appreciated those with real ability, even if they were enemies. Lazarot smoothed his hair, revealing a stern expression. He explained that in a palace full of monsters like Urian, mental magic was essential for survival. He acknowledged Urian's caliber by calling him a true monster. Urian smiled. He found Lazarot's true nature far more interesting than that false shell. "Bold, but I prefer your true nature." He realized Lazarot hadn't moved to kill him yet, proving he was waiting for something. Urian's eyes flashed with his characteristic cunning. As sharp as always, it's simple. He started to get to the point, the real objective of this interrogation. An offer he couldn't refuse was presented. "How about working under me, Lazarot?" Urian didn't want to destroy a talented spy, he wanted to own him. Lazarot was stunned, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. He couldn't believe his ears. "What are you talking about?" A person as loyal to the Dawn Society as him was getting an invitation from his own target. Urian laughed aloud, stating his intentions clearly. "Exactly what you heard, be my spy." A double agent, a bold plan to turn the opponent's pawn into his own weapon. Lazarot was stunned, his mind reeling from Urian's reckless proposal. He couldn't understand why this man dared to act independently with such audacity. "Exactly, Lazarot," Urian replied casually, his fox-like eyes narrowing as if he had already secured the win. A horrifying thought flashed through, making Lazarot unable to stop his trembling. "Don't tell me, you intend to betray the Dawn Society." He realized with horror that the person standing before him was more terrifying and unpredictable than any power he had ever served. Urian leisurely tapped his fingers on the table, his words filled with irony. "That sounds so heavy. I just want to make my every step a little more convenient." His nonchalance in the face of the charge of betrayal only made the atmosphere more strained. Lazarot narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He realized he was being drawn into a dangerous mind game. "Wordplay, huh? You really think I'll submit to you just because of those words?" A professional spy like him was not easily subdued. Urian laughed, flipping through the stack of documents in his hand as if he held the other's fate. "Of course not. I'm not shameless enough to ask for help without offering adequate compensation." Behind that gentle smile lay a sophisticated blackmail plot. Urian's eyes flashed with a dangerous light when he mentioned a name. "You've been very diligent in donating to that orphanage, haven't you?" This was the trump card he had painstakingly prepared to break Lazarot's will. Lazarot's pupils dilated in extreme terror. He couldn't believe his most intimate secret had been exposed so easily. That sum of money is quite impressive, especially for someone who goes by the name of apprentice. Urian's compliments now sounded nothing short of a death sentence. Urian leisurely observed the prey's reaction. He knew he had hit his fatal weakness. "It seems that place is very precious to you, isn't it, Lazarot?" The spy's silence was the clearest answer. "If something unfortunate were to happen there," Urian left the sentence hanging with a cold smile. He didn't need to explicitly threaten him because the other's imagination would finish off the rest of the cruel part. Lazarot gritted his teeth, his resentment clear in every facial muscle. He felt powerless as his greatest weakness was being used as a stepping stone for the manipulation of a cunning, fox-eyed man. Seeing the air was tense enough, Urian unexpectedly laughed, waving the stack of papers in his hand. "Haha, I'm just kidding, don't glare at me with that scary look." His constant shifts in psychology left his opponent completely disoriented. Urian placed his hand on the table, emphasizing the cooperation once more. "You just need to help me a little." His proposal now carried a completely different nuance, a coercion wrapped in the shell of negotiation. He narrowed his cunning purple eyes, offering a cynical promise. "I will send a generous gift to that orphanage." That gift could be patronage, or it could be destruction. It all lay in Urian's hands. Lazarot gasped in horror. A gift? He realized he had no choice but to enter the path of a double agent, serving the man he was supposed to be monitoring. Urian clasped his hands together, his smile growing even more smug. "That's right, I've recently become quite interested in charity work, can't you see? A perfect villain always knows how to hide his schemes behind the most noble-sounding actions." Lazarot's final look revealed a bitter acceptance. He had been completely conquered by Urian's intellect and ruthlessness. The game within the Dawn cult now had a vital new double-agent piece under the command of this fox-eyed young master. A few days after the tense incidents, the story continued at an ancient mansion where dark conspiracies still quietly unfolded. Inside, Bishop Aiden, with his sharp, piercing gaze, was interrogating his subordinate. He pressed him to confirm whether Lazarot had brought back what he had requested. Lazarot respectfully presented a scroll case, confirming his presence before Bishop Aiden with absolute submissiveness. He reported that this was indeed the next travel route of the Swordmaster Heidenreich, just as Bishop Aiden had required. At the same time, he mentioned a petition from the Noble Council. But Bishop Aiden couldn't have cared less about those nobles. To him, the only thing of value right now was Haydn's whereabouts, and he ordered that the report be sent to the Archbishop immediately. Lazarot bowed his head in obedience, but the sweat on his brow and his uneasy eyes betrayed the turmoil within him. This anomaly did not escape Bishop Aiden's old, fox-like eyes. He noticed that Lazarot's expression was far from okay and began to doubt his loyalty. Deep down, Lazarot was being violently torn apart. Should he speak the truth or continue to hide the secret about his younger sister, Chernia? Even though the Dawn cult protected him, her future lay in someone else's hands. Memories of his meeting with Urian resurfaced. That young master had promised to write a letter of recommendation for Chernia and the orphans to enter the prestigious Bayer Academy, a life-changing opportunity unlike anything else. Facing this difficult choice, Lazarot clenched his fists, his head bowed in silence. Urian's kindness had become an invisible shackle binding his mind. In the end, he chose to lie. He forced a smile, claiming that nothing had happened, trying to dispel Bishop Aiden's suspicions. Meanwhile, in another place, Urian's footsteps rang steadily against the stone floor. The young master walked with a composed, carefree demeanor. The maids respectfully welcomed him home. Urian was no longer the hated nobleman he once was, but someone whom everyone had to treat with deference. Urian smiled gently, saying he was just lost in thought as the maids approached to handle his coat, a perfect facade hiding deep, calculated thoughts. However, deep inside, Li Siwu was struggling. He realized the most terrifying thing wasn't that he was manipulating others, but that he no longer felt any guilt about it. He recalled the moment he realized Lazarot was a spy. Urian's instinct had immediately identified the man's weakness to exploit without a moment's hesitation. Urian thought to himself, if Lazarot had been a bit calmer at that moment, perhaps he would have realized the truth behind his promises. He had been so worried about the orphans that he didn't realize the paper Urian held in his hand had nothing to do with the orphanage at all. A psychological maneuver that was far too perfect. Urian mused, realizing the old Li Siwu would never have possessed such judgment and ruthlessness. His humanity was gradually fatting with every plan he executed. Just then, Angelica, the butler, stepped forward to report that there was an urgent message from the main family sent to him today. Urian showed a hint of surprise mixed with annoyance. Those in the main family never liked him. Why would they suddenly initiate contact at a time like this? It turned out to be an invitation to the wedding of Lady Renia Cryofart, Urian's older sister. A formal invitation from the head of the Cryofart clan himself. Urian's first reaction was to refuse. He told the butler to reply that he was too busy with work and could not make it to the event. Angelica was about to turn away when Urian suddenly called her back. A calculation that had just flashed through his mind made him change his decision instantly. Wearing a mysterious smile, he announced he would attend the wedding because he realized the Cryofart family was holding something incredibly valuable. However, before setting off, he needed to prepare an appearance that was truly top tier. Returning to Urian after deciding to attend the wedding, he ordered his attire to be prepared, but Angelica's response made him freeze. Angelica brought up the pink suit that the old Urian had cherished dearly. Seeing the butler's sincere expression, Siwu just wanted to faint on the spot because of the original owner's horrific aesthetic sense. He tried to suggest something more formal and sophisticated, but Angelica insisted that it had been his favorite formal wear. Deep down, Siwu was screaming, "Urian, you bastard, why did you leave me this mess?" Unable to bear the thought of wearing that disastrous outfit, Urian decided he had to find a new look worthy of his status. He scanned the luxury designs on display. Gorgeous formal gowns and suits appeared under the brilliant lights, but choosing one he liked amidst these countless options was not easy at all. Finally, he stopped at BQE Boutique, the most high-end fashion shop in the empire. The staff quickly stepped out to greet him warmly, but they couldn't hide their confusion at seeing Urian visit. Urian strolled in, casting his eyes over the expensive clothes. He thought to himself that with his lack of fashion sense, he would definitely need some solid support from the staff here. Urian wore a goodwill smile, but with the face of a true villain, it looked no different from a threat. He wondered if he should ask for their help politely. "Is there anyone here who can help me pick out an outfit?" Urian said with his signature smile, but it seemed his voice had the exact opposite effect. The boutique staff were so terrified that they scrambled to apologize and avoided his gaze. It seemed Urian's nasty reputation made them think he had come to cause trouble. Standing all alone in the middle of the hall, Urian pulled at his hair. He hadn't expected buying clothes would be this difficult, especially when everyone who saw him wanted to run away. Meanwhile, in another corner of the shop, a new character appeared, Aileen, a female professor with dark hair and passionate purple eyes. She was being warmly welcomed by the shop staff. The owner recognized Aileen and asked about her research work. It seemed it had been a long time since this workaholic professor had stepped out of her lab. Aileen could only smile bitterly. She explained that it was the nature of being a professor, always submerged in endless theories and experiments. Suddenly, Aileen became dramatic. She complained bitterly about how someone had bought out all the moonstones, nearly ruining her dedicated thesis. Deep down, she cursed the name of the intruder with resentment. Fortunately, the Empire had recently requested a new study on a substance called Hansuk. This was the lifeline helping her continue her research career. Aileen was fired up, asserting that now she could write an even more excellent thesis. She silently thanked some unknown person for finding Hansuk, not knowing that very person was standing right near her. When asked about her shopping purpose today, Aileen revealed that she needed formal attire to attend an upcoming wedding ceremony. It was the wedding of Rania Cryefart, the third daughter of the prestigious Cryefart family. The shop owner couldn't help but be in awe when hearing the name of this highly influential family. Seeing this, the shop owner offered to take Aileen to see some of the most formal evening gowns. Aileen nodded in agreement, very willing to let an expert advise her. Sighing with relief, Aileen felt it was great to finally have a day to step away from dry research to indulge herself a little. She excitedly walked around the shop, impressed by the variety and splendor of the outfits there. BQE Boutique truly lived up to its name as the top tailor shop. But the joy was short-lived. Aileen's purple eyes suddenly widened in shock when she saw a familiar figure standing in the main hall. "Why, Urian?" Aileen was stunned to see the figure scrutinizing a dark red coat. She couldn't believe her bad luck was so great that she would run into this infamous nobleman in such a luxury shop. The feeling of being watched made Urian turn his head slightly. In a split second, Aileen quickly hid behind a screen, her heart racing as she tried to shrink away, hoping that old fox hadn't noticed her presence. Urian suddenly froze, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. He felt a presence watching him from the shadows, but then he wondered if he was just being overly sensitive. In truth, it was not his imagination. Aileen was hiding behind the screen, her heart pounding. She scolded herself for acting on instinct and running away like a guilty person. Looking at Urian through a gap, Aileen mused about his family background. Although he was only from a branch of the Cryefart family, his appearance here was clearly to prepare for the upcoming wedding. She wondered if he truly considered himself part of that family. But what surprised Aileen more than anything was Urian's fashion sense. Before, he had always worn tight clothes that looked like walking sausages, so why was he suddenly looking at things that seemed normal? Aileen's eyes widened when she saw Urian pick up a specific outfit. Panic was evident on her face. "Wait, don't tell me he actually intends to pick that one." As for Urian, he was examining the dark red coat with satisfaction. With his zero knowledge of fashion, he told himself that this outfit looked quite formal and would definitely make him stand out. Witnessing that scene, Aileen bit her finger, sweat pouring down. She understood that if Urian wore that outfit to the wedding, he would ruin the entire solemn atmosphere of the ceremony with his disaster. Aileen fought an intense psychological battle. She intended to ignore it, but her presence began to draw attention from other customers. Finally, with the self-respect of a lady, she decided she couldn't just stand by and let a fashion disaster happen. She stepped out from her hiding place, calling out seriously, "Master Urian." Urian turned back, looking a bit surprised to meet an acquaintance in this situation. Aileen marched straight over, pointing at the dark red outfit in his hand with eyes full of skepticism. She asked point-blank if he was truly planning to buy this, leaving Urian bewildered. Urian immediately regained his confidence, dropping a sarcastic remark that a professor who only knew how to bury herself in research wouldn't understand fashion. His familiar taunt made Aileen furious, as she thought that this annoying personality of his truly hadn't changed over the years. Aileen began her lecture, suggesting that perhaps because Urian was so used to wearing garish clothes without caring about his surroundings, he didn't realize the true meaning behind the design. She pressed him on whether he even knew what the outfit represented. Urian began to feel flustered, asking back in confusion, "Huh?" His confidence from before suddenly vanished before Aileen's strange seriousness. She wondered if he really didn't know or if he was just pretending. Aileen stepped in close, her voice dropping dramatically. She hypothesized that perhaps Urian bore such deep hatred for the Cryofart family that he wanted to do this. With fiery eyes, she asked point-blank, "Are you trying to use this outfit to express your intention to purge the entire nobility?" This overly serious accusation made the atmosphere in the tailor shop suddenly suffocating. Urian broke into a sweat, completely stunned by the eccentric professor's deduction. He simply thought it was red and elegant, not that he had any conspiracy to commit nobility genocide. He shouted in extreme confusion, "What the hell are you talking about?" All eyes turned to the bizarre dark red outfit with a zipper running down the center. In Aileen's eyes, this was the pinnacle of fashion disaster, a weapon that could destroy any luxury party. The fashion war between the villain and the professor officially erupted. Julian wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead and replied, "You suddenly appeared and started saying weird things. I was just trying to pick something to wear to the wedding." Outwardly he was calm, but inside he started questioning what was going on. Aileen replied, "I'm talking about the symbol on the back," which left Julian confused as he repeated, "A symbol." Aileen moved to the clothing and turned it around. Above was a symbol of 3 swords piercing a throne. At that moment she began to explain, "The Febrance royal family. That is the emblem noble families display when they execute an oath-breaking enemy." She continued apprehensively, "Nowadays it has lost its original meaning and is just a fashion trend, but for someone as infamous as you to wear that symbol to a wedding." Julian's face darkened and he brought his hand to his chin to answer, "I see," but inside he was in chaos. "I've never played the role of Julian, how would I know?" He tried to act cheerful, but inside he started grumbling. "Looking through this pile of clothes is exhausting, and thanks to Julian's instincts, my eyes keep getting pulled toward pink and neon colors." Julian started calculating whether he should ask for a little help from Aileen. He replied, "Well, there's no other way." Aileen breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he finally understood. He put on a cunning look along with his smile, brought his hands up to a hideous neon vest and said, "I will buy the outfit I'm pleased with." Aileen saw that outfit, her eyes going blank in shock as she asked, "That one?" Seeing her expression, Julian laughed to himself. "I know Eileen's character. If I keep picking bizarre clothes, she won't be able to ignore it." Julian put on a fake, calm smile and replied, "That's right, and the pants must match perfectly too." Aileen, unable to stand his fashion sense, asked, "Are you really planning to wear that to the wedding?" Her hands gripped tightly and trembled in anger. "I can't just stand by anymore." She pointed at him and shouted, "In the name of the Donashan house, I will find the perfect outfit for you." Julian laughed secretly, exactly as planned, but he still had to act calm as he replied, "Thank you, truly the family of all artists." After that, the two went to choose the attire. Julian smugly thought, "It's so easy to read that person's psychology," while Aileen, hair messy, judged him. "Who would have thought your fashion sense was this bad? You only wear your academy uniform every day." And then Aileen finished by choosing Julian's outfit, and the wedding day arrived. The guard tremblingly received the invitation that Julian offered. He stammered when seeing Julian's appearance, "Your invitation has been confirmed." He gave a confident smile, adjusted his sleeves slightly, and walked inside, thinking to himself, "I got in safely wearing the outfit Aileen recommended, but I feel a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps it's Julian's emotions rising up. Actually, I didn't want to come either, but there is one reason I had to come." He associated the image of a medal and an orange stone, the Hansuk that the Cryofart family was holding. Julian recalled when he played the game, "I remember a few ways to get Hansuk besides hunting demons in the game. One of them is talking to the head of the Criffart family to receive it. He stepped up and opened the door. Julian's father. Just thinking about him makes me feel choked up. The large door opened and Julian stepped in. The musicians who were playing stopped. The guests also turned pale looking at him. Julian frowned slightly and laughed coldly. Is it necessary to stop the music? He crossed his arms, his expression a mix of amusement and helplessness. The sound of footsteps rang out steadily and he slowly walked into the middle of the hall, his voice low. So you really came? Your gaze hasn't changed from before. He laughed slightly, his lips curling up. Fair enough, it would be strange if they were actually happy to see me. Before he could finish, a voice rang out joyfully, Julian. A figure lunged forward, her white dress sparkling under the lights. She hugged him, making Julian startle and tilt backward. You're here, I'm really glad it's you. Her eyes as red as rubies sparkled, her smile making the whole hall brighten. She was Rania Criffart. Julian was surprised but tried to stay calm, freezing slightly when she grabbed his hand. Her voice rang out happily. It's been a long time, right? It's really hard to meet you lately. She smiled and tugged his hand gently, her shoulders trembling with excitement. Julian could only give an awkward laugh. Inside, he thought this was the first time since taking over this body that he'd seen someone treat Julian genuinely well. He exhaled slightly, smiling gently. Ah, have you been well lately? She answered with radiant eyes, not noticing his embarrassment. Julian thought to himself, although she belongs to a branch of the family, the affection between them seems to be genuine sibling love. The atmosphere in the great hall became warm and full of laughter. Rania laughed while holding Aileen's hand, her face as radiant as a child receiving a gift. Ah, Aileen, I'm sorry, I was just too happy. Aileen smiled gently, answering softly, It's all right, Miss Rania. Julian stepped closer, his gaze flicking over before he thought, As I guessed, Aileen is here too. Rania turned, smiling brightly. Oh, that's right, you two know each other, right? Aileen replied. Yes, we used to be senior and junior at the academy. Julian raised his brow, surprised inside. Senior and junior, I never knew about this. Rania looked at him, her eyes mischievous, laughing. Anyway, you look beautiful today, Julian, not like the last few times, looking like a clown. Did you choose this outfit yourself? Aileen looked over, speechless. She actually says things like that with a smile. Julian shivered, feeling as if someone was staring at him from behind. He glanced over and saw Aileen, her face blushing, glaring, and signaling. Come on, tell me who chose that outfit for you. He laughed and replied calmly, Of course I chose it myself. After all, today is my sister's wedding. The remark made Aileen freeze, her eyes widening. What did you say? Rania burst into innocent laughter. Haha, that's definitely Julian. Ah, Aileen, what's wrong? Your face is so red. She just gave an awkward laugh. Ah, it's nothing. Rania held both their hands, smiling radiantly in the middle of the hall. Anyway, thank you both for coming to celebrate with me. Today is my wedding day. Julian nodded slightly, smiling. The atmosphere here is good. I didn't expect it to be this pleasant. As soon as he finished speaking from afar, a cold voice rang out, cutting through the laughter in the hall. Sister Rania. The atmosphere suddenly went quiet. Julian squinted his eyes, looking toward the voice, while Rania startled and turned back. Rania smiled slightly. Oh dear, Joshua. He approached, his cold eyes sweeping over each person. Rania held his hand in a friendly way. You must be busy with your studies. Thank you for coming to celebrate with me. But Joshua remained silent, his gaze stopping on the hand she was holding. A moment later, a sharp sound rang out. He grabbed her wrist tightly, making Rania startle. What are you doing? His voice was cold enough to freeze the air in the hall. Rania's eyes widened in surprise. What's wrong with you, Joshua? Before she could say more, he shouted, What were you thinking, chatting with two branch members at such an important party? The atmosphere in the hall immediately became heavy. Everyone around turned to look. Rania pulled her hand away, her voice slightly irritated but trying to keep calm. I'm just happy to see him again. It's been a long time since you met your brother Julian. Why not greet him? Joshua burst into a contemptuous laugh, his face contorting, his gaze filled with disdain. Ha, who would want to call that thing brother? The hall was dead silent, with only heavy breathing echoing. Julian tilted his head slightly and smiled coldly. Yeah, just as I imagined. Joshua didn't stop, pointing his finger straight at Julian, his voice gritting through each word. Hey, branch brat, I don't know why you sneaked in here, but don't think that just by coming you become a member of this family. Julian smirked, took out the invitation, and answered calmly. I only came because I was invited. Joshua, with an angry expression, held the invitation high in his hand. A tearing sound rang out, and paper scraps fell all over the floor, leaving the entire hall dead silent. Joshua threw the remaining part to the ground, his voice gritting. As a member of the family, let me make one thing clear. He leaned down, his breath heavy, his eyes flaring with resentment. Get out of here. A long silence followed, then Julian laughed slightly, a half-smile full of disdain. And what if I don't want to? Joshua gritted his teeth, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. Huh, really? Then I'll let everyone here know. He pointed his sword at Julian and continued. The fate of a branch member who dares to oppose the main branch. A brief introduction to Joshua Criffart, the infamous troublemaker of the Bayer Academy. He always formed cliques, specializing in bullying commoner students. Not stopping there, Joshua also disrupted the classes of lower-ranked professors. In class, he laughed loudly, threw paper, and interrupted lectures, making the professors tremble and unable to speak. His arrogance exceeded all limits, but because of the name Criffart, no one dared to touch him. Joshua laughed loudly, drawing his sword, the light reflecting on his proud face. Come here, you imperial dog. The statement shook the entire hall. Julian stood still amidst the crowd, his eyes as cold as ice, his voice low. You really have no fear, or are you just stupid? The air in the hall suddenly dropped, making people feel suffocated. With a single step, Julian lunged. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Joshua. Joshua's eyes widened, fear creeping into his heart. He just realized that the opponent in front of him was completely different from the people he had bullied. An explosion rang out. Julian appeared right in front, his hand gripping Joshua's sword in midair. The sound of metal screeching was freezing to the bone. Joshua gasped, unable to believe the scene before his eyes. Julian tightened his grip, causing Joshua's arm, which was still clutching his sword, to tremble violently. Sweat streamed down Joshua's face. He looked at his opponent with a mix of dread and panic, trembling as he wondered, how can he be this strong? Julian continued to squeeze Joshua's wrist so hard that the bones audibly cracked. Grabbing your own sister's wrist like that, even a family member wouldn't dare do such a thing. His voice was low and cold, every word like a blade piercing Joshua's pride. Desperate, Joshua yanked his arm back, causing his sword to fall to the floor with a chilling clang. The entire banquet hall fell silent. No one dared to even breathe loudly. Julian stepped closer and leaned in, whispering into Joshua's ear in a voice that resonated clearly through the space. You should be ashamed. His breath brushed against Joshua, causing the young man to shiver, his face flushed with a mixture of fury and fear. A voice rang out from behind. Stop it, Julian. Harand appeared, stepping out from the crowd, his eyes filled with concern as he watched the two confronting each other. Julian turned his head slightly, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Brother Harand. Julian chuckled coldly, glancing at Joshua, who was still shrinking away. Do you expect me to just stand by and watch him insult my sister? Harand lowered his voice, attempting to de-escalate the situation. I understand, but you can't cause a scene here. Everyone is watching. Joshua tried to regain his courage, jerking his arm away from Julian's grip and shouting, That's right, know your place, you insolent fool. Harand shouted back, Enough, Joshua. You are the one who provoked Rania and Julian in the first place. Joshua froze, his eyes widening in shock. He had no retort left. The tension eased slightly and Julian lowered his hand, straightening his collar. Harand then turned to lecture his younger brother. I came here representing father today, so stop acting so recklessly. Julian touched his chin, his eyes thoughtful. Representing father, huh? A figure in a black cloak appeared, their voice low and deep. So, the head of the Criffart family isn't coming then? Julian narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. He sighed softly. It'll be hard to get the Hansuk then. Julian's expression darkened, a sharp, cold glint appearing in his eyes amidst the quiet. If my goal is lost, then. He turned toward Rania. Sister, are you okay? His voice was calm and filled with genuine concern. I'm sorry for causing this scene. Rania offered a gentle smile, her eyes warm. It's fine, Julian, you did that for my sake after all. In a place full of hypocrites, she is the only one normal enough that her composure is actually frightening, Julian thought. Rania waved her hand lightly. It's all right, don't worry about it. Julian bowed his head slightly. If you say so. Julian stepped back then. If you'll excuse me, I shall take my leave. His voice rang out, calm and decisive across the banquet hall. Everyone was surprised. What, leaving so soon? Julian smiled, a smile full of confidence. I know when to make an entrance and when to disappear. He paused, his gaze fixed on a black-haired woman standing nearby. One more thing. He approached Eileen and bowed slightly. Lady Eileen, thank you. Eileen was stunned. Thank you. Julian smiled faintly. The outfit you chose for me, I really like it. Light caught his frame, making his sophisticated appearance look absolutely perfect. Displaying the refined taste of a true member of the Donashan house, Eileen's face flushed with shyness upon hearing Julian's words. She remembered something and stammered, "Huh, that sentence." A flash of memory appeared. The same image returned, Julian appearing with that compliment, as if it contained the entire starry sky. "Truly a Donashan, your magic is so beautiful." At that time, an innocent Eileen had been moved by this man. Returning to the present, the recollection caused her to frantically clutch her head in irritation. Rania, surprised, turned to look at her. Eileen screamed internally, "Why am I remembering this?" Seeing this, Rania tried to soothe her. "Eileen, calm down." Meanwhile, Julian had already turned and walked out of the room. As he stepped outside, a voice called out from afar, "Julian." Hearing his name, he turned around instinctively. He asked in surprise, "Sister Rania." She knelt down, gasping for air after trying to catch up to him. "You walk so fast," she said. "I almost didn't make it in time to give you this. It's a memento. You actually came to this wedding to meet father, didn't you?" She held out a box. Rania continued, "To retrieve this, the memento of your mother." Julian, hearing this, grew curious. Rania's next words shocked him even more. "You've argued with father over this many times, haven't you?" It was only then that he realized there had been some familial conflict, but he simply replied, "Yes, that's right." The image of a hardworking woman appeared. A memento meant Julian's mother had passed away. Rania smiled and replied, "I secretly brought it to return it to you." Hearing this, Julian felt a surge of gratitude. Why is Julian's sister so warm? Since it wasn't easy to refuse, he took the box and thanked her. He opened the box and the object inside surprised him. This is a stone shimmering with a blue light lay inside, a Hansa. His sweat-beaded face was reflected in the stone. It seemed to have been crafted with magic. He couldn't feel a shred of demonic aura from it. Thoughts raced through his head like an electric current. "Your mother's memento is this? Julian, what kind of person were you? Is there some hidden story I don't know about? How troublesome, how incredibly annoying, I don't know anything at all." He blurted out, "I didn't expect to get it this easily." Rania, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he excused himself. "It's nothing, sister. I was just muttering to myself. Thank you for returning my mother's memento." She replied with a sentence that left Julian bewildered. "I knew handing it to you was the right choice." Looking at Julian's seemingly happy expression, she continued, "That's the first time I've seen that look on your face." He teased back, "You're seeing things." She covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "Are you sure?" After a while, Julian finally left. Rania waved goodbye but didn't forget to remind him, "Get home safely and visit us sometimes." He bowed politely in response, "I'll see you later, sister." Finally, he was left alone. Staring at the stone before him, he mused. The Hansuk that the Criffart family held onto for so long is actually the memento of Julian's mother. A sharp pang went through his chest. Known as the coldest-blooded person in the Empire, he didn't know why, but tears fell from his eyes. He asked himself, "Julian, do you have feelings like this too?" A luxurious carriage rolled along the dirt road, bringing Julian back. He even shed a tear, wondering if it was a sign that a remnant of Julian's humanity still existed. The conflict between his true self and the villainous role he had to play was deepening. However, immediately after, Julian brushed aside those weak thoughts and offered a complacent smile. Regardless, he had completed his goal. That goal was to obtain the Hansuk, a teardrop-shaped treasure containing terrifying power. With a sinister smile, Julian admired his hard-won trophy. Returning to his mansion, Julian found himself in a dilemma. What should he do with the Hansuk? Handing it over to either the Dawn Society or the Holy Sword faction felt wrong, as if he were shortchanging himself. As he hit a dead end, an idea suddenly sparked in Julian's mind, and one of his eyes glowed with a magical blue light. He remembered that Julian possessed a unique ability. A virtual system notification appeared before him, ready to reveal a shocking secret. That was it, a unique trait called Vessel of the Demon Lord. This ability allowed him to absorb artifacts with evil attributes, absorbing the residual will of the demon god to grow stronger. However, it was a double-edged sword, as this trait would vanish when the demon lord truly reincarnated. Julian quickly pieced everything together. This trait meant he could absorb the Hansuk itself, and if he did, he could become the demon lord. A tempting prospect emerged. If he became the supreme evil deity, his survival chances in this harsh world would skyrocket to an absolute level. Yet the vision of becoming the demon lord made him shiver in fear. Julian dismissed the thought immediately. He would rather die than do that. The soul of Lee Siwoo within him had almost forgotten why he never wanted to play the role of Julian, a hypocrite and a traitor. The instincts of his true human self were rejecting this path. He had already been struggling with an identity crisis because of another mysterious ability called the open eyes. Today's crying incident made him feel like he had lost even more humanity than Julian himself. "Wake up, Lee Siwoo," he told himself. He no longer craved power as desperately as before. For now, he would just store the Hansuk away. Suiting action to word, Julian placed the Hansuk into a large box and locked it carefully, temporarily sealing away the dangerous object. He returned to his room, but the feeling of unease lingered. Even just keeping it nearby was enough to make him restless. He wondered if he should learn a sealing spell, as the Dawn Society would eventually come looking for it. Julian slumped into his chair, trying to relax. Well, nothing to be done for now, he thought. The mansion was usually quiet, but today it seemed strangely silent. He just hoped no trouble would arise for a while. But man proposes, God disposes. Just as he wished for peace, a purple magical energy suddenly flashed. Instantly, Julian's eyes snapped open. His entire body shifted into a state of high alert. One of his skills, extraordinary intuition, had been triggered, signaling danger. Julian sensed a strange mana flow moving through the air. He asked himself, what is it? What is its purpose? Is it an enemy? Julian jumped up, ready to face the intruder. He could pinpoint their location through mana detection, but strangely, this mana flow contained absolutely no killing intent. He was cautious, not daring to use his own mana recklessly. If he did, the intruder would spot him immediately. Julian moved carefully. The only thing that gave him relief was the lack of any murderous aura from the stranger. That was truly fortunate. Given Julian's past wrongdoings, it wouldn't have been surprising if an assassin had come looking for him. He approached the source of the mana, his own room. And there he found the intruder. A beautiful woman with striking aquamarine hair, Eleanor, was casually sitting in his room, enjoying tea. Eleanor seemed to sense Julian's presence. She turned around with a look of feigned surprise. "Oh, you're back." Julian froze. Eleanor, on the other side, she continued drinking her tea nonchalantly. "I've been waiting so long that I asked your servant to bring me some tea." Eleanor added cheerfully, "You can at least do that much for a guest, can't you?" Hearing this, Julian didn't answer, falling into thought. How did she get in? Magic. Looking at the purple mana radiating from Eleanor, Julian guessed. She used seduction magic to control the servant, didn't she? Breaking out of his thoughts, Julian sat down and exhaled. "Bishop Eleanor, what business do you have in my mansion?" Eleanor's reflection in the teacup replied, "Just a little intimate exchange between allies." Hearing this, Julian fumed inwardly. "You broke in just for an exchange." Eleanor continued, "Of course, there is another reason. I have something to ask you." Julian was slightly startled, so we're going straight to the point. Setting her teacup down, Eleanor asked directly, "Recently, you succeeded in subduing a demon during the mission in the slums, didn't you?" Julian didn't see anything strange, so he answered, "That's correct." After hearing the confirmation, Eleanor asked, "That demon had a human form, didn't it?" Looking into the other's eyes, Julian speculated, "I see. You're testing how much I know about the phenomenon of demonization. In that case, it's better to answer honestly." He replied confidently, "That's right, one of them suddenly turned into a demon." Eleanor, hearing this, seemed intrigued. But Julian's next sentence surprised her. However, the demon's horn was different from the one Tenorin showed us. As if not believing what she heard, Eleanor asked, "What did you say?" Julian maintained his composure and replied, "I mean, it was a copy, modeled after the horn Tenorin crafts. Isn't that what you wanted to ask?" On the other side, Eleanor asked gravely, "How much do you actually know about demon horns and the demonization phenomenon?" Julian smiled faintly, "Not as much as you think." Eleanor stood up, covered her chest with her hand, and said, "All right, no more beating around the bush. It seems you already know almost everything." Julian saw this and held out his hand, teasingly asking, "So, has your curiosity been satisfied?" Looking back, Eleanor replied, "Yes, I don't need to test you anymore." Turning to leave, she continued, "You seem very well versed in the affairs of the Dawn Society." Her next words carried a threat. "I trust you understand which decision is the wiser one to make. Ensure our blades do not point at each other. I am not easy to deal with." This threat made Julian break out in a cold sweat. After a moment, Julian was left alone. He sighed with relief. "Hayes, so you're telling me to either be absolutely loyal to the Dawn Society or stay out of the way. And you just happen to show up right when I'm holding the Hansuk." Julian decided this mansion is clearly not a safe place to keep the Hansuk, if that's the case. A moment later, Harand appeared, holding the box containing the Hansuk. He asked Julian, "Are you intending to hand it over to me?" Sitting down, Julian replied, "That's right, Harand. Herand was surprised. That's quite unexpected. I thought you would bring up punishing Joshua. Julian didn't bother with Joshua. Forget it. He's not worth my energy. Holding the box, Herand asked in confusion. Really? But what are you handing over to me? Julian didn't hesitate, responding calmly. It's my mother's memento. This made Herand pale with fear. He stammered, "What did you say?" He immediately rushed over to question him. "Lady Milna's memento, isn't that something precious to you?" Seeing his reaction, Julian just told him to stay calm. Julian then replied brightly, "That's right." But inwardly he thought, Herand is probably the only one who wouldn't act recklessly with the Hansuk. He likely doesn't even know what it truly is, and he's not the type of person who would revive a demon god. I can safely entrust it to him. Herand lifted the box to ask once more for confirmation. "Are you sure you want to entrust such an important item to me?" With his familiar smile and narrowed eyes, Julian replied, "I can't keep it with me right now, so I'm entrusting it to you, Herand." The image of young Julian being held by his mother appeared, followed by a flurry of thoughts from Herand. "You can't keep Lady Milna's memento?" Julian, even someone as notorious as Julian, turns as gentle as a lamb before Lady Milna. She is the symbol of the last shred of humanity left in him. For him to hand over Lady Milna's memento to someone else, isn't that a declaration that he will live entirely as a dog of the Empire, a monster with no way back? Herand looked at Julian with an expression of fear. How can he be that cruel? Seeing this expression, Julian knew immediately, he's misunderstood again. I guess handing the Hansuk to him is fine. Scene shift to Joshua. He sat on the bed, looking furious, gritting his teeth. His anger was clearly written on his face. Close up on Joshua's wrist, covered in bruises, he was using a white towel to compress the injury. A maid with short black hair entered the room, announcing she was there to change the towel. Joshua looked up at her with an annoyed glare. Instantly, Joshua unleashed his fury on the maid. He shouted, causing the girl to jump in terror. Joshua boiled with rage. He couldn't accept that he, a direct heir, had been injured by someone from a lowly branch family. The image of Julian with that provocative sneer flashed in Joshua's mind. Just thinking of that bastard was enough to drive him mad. Joshua clenched his fist, thinking Julian was an unbearably arrogant person. He recalled the moment Julian attacked him. Everything happened so fast that Joshua couldn't even feel the blow, only the terrifying pressure radiating from Julian. Joshua admitted that he had lost from the very first second. He didn't understand why a lowly person like Julian could stand out and receive favor from the higher-ups. In his rage, Joshua swung his hand, knocking over the water basin on the floor, sending water splashing everywhere. The maid turned pale, terrified of the young master's wrath. She hurriedly knelt, trembling and begging for forgiveness. Joshua sat on the bed, looking down coldly at the maid kneeling at his feet. The room sank into a heavy, frightening atmosphere. Joshua suddenly jumped up, his anger still unspent. He turned around, his face showing a look of madness, ready to explode at any moment. Joshua gritted his teeth, snarling for someone named Alphys. Immediately after, a tall man with black hair and a calm expression appeared. He was Alphys Mayand, Joshua's bodyguard and former vice-captain of the Azure Lion unit. Joshua waved his hand, dismissing the terrified maid. She hurried away, considering herself lucky to have escaped. As soon as they were alone, Joshua called Alphys over and pointed to his bruised wrist. Alphys calmly replied that he saw the injury, but that only made Joshua angrier. He roared, demanding to know where Alphys had been when it happened. When Alphys tried to explain that he was following the Lord's orders, Joshua cut him off, screaming that it wasn't what he wanted to hear. Joshua emphasized that Alphys's duty was to protect the direct line of the Krifart family. He asked, is there anything more important than his safety? Joshua continued to berate Alphys, reminding him of his filthy past and that everything Alphys had, he owed to him. Alphys just listened silently, thinking, here we go again, before apologizing. Joshua sneered that Alphys was useless anyway, probably a coward who would freeze to death out of fear. He looked frustrated. Joshua angrily picked up the wet towel from inside the water bucket. He threw the towel straight at Alphys's face. Alphys just stood there and took it. Joshua roared, stating that what he wanted was an apology from Julian himself, not from a piece of trash like Alphys. After a brief silence, Alphys spoke up, asking Joshua directly if he truly wanted to take revenge on Julian. Alphys's unexpected question left Joshua stunned for a moment. Alphys firmly asserted that he would help Joshua get his revenge at any cost, regardless of the methods. Joshua snapped, demanding that Alphys tell him immediately if there was a way. Alphys began his analysis, admitting that Julian was currently very strong. He could transmit mana into each of his movements with ease, and that amount of mana far exceeded that of ordinary knights. The Moonlight Sword, charged with Julian's full mana, was as terrifying as the man's own personality. Alphys continued with a look of admiration, saying it was a sword capable of controlling its own aura, a weapon any knight would dream of. Joshua lost all patience. He couldn't stand the fact that Alphys seemed to be praising his enemy and shouted, demanding that he get straight to the point. Alphys changed his expression, offering a bold proposal. What if we create an environment where he cannot use his aura? This suggestion left Joshua dumbfounded. Before Joshua could recover, Alphys pulled an object from his coat. Alphys revealed it to be a flawed resonance stone. Joshua went numb, not understanding why Alphys would possess such a thing. Alphys explained that a normal resonance stone would suppress the demonic energy within a demon to prevent it from approaching. But this flawed stone operated differently. It emitted a strange, purple energy flow. As the stone drew nearer, Joshua felt an invisible pressure bearing down, forcing him to his knees. Alphys explained that this type of flawed stone, instead of suppressing demonic energy, suppressed the mana within humans. All they had to do was set up a barrier with it and use it on Julian. Joshua immediately realized the problem. He yelled at Alphys that if they used this thing, he himself would be unable to use his aura within the barrier. Alphys calmly replied that Joshua wouldn't need aura. He revealed he had something else which surprised even Joshua, who was still sitting on the ground. The item Alphys revealed was a demon horn radiating dark energy. Joshua was astonished to realize it was indeed a horn. The scene shifted to another location, where Julian was leisurely caring for a potted orchid under the sunlight. Julian smiled contentedly, thinking to himself that the recent peaceful life of tending to orchids made him feel that living in Julian's body wasn't so bad after all. The peace was quickly shattered. Razlot, Julian's assistant, rushed over, reporting that some members of the Dawn cult were planning an ambush. Julian thought to himself that he would have to retract his previous statement immediately. Julian looked annoyed, his hand tightening around an orchid leaf. He was frustrated that Razlot's panic had disturbed his poor orchid pot. Julian turned around, asking Razlot to report news calmly next time instead of acting so panicked. He worried that if this continued, everyone would discover his secret. Razlot obediently complied. Regaining his composure, Julian asked about the ambush, specifically whether any bishops were involved. When Razlot replied in the negative, Julian just smirked, deeming their plan ridiculous. Razlot remained anxious, suggesting they prepare some countermeasures, but Julian nonchalantly replied that since they hadn't acted yet, they should just wait and see. Razlot couldn't believe his ears. He was bewildered as to why Julian could ignore a potential ambush like this. Julian noticed the look of doubt on Razlot's face. He thought that perhaps this skepticism was due to the broken orchid branch, and then he muttered to himself, "Same bed, different dreams." Julian decided he needed to reassure Razlot. He asked Razlot if he knew a little trick, leaving the assistant bewildered. Holding the orchid pot, Julian explained a survival tip for orchid lovers. The leaves of a healthy orchid won't easily wilt unless there's a problem with its roots. To illustrate, Julian pulled the orchid out of the pot, revealing the roots. He laughed gleefully, saying that, as he thought, the roots were rotten, but luckily only the outer roots were affected. Julian explained further that the orchid had devised an excellent strategy. Those outer roots acted as bait, preventing the rot from spreading to the entire plant. The veiled explanation about bait made Razlot shiver, trying to guess what Julian was implying. Julian brushed aside the orchid topic, asking Razlot if there was any other news. Razlot reported that the Secretariat was requesting personnel for the upcoming Victory Anniversary mission, a task Julian also had to participate in as the Academy's swordsmanship teacher. Julian calculated if it were the Victory Anniversary, the Holy Sword Haydn would surely attend. He didn't want to meet him, as that perceptive Holy Sword had previously questioned him about Hansuk. Razlot asked if Julian would accept the Victory mission. Julian refused, saying he wanted to take a simpler job this time and would accept the task related to the Academy instead. Razlot went numb. Julian, a man always obsessed with success, was turning down a prestigious mission. He suddenly realized Julian was using himself as bait to lure in the Dawn cult. Razlot's stream of thought flowed. During the Victory Anniversary, the Academy guards would be sent to the palace. If Julian stayed at the Academy, the Dawn cult spies would think it was the perfect opportunity to attack, and Julian, who knew about the ambush beforehand, could easily wipe them out. Razlot finally understood everything. The strange story about bait earlier was the hidden meaning behind this plan. Julian was turning himself into bait, turning the enemy's ambush into a scene on his own stage. Razlot shuddered, concluding that a bloodbath was about to sweep through the academy. Meanwhile, Julian remained pleasantly smiling, unaware that he had become a true strategist. At Veal Academy, an elderly professor laughed awkwardly, sweat running down his face. In contrast to the professor's anxiety, Julian, an important figure of shut eyes, appeared extremely smug with a mysterious smile. The professor hurried over to greet Julian, never expecting that Julian would come here in person. He added that since the victory anniversary was approaching, he thought Julian wouldn't have any free time. Realizing he might have said the wrong thing, the professor quickly corrected himself, appearing happy at Julian's presence. Meanwhile, Julian felt secretly amused by the man's fear. The professor believed that the students were also eagerly awaiting Julian's special lecture. Hearing about the special lecture, Julian looked surprised and asked back. The professor stammered, explaining it was a lecture for students preparing for the practical exam, asking, "Don't tell me you didn't know about this." Julian narrowed his eyes and broke into a slight sweat thinking about this issue. Julian laughed, reassuring the professor that he only asked because he was looking forward to it. However, deep down, he had never imagined he would have to teach students. At that moment in lecture hall number 1 of Veal Academy, students were buzzing with excitement, waiting for the lecture to begin. A gray-haired girl noticed her friend Rin had arrived. She said the guest lecturer hadn't arrived yet. Rin sighed with relief that she hadn't arrived late. In any case, she wasn't very interested in theoretical lectures. She felt slightly tired after an overexerting training session. She had trained harder than usual, thinking she could rest during this lecture. Her friend sitting next to her noticed Rin's fatigue. Rin admitted she was a bit tired and said it was lucky today was just a guest lecture. All they had to do was sit and listen. At the same time, the professor and Julian reached the door of the lecture hall. Students inside were whispering that guest lecturers usually came from shut eyes, but this time it seemed to be a commoner. Immediately after, the professor entered and asked everyone to pay attention. He announced that the guest lecturer had arrived and asked everyone to welcome him. Julian's appearance caused the entire lecture hall to buzz. Students were shocked and whispered to one another. A student exclaimed in amazement, realizing Julian was from Shut Eyes. Rin was also surprised by this information. She looked confused, seemingly unable to understand what was happening. Rin looked up at the podium where Julian was standing with the professor, and she was completely stunned. Julian stepped up and introduced himself as Julian Criffart from Shut Eyes and said he was happy to be the guest lecturer today. Rin was completely shocked to realize the person standing on the podium. She couldn't believe her eyes, wondering why he was there. Amidst the non-stop whispering, Julian asked everyone not to be too tense. He placed his hand on the table, announcing that he was here to give a short lecture in his capacity as an examiner for the upcoming practical exam. With a cunning smile, Julian announced that what he was about to teach today was nothing special. Julian's response left the students bewildered. He looked at them and said, "You seem confused." Julian continued, posing a question to the whole class. "Why do you practice swordsmanship?" Seeing the entire lecture hall silent, Julian laughed and said it was just a question to break the silence. Then he suddenly pointed straight at a student. "So, let me ask Rin that question." Unexpectedly called out, Rin startled, and her friend next to her was equally surprised. Rin intended to ask why he was asking her such a question, but she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, realizing in time that she had almost responded disrespectfully. Rin quickly regained her composure. She told herself that Julian was a lecturer after all, and she should show respect. She decided to ask him back, thinking everyone would want to hear his answer more than hers. Asked back, Julian seemed amused. He laughed and answered bluntly, "Of course, to gain fame and status." Julian's answer left Rin and her friend stunned. Her friend thought he should have said something more noble, like for the sake of the royal family. Without letting them recover, Julian asked Rin the same question again. This time, Rin answered steadily that it was to train her mind and body to achieve her goals. But deep down, she knew exactly what that goal was: revenge. Julian acknowledged it as a profound answer and said the reason he brought up this question was not just to break the silence. He explained that no matter how much swordsmanship he taught them, it wouldn't compare to the foundation they built for themselves, and it would be impossible to help them make significant improvements in such a short amount of time. Therefore, instead of talking about swordsmanship, Julian announced that today he would talk about aura, while gathering an energy flow around his hand. The students, including Rin and her friend, were buzzing. They couldn't believe Julian would teach about aura, and truly astonishing subject. Julian explained that everyone has mana meridians, and utilizing them to strengthen the body or tools is the way to use aura. He emphasized that aura is a clear indicator of the skill gap between you and others. The students below could only gasp in admiration at the beautiful aura flowing from him. After the demonstration, Julian smiled and asked if everyone could see the color of his aura. Rin smirked. Now she understood what Julian meant when he said aura is a measure of the skill gap. A student raised their hand to speak, suggesting Julian's aura color was gray, similar to moonlight. Another student wondered if it was silver instead. Amidst the uncertain answers, a voice rang out decisively. It was Rin. She asserted the aura color was silver. After identifying the silver color, Rin didn't stop there. Her eyes flashed with confidence as she continued, and she ended her answer definitively, pointing out a second color that only she perceived, and a pale cobalt blue. Rin confidently explained that Julian was using two different aura flows at the same time. She pointed out that he had used silver aura in the sword sheath while simultaneously using pale cobalt blue aura in his hand. Julian smiled, confirming that her answer was completely accurate. Rin thought to herself, the ability to understand others' aura is the way to identify the skill gap between two people. She had realized this since seeing Julian's traces at the blacksmith shop. She had put in a lot of effort to bridge the gap between them and was confident that there wouldn't be much difference anymore. But just then, a thought flashed. Julian put his finger to his lips, signaling silence with a mysterious smile, and said, "There's one more." Rin went numb, her eyes wide with terror. She couldn't say a word, only stammering, "Impossible." Immediately, Julian released a third, massive aura flow, enveloping himself in a blaze of brilliant blue energy. Rin and all the students in the lecture hall were completely overwhelmed, unable to believe this terrifying power. Ending the lecture, Julian released the third aura, a power that no student in the class could recognize. He explained that the ability to emit an aura that an opponent cannot perceive is the way to measure the power gap. It is also the guarantee that you will never lose. Hearing Julian's words, Rin gritted her teeth in anger, realizing the unbridgeable class gap between her and Julian. She bitterly admitted her own arrogance. The gap between them was indeed like heaven and earth. As Julian left the lecture hall, the dean waited at the door and showered him with praise. He was amazed, never expecting the lecture to be such a success. Julian just asked coldly if he had been standing outside the whole time. The dean was a bit startled. He awkwardly admitted that because Julian was the one lecturing, he was a bit worried. Julian just smirked at the dean's flattery. Julian himself found it funny. Who would have thought that one day Julian would be teaching others? Taking the opportunity, the dean asked Julian to take charge of the upcoming practical exam as well. Julian was a bit surprised by this request. After agreeing, Julian decided to return home. He walked along, smiling with satisfaction. On the way, Julian realized this corridor had also appeared in the game. Because it appeared quite frequently, he felt strangely familiar with it. Suddenly, a strange memory flashed in his head. It was the image of Julian wiping blood off a sword. That memory was about the Black Knight, the fallen hero, Meteor Haydenreich, a character in the game. Julian held his head. Why did he suddenly remember that trailer scene? And who was the Black Knight supposed to be? That was the scene where he killed the Sword Saint. Julian told himself as long as he was Julian, that wouldn't happen. The scene shifted to Julian's mansion, where someone's hand was placed on the sofa. Joshua was sitting on the sofa, frustrated that Julian hadn't returned yet. He was impatiently waiting to execute his plan. He glanced at a painting hanging on the wall with an annoyed expression. It seemed Julian's aesthetic sense didn't suit him at all. Then he glanced at another bizarre decorative statue and turned away in disdain. Joshua clutched his face in frustration. He would never understand Julian's aesthetic sense. He even got irritated seeing countless orchid pots displayed in the room, making him startle. At that moment, one of Joshua's subordinates, a young knight, entered and reported that the barrier had been installed according to his request. The knight said that they could deploy the mana flow blocking barrier immediately upon command. Noticing the subordinates trembling, Joshua smirked and asked, "Are you scared?" The young knight startled, confused by his master's unexpected question. Joshua lost his patience, gritting his teeth and asking straight out if he was scared of Julian. His eyes were filled with anger and contempt for that cowardice. Joshua looked disdainful. He couldn't understand why his subordinate was so scared. He boasted that their force in Julian's mansion currently included 2 knights experienced in hunting 2-horned demons and 6 loyal soldiers of the Krapat family. There was also a high-level mage and the mana-blocking barrier, a force far too excessive to take down just one person. The knight replied fearfully, saying that if the person was Julian, things would be different. He trembled, recalling Julian's overwhelming power, and believed that even with a force like that, it still wouldn't be enough to deal with him. Seeing this, Joshua just smirked, challenging him and ordered him to continue. The knight reported one more strange thing. The atmosphere in the mansion was very weird. Even though it was late, there wasn't a single servant to be found. Joshua dismissed it, thinking they just went home early, but the knight remained anxious. Could Julian have anticipated their arrival? The subordinate's anxiety angered Joshua. He gripped the armrest tightly. Unable to control himself, Joshua unleashed a powerful punch to the knight's face. He yelled, cursing his subordinate for being a coward. Joshua roared, questioning his subordinate why he was so scared, and if he was still worthy of being a knight of the Krapat family. Taken by surprise, the knight could only bow his head and apologize to his young master. Joshua ordered his subordinate that there was no need to fight. Just activating the barrier at the right time would be enough. He muttered that the knights were truly cowardly. But once the barrier was activated, Julian wouldn't even be able to use his aura properly. Thinking of that, Joshua wore an evil, confident smile. He believed that once Julian's power was neutralized, he would easily overwhelm him. Just then, a soldier ran in reporting that someone was approaching. Joshua smugly thought Julian had finally arrived and ordered everyone to their positions. At the same time, outside Julian's mansion, a group of mysterious people were also acting under the cover of night. They were hiding in the bushes, preparing for a surprise attack. One of them thought that by this time, Julian was probably preparing to go to sleep. The leader, William Highlands, a member of the Dawn cult, gritted his teeth, saying he wanted to storm in and eliminate Julian immediately. The others agreed, loudly criticizing Julian's attitude of disregarding rules and the fact that he was appointed as a bishop in the first place as absurd. The people gathered under the cover of night were all members of the Dawn cults, and they all shared a common, unresolvable hatred for Julian. And tonight, under the leadership of William Highlands, they would personally execute their own justice, making Julian pay with his life. William Highlands bitterly declared that as a member of the Highlands family ruined by Julian, he had come to execute justice. Another member of the group noticed William's hands were shaking and teased that he seemed nervous. William cleared his throat to regain his composure. He told himself he had almost lost his poise. He drew his wand and ordered everyone to follow him as he advanced into the mansion. William began to cast a type of magic that created a silent barrier. The Undying Silence spell was activated, creating a membrane enveloping the group to conceal their presence. The other members marveled in admiration. William felt confident that this barrier would block almost all sound and presence, making it impossible for Julian to wake up. He ordered everyone to move in. They were confident the plan would succeed. Previous investigations showed that all the servants had left before sunset, meaning Julian was completely alone in the mansion. However, as the group was sneaking in, William's wand suddenly flickered. He stopped abruptly. A comrade asked anxiously, "What's wrong, Sir William?" William sensed something unusual. He stammered that the mana flow in this place was very strange, as if someone had deliberately blocked it. Meanwhile, on Joshua's side, a knight reported in a panic that Julian was not alone. There were signs of many others in the mansion besides them. Joshua was struck dumb. The knight added, "Those aren't servants, they're skilled warriors." Joshua began to realize his plan might have been discovered. Joshua gritted his teeth in anger, wondering if someone had leaked the information. Returning to William, his members were also panicking. William realized with horror, could Julian have known about the ambush in advance and already set up a barrier? Both Joshua and William simultaneously realized a terrifying truth. Julian had not only anticipated the attack but had set a deadly trap for both groups. A subordinate with pink hair tremblingly asked his master, Joshua, about the next step. Joshua, with a scowling face, gritted his teeth and declared that the coward should be fired as soon as they returned. Joshua turned his back wearing a smug smile. He didn't care even if this was a trap. With a determined and somewhat manic expression, Joshua declared that today would be the day he finished off Julian. Joshua said that thanks to the barrier, Julian had been weakened. Their plan would be that while he killed Julian, the others would handle the subordinates. He then gestured to order them forward, declaring the plan would continue as originally intended, and that he would be the one to put an end to Julian's disgrace. One of Joshua's subordinates reported that the target was in the hallway outside the reception room. Joshua smiled smugly, drew his weapon, and decided to launch a preemptive strike before the opponent could act. Stepping out into the hallway, Joshua's group clashed with William's group. Joshua looked at William with contempt, dismissing them as nameless, trashy vermin. William screamed angrily in response to Joshua's mockery. Instantly, William released a powerful surge of lightning mana, his voice growling as he asked if they were shameless. A subordinate reported to Joshua that based on the magic used in the barrier, the opponent had to be a mage of the 3rd rank or higher. However, Joshua remained dismissive, thinking that even so, he was just a mage trapped in a barrier. Joshua ordered his subordinates to charge and take them down. William agilely dodged the attack and countered with a sharp sword strike. Joshua was surprised to see his subordinates defeated so easily. He looked around and wondered where Julian was. Suddenly, there was a scream of agony. Someone had been hit, making Joshua turn around in surprise and ask, "What is this?" The body of a henchman struck by a lightning blow flew past Joshua. He stared ahead in horror, not understanding what was happening. A charred figure, scorched by the lightning, collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this sight, Joshua and his subordinates could not help but be stunned. Joshua wondered why the mage still had such immense power even with the barrier active. He angrily cursed the coward behind him and swore to fire him. Meanwhile, William was also suffering from the effects of the barrier. He clutched his chest, asking his opponent how he felt, struggling to breathe. William coughed up blood. He cursed to himself that he couldn't move properly due to the barrier's effects. Joshua gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected that the bastard could still struggle even when he was about to collapse from the barrier. Joshua began to consider whether he should use his trump card right now. But then he dismissed the thought, shaking his head and telling himself not to waste the trump card intended for Julian on such a weakling. He decided to wait patiently for an opening. Just then, William staggered, appearing to reach his limit from the barrier's effect. Joshua realized his moment had arrived. Joshua smiled smugly, shouting that this was the opening he had been looking for, then reached for a vase behind him. Taking advantage of William's weakness, Joshua threw the vase at him. Taken by surprise, William was startled by what was being thrown his way. Instantly, Joshua lunged to close the distance with William. Backed into a corner, William tried to use lightning magic one more time. However, Joshua was one step faster. He knocked William's staff away, stopping the attack. Successfully overpowering his opponent, Joshua burst into a manic laugh. Joshua stabbed his dagger into William's shoulder. William let out a cry of pain as blood began to flow from the wound. Joshua held the sharp blade to William's throat, completely controlling him. Joshua mocked his opponent, saying that even a 3rd-rank mage couldn't move inside this barrier. With eyes burning purple with rage, Joshua growled, calling William nameless trash and asking why he dared to block his path. He pressed the blade into William's neck, demanding to know how much Julian had paid him. Falsely accused, William could only blankly ask, "What?" Joshua continued to mock him, saying that 5,000 or 10,000 nar was a cheap price for his life. Without giving his opponent a chance to explain, Joshua delivered a crushing kick to William's face, causing him to scream in pain. William raised his hands in despair, trying to stop Joshua. He screamed in panic, insisting that he hadn't been hired by Julian. Pinned to the ground by Joshua, William still tried to explain that he was telling the truth, that he had also come here today to ambush Julian. This unexpected confession seemed to make Joshua pause. He asked back, "Really?" However, Joshua quickly regained his cruelty. He said that whether it was true or not didn't matter because for daring to block his way, William had to die. Realizing Joshua's murderous intent, William's face filled with horror as he stammered a plea for his life. Joshua raised his sword high, preparing to finish off his opponent. Just as Joshua prepared to strike, a sarcastic tusk echoed from behind. A pair of luxurious shoes slowly stepped into the frame, signaling the arrival of an uninvited guest. The person who appeared was none other than Julian. He calmly remarked that there were quite a few uninvited guests tonight. Joshua turned around, stunned by Julian's presence. Joshua couldn't believe his eyes, wondering when Julian had arrived and how he had failed to sense any presence. Julian, with a half-smile, remained calm. The mage on the ground recognized him and screamed in terror, "Julian." Joshua stepped back, thinking to himself that Julian really was a monster. However, instead of paying attention to those terrified before him, Julian focused on the broken orchid pot on the ground. He picked up a fragment, regretfully saying that it was broken. This action served as a reminder of the Lee Siwoo persona within Julian. Afterward, Julian turned to Joshua's group and said coldly that they had trespassed and caused a commotion. Trying to reassure himself, Joshua shouted to his comrades not to be afraid, as they could still fight purely with swordsmanship inside the barrier. Julian bent down again, picking up a handful of dirt from the broken pot. He looked at the dirt in his hand and said with a voice full of regret that he quite liked that plant. Julian's strange attitude left Joshua completely baffled and struck dumb, as he wondered if the powerful aura he felt was real. Just then, a massive blue magical aura exploded from Julian's body, engulfing the entire hallway. He asserted that the barrier was definitely working, implying that this power was not even his full strength. Julian wore a sinister smile, declaring that it seemed he needed to finish the lesson on etiquette that they had missed last time. Joshua could only tremble in horror, wondering how that aura could be so large. Flashback to earlier, when Julian was on his way back to his mansion. But as he neared the place, he sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the mansion. Julian realized not only that the atmosphere outside had become strange, but that the mana source here was also unstable. He smiled because what he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Julian knew for sure that someone had come to ambush him, as warned earlier. Naturally, many people held a grudge against this villainous Julian. He walked forward leisurely because, of course, someone would want to settle that score. But the Julian of today was no longer as weak as before. He was strong enough to complete the Moonlight Sword. He wondered if he should reveal himself to confront them. Inside the mansion, a flower pot had been shattered. When Julian entered, chaos greeted him. Someone was lying in a pool of blood. Julian was slightly surprised. Had they fought each other without him needing to lift a finger? Julian suddenly realized something. It was that his statue had also been broken. He felt annoyed that they had actually ruined everything. Lee Siwoo, living inside Julian's body, thought that if it were the real Julian, he would have screamed in anger. But he wasn't the real Julian. He didn't want this life to change his emotions, but when he saw the flower pot, that was the orchid pot he cherished. An intense emotion surged and Julian screamed in pain, "Angelica." He knelt down, unable to believe the scene before him. Memories flooded back. It was the first plant he had watered when he became Julian, and the first one he had named. Pain turned into anger. He gritted his teeth and called out Angelica's name. Fury rose. Julian swore to avenge Angelica. His true human self, Lee Siwoo, seemed to agree with this as well. Julian unleashed his power, ready for a massacre. He activated the Moonlight Sword. To honor Angelica's death, he would kill everyone who dared to harm her. But suddenly, Lee Siwoo's rationality returned. He wondered why he was this angry over just an orchid. He wondered if this was another change resulting from becoming Julian. Until now, he had only played the role of Julian, trying not to let himself be influenced by the character. Trying to regain his composure, Julian told himself not to let his emotions get carried away. It was just a small orchid, yet the image of Angelica haunted his mind. Memories of the days he spent caring for Angelica returned to Julian. He watered it every day, brought it to the window to get sunlight, wiped its leaves before going to sleep, and even gave it some nutrients as a special gift. And yet they dared to do that to Angelica. The more he thought about it, the angrier Julian became. At this rate, he would truly kill them. The scene shifted back to reality, where Julian was standing face to face with Joshua and William. Julian tried to calm himself and decided to change the subject. He said he hadn't hired anyone. Julian asked the two assassins what they would do now. Joshua and William remained vigilant. Julian mocked them, asking if they had any other plans now that their night ambush had failed. Joshua stood silent. Julian assessed the situation. He could easily deal with Joshua. But the problem was that mage. He didn't know what kind of magic he used, so he wouldn't be easy to handle. Alone, Julian could easily overpower any one of them, but if both attacked at once, it would be slightly troublesome. Julian told the two assassins bluntly that they should know they couldn't defeat him even if they teamed up. And Julian never spared an enemy who bared their fangs at him. He believed they realized that. But out of mercy, Julian decided to give them both a chance. He ordered the two assassins to fight each other. Both were stunned. Julian declared that whoever won, he would let live. Joshua was angry, thinking Julian was playing games with them. He roared, even if they snuck into Julian's mansion, were they just ants in his eyes. But inwardly, Joshua thought otherwise. With this foolish mage and the power of the horn, maybe he could crush Julian. Suddenly, the mage showed signs of distress. He trembled and cried out in pain. Joshua asked in surprise if he was all right. William screamed manically. Joshua panicked, asking the mage to calm down and cooperate to fight against Julian together. William screamed madly. He knew Joshua was planning to stab him in the back to be the sole survivor. Meanwhile, Julian just stood there with a meaningful smile, enjoying the internal power struggle he had orchestrated. Blinded by fear, William shouted that he would kill Joshua to survive. Joshua called William an idiot and reminded him that someone like Julian, the smiling executioner, would never let the winner survive. But by then, William wasn't listening to a word. He cast a fire spell at Joshua. Joshua tried to brace himself to resist. Afterward, he regained the initiative and jumped to strike a blow at William. He swung his sword, aiming straight at William. The sharp blade pierced through William's body. Blood sprayed and William collapsed in astonishment. Joshua panted, having attacked without fear. He had taken down the mage, but now it was his turn to be killed by Julian. Joshua trembled. He knew the smiling executioner never spared anyone who showed hostility toward him. Death was approaching, and now it was right before his eyes. After the battle, Julian looked down at Joshua, who was gasping for air on the ground, and remarked sarcastically that he must have had a very bloody and painful fight. Cornered, Joshua desperately looked for an escape from this perilous situation. In the moment of life or death, he remembered the demon horn that Alpha had given him. It was an item said to grant the innate powers of demons. Joshua hit upon the idea that if he used it, he could kill Julian or at least escape. Just as he went to take the horn out, Joshua was startled to realize his pants had been burned through by the previous magic. Suddenly, a voice spoke, making Joshua turn in shock. "Is this a demon horn?" William, as if a thought had crossed his mind, shouted, "Wait." He had nothing left to lose. He thought he had no hope left. Clutching the horn to his chest, William's desire to live surged more intensely than ever, and he screamed in despair. Knowing he was about to commit an unforgivable sin, William screamed for the archbishop to forgive his transgression and then swallowed the horn whole. Instantly, a surge of dark energy engulfed William, and he screamed in unbearable pain as the transformation began. A loud noise echoed when the transformation was complete. Joshua, standing nearby, was absolutely terrified by the sight. In his mind, Joshua recalled Alpha's face and roared in rage, cursing the person who had deceived him. Joshua finally understood. Alpha said he would have the power of a demon, not that he would turn into a real demon. Meanwhile, Julian turned to Joshua, who was trembling with fear, and asked if he had brought that horn. Joshua stammered that a knight named Alpha had brought it. Julian smirked. He had figured it all out. Alpha Mayhand, a bishop of the Dawn who particularly hated Julian, was the mastermind. He didn't know what relationship Alpha had with Joshua, but there was certainly a plot underway. The demon that William had turned into growled, but Julian remarked that luckily, this horn seemed to be a fake. Julian commented calmly that this demon's form was quite similar to the one he had dealt with in the slums. He linked this incident to the demon anomaly Aliner had asked about, and noticed its strength was weaker compared to horns created from holy relics. Feeling underestimated, the demon William roared in fury, showing off his power. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Joshua screamed in sheer terror. He hurriedly turned to Julian, the only one who could save him now. Joshua desperately begged Julian to kill that demon, admitting he was wrong. Responding to the plea, Julian just crossed his arms and smiled meaningfully. Joshua shouted in despair that as a member of the Criffart family, Julian had to protect him. Julian's cold rejection was no different from a death sentence. Just as his last hope was extinguished, Joshua realized with horror that the demon William had moved into position. A second later, it leaped and lunged forward. The demon William did not hesitate for a moment, dealing a fatal blow to Joshua. A scream of agonizing pain erupted from Joshua following that strike, a direct hit to the chest that sent blood gushing out. Julian stood watching and taunted, "If you don't try harder, you might actually die." After that, clutching his wound in front of Julian, he stammered, "Master." Joshua's face revealed sheer terror. He begged in tears, calling Julian big brother and pleading for his life. Julian merely thought to himself, what a quick turncoat. At that moment, the demon suddenly let out a low growl, making Joshua jump in fright. However, the demon paid no attention to him and walked right past. Julian stood calmly, sensing the demon's murderous intent shifting toward him. He smirked maliciously. Thanks to Julian's instincts, all he wanted to do now was send this demon to hell. Julian thought to himself, Julian really is a fool, someone who hated demons so much. Ended up becoming someone who craved demonic power. Julian spoke while stepping closer, facing the demon head-on. The demon William roared and lunged, but Julian agilely dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. He just let out a laugh full of amusement at the opponent's ferocity. Without a hint of hesitation, Julian delivered a sharp slash, slicing the demon in two, and forgot to mockingly call the demon a bug crawling toward him. It let out a crazed roar of pain. Immediately after, the demon's entire body collapsed to the floor. He followed up with another sword strike, and the demon could only scream in agony. Julian was slightly surprised at what he witnessed next. The wounds on the demon began to heal on their own. Julian realized this was a demon with regenerative abilities. He deduced that the demonization process often transfers the abilities that the person possessed. Julian quickly analyzed that perhaps William's intense desire to survive had been amplified, turning him into a demon with regenerative powers. Realizing this formidable ability, for a moment, even Joshua wondered how to kill such a thing. But for Julian, this wasn't frightening at all. On the contrary to Julian, this situation was somewhat interesting. Julian continued his deduction, recalling that William was originally a mage capable of using high-level magic. Julian further analyzed, could a high-level mage only have regeneration after being demonized? There must be more to it. For Julian, this situation was truly captivating. And that was when he decided to use his trump card. Julian's eyes flashed, activating a special ability, the clairvoyance skill. With clairvoyance, Julian understood that no matter how good the regeneration was, as long as he destroyed the demon core, the equivalent of a human heart, everything would be resolved. The clairvoyance skill began to scan the demon's entire body, analyzing its structure. Before long, a concentrated source of energy was detected. The demon's fatal weak point was exposed. Julian smirked triumphantly. The demon core lay right on its head, a position far too exposed. He laughed aloud, thinking that this was no different from the demon begging for death. The demon William stood up once again. It began to check its arms. The wounds seemed to have fully healed, which made Julian exclaim, "That's some fast recovery." The demon stood firm, growling in defiance, its body completely recovered as if it had never been wounded. Julian's sword flashed with electricity and he took his stance, ready for a real fight. "Come on, let's fight one more time." Responding to the challenge, the demon William let out a deafening roar, signaling the start of the final battle. Julian was not to be outdone. He shouted with an expression of excitement and madness, "Bring it on." Julian drew his sword, a stream of blue light enveloping it, ready for battle. The demon William let out a piercing shriek. Its rage seemed to shake the surrounding space. Without a second of hesitation, Julian lunged, the sword in his hand flashing with eerie blue light, slashing straight at the enemy. Julian swung his sword with terrifying speed, creating a sharp trail of light in the air. Julian's slash was so fast that the demon William couldn't react, forced to take the full force of the attack. A deep slash appeared, taking the demon's arm off, blood spraying everywhere, proving Julian's terrifying power. After the strike, Julian wore a smug smile, appearing to be in complete control of the fight. He spoke softly, his tone dripping with contempt, a meaningless struggle. Provoked, the demon William lunged at Julian madly, determined to fight the one who had wounded it. Julian gently raised his sword to block the demon's attack. Its strength could not move him in the slightest. Julian looked at the demon with cold eyes, wondering if it dared to attack a demon hunter like him. Julian gently swung his sharp sword, taking off the demon's other arm. Having lost both arms, the demon William roared in anger, but it could do nothing to Julian. Julian still kept his smug smile. He seemed to be enjoying this fight. In one moment, Julian unleashed a lightning-fast slash, aiming straight at the demon William. Julian's eyes shone with intense focus. He had found his opponent's opening. "There's an opening!" Julian exclaimed, and immediately seized the opportunity to deliver the decisive blow. He quickly closed the distance, not giving the demon a chance to counterattack or escape. Julian leaped, swinging his sword from above, a powerful and graceful attack. This time, Julian moved even faster and harder than before, seemingly wanting to end the fight. Julian's sword pierced through the demon's head, a fatal blow ending the battle. The strike pierced straight into the mana core, causing it to shatter. After achieving his goal, he slowly landed and stepped back. The demon William trembled in extreme pain as Julian's sword was buried deep into its head. The demon could only let out a few final growls. After defeating the demon, Julian stood watching from a distance, the dust of battle still not settled. He turned his back to walk away, coldly dropping a line, "Die, you piece of trash." Julian approached and placed his hand on the sword. Then he theatrically announced, "I am the demon hunter Julian, hee." A powerful slash tore the monster's body apart. However, immediately after, Lee Siwoo's internal monologue surfaced and he chided himself. "I told myself I wouldn't say lines like this anymore." At this moment, Joshua was trembling with fear. Joshua stammered, "I am impossible," not believing what had just happened. Julian turned back, his cold eyes staring straight at Joshua. Seeing Joshua kneeling on the ground, Julian just asked softly, "Julian leaned down, wearing a sinister smile and thinking, Is he scared now? He continued, given that you ambushed me in the middle of the night, a harsh punishment would be completely justified. But Julian had a different plan. He knew that one day, Joshua would hold great power within the Krypart family. Therefore, Julian thought it would be very smart to leash Joshua early on for easy control later. Julian grabbed Joshua by the collar and said, "Now then." He helped Joshua up and said cryptically, "Well done, you survived after all." Joshua was still terrified, stammering in response, really, is that so?" The scene shifted to Julian's luxurious office. He was sitting pensively at his desk, holding the purple crystal and thinking, "An artificial horn, huh?" Julian continued to think, "I didn't expect to see another clone from the slums right here in the capital." Julian recalled that in the original story, the influence of the Dawn cult spread to the capital, and these clones caused all sorts of problems. Julian realized something worrisome. This is happening too fast. According to the original work, this wouldn't have happened until Lin Ronbell graduated from the academy. Julian remembered that Lin was the one burning with the intention to avenge those who created these clones. And then he remembered the person who prevented the development of those artificial horns was the Black Knight. He was the Black Knight, a mysterious figure operating in the capital, always hiding his true identity behind a black mask. In the original work, the Black Knight was the one who secretly suppressed the Dawn cult with overwhelming power, his image submerged in a sea of fire. His true identity was the Sword Saint Hayden Reich, the protagonist of the original story, who was living a double life. Julian deduced that if the Black Knight had appeared, these artificial horns couldn't have appeared so quickly. At the very least, rumors would have spread. So why was the capital so quiet? Julian wondered, could it be because Bishop Pintle hadn't appeared yet? Julian remembered the Black Knight only became famous after stopping Bishop Pintle and retrieving a soul stone. From his position, Julian always considered the Black Knight an implicit ally in preventing the Demon King's resurrection and dismantling the Dawn cult. Yet, that ally wasn't acting at all. Julian brushed off the negative thoughts. No, that's impossible. The Sword Saint Hayden Reich would never ignore a threat to the people. This belief of his went beyond the story. It came from his personal trust in Hayden Reich, because he was the protagonist, a true hero. Julian returned to reality. He looked at the artificial horn fragment on the table and thought, in any case, the important thing now is. With a determined expression, Julian concluded, it seems there needs to be a lesson learned. He decided to take action himself to control the situation. Julian drew his sword, a flow of blue light enveloping it, ready for battle. The demon William let out a piercing shriek. Its rage seemed to shake the surrounding space. Without a second of hesitation, Julian lunged, the sword in his hand flashing with eerie blue light, slashing straight at the enemy. Julian swung his sword with terrifying speed, creating a sharp trail of light in the air. Julian's slash was so fast that the demon William couldn't react, forced to take the full force of the attack. A deep slash appeared, taking the demon's arm off, blood spraying everywhere, proving Julian's terrifying power. After the strike, Julian wore a smug smile, appearing to be in complete control of the fight. He spoke softly, his tone dripping with contempt, a meaningless struggle. Provoked, the demon William lunged at Julian madly, determined to fight the one who had wounded it. Julian gently raised his sword to block the demon's attack. Its strength could not move him in the slightest. Julian looked at the demon with cold eyes, wondering if it dared to attack a demon hunter like him. Julian gently swung his sharp sword, taking off the demon's other arm. Having lost both arms, the demon William roared in anger, but it could do nothing to Julian. Julian still kept his smug smile. He seemed to be enjoying this fight. In one moment, Julian unleashed a lightning-fast slash, aiming straight at the demon William. Julian's eyes shone with intense focus. He had found his opponent's opening. "There's an opening!" Julian exclaimed, and immediately seized the opportunity to deliver the decisive blow. He quickly closed the distance, not giving the demon a chance to counterattack or escape. Julian leaped, swinging his sword from above, a powerful and graceful attack. This time, Julian moved even faster and harder than before, seemingly wanting to end the fight. Julian's sword pierced through the demon's head, a fatal blow ending the battle. The strike pierced straight into the mana core, causing it to shatter. After achieving his goal, he slowly landed and stepped back. The demon William trembled in extreme pain as Julian's sword was buried deep into its head. The demon could only let out a few final growls. After defeating the demon, Julian stood watching from a distance, the dust of battle still not settled. He turned his back to walk away, coldly dropping a line, "Die, you piece of trash." Julian approached and placed his hand on the sword. Then he theatrically announced, "I am the demon hunter Julian, hee hee. A powerful slash tore the monster's body apart. However, immediately after, Lee Siwoo's internal monologue surfaced and he chided himself. I told myself I wouldn't say lines like this anymore. At this moment, Joshua was trembling with fear. Joshua stammered, I am impossible, not believing what had just happened. Julian turned back, his cold eyes staring straight at Joshua. Seeing Joshua kneeling on the ground, Julian just asked softly, Julian leaned down, wearing a sinister smile and thinking, is he scared now? He continued, given that you ambushed me in the middle of the night, a harsh punishment would be completely justified. But Julian had a different plan. He knew that one day, Joshua would hold great power within the Krypart family. Therefore, Julian thought it would be very smart to leash Joshua early on for easy control later. Julian grabbed Joshua by the collar and said, now then. He helped Joshua up and said cryptically, well done, you survived after all. Joshua was still terrified, stammering in response, really, is that so? The scene shifted to Julian's luxurious office. He was sitting pensively at his desk, holding the purple crystal and thinking, an artificial horn, huh? Julian continued to think, I didn't expect to see another clone from the slums right here in the capital. Julian recalled that in the original story, the influence of the Dawn cult spread to the capital, and these clones caused all sorts of problems. Julian realized something worrisome. This is happening too fast. According to the original work, this wouldn't have happened until Lin Ronbell graduated from the academy. Julian recalled that Lin was the one fueling the intention to take revenge on whoever created these copies. And then he remembered that the person who had halted the development of those artificial horns was none other than the Black Knight. It was the Black Knight, a mysterious figure operating in the capital, who always concealed his true identity behind a black mask. In the original story, the Black Knight was the one secretly suppressing the Dawn Society with overwhelming power, his image often immersed in a sea of flames. His true identity was the Sword Saint, Hayden Reich, the protagonist of the original story, who was living a double life. Julian reasoned that if the Black Knight had already appeared, these artificial horns could not have emerged so quickly. At the very least, there would have been rumors spreading. So why was the capital so quiet? Julian wondered if it was because Bishop Pintle had not yet appeared. Julian remembered that the Black Knight only became famous after stopping Bishop Pintle and recovering a soul stone. From his position, Julian had always considered the Black Knight an implicit ally in preventing the resurrection of the Demon Lord and dismantling the Dawn Society. Yet, that ally had taken no action. Julian brushed off the negative thoughts. No, that's impossible. Sword Saint Hayden Reich would never ignore a threat to the people. This faith of his went beyond the story. It stemmed from his personal trust in Hayden Reich, because he was the protagonist, a true hero. Julian returned to reality. He looked at the artificial horn fragment on the table and thought, regardless, what's important right now is. With a determined expression, Julian concluded, it seems there needs to be an example made. He decided to take matters into his own hands to control the situation. After the break-in, Julian's mansion was plunged into chaos. The maids and the butler witnessed the scene in shock. One maid screamed in terror, "What the hell happened here?" The scene was truly horrifying, with fragments and bloodstains scattered across the floor. A chilling silence enveloped the mansion, leaving only the fear of the staff. The servants began to whisper among themselves. They recalled that when they arrived, the mansion was already a mess and the amount of blood was terrifying. Amidst this scene, Julian appeared with a calm expression. A servant asked in surprise if he had really slept in such a chaotic mansion all night. The servants whispered in disbelief, unable to fathom how Julian had dealt with over 10 intruders alone. But Julian only thought to himself, do they really think I wouldn't know to be afraid of those intruders? In reality, the only reason Julian could remain calm was thanks to the senses of this Julian body and his survival instinct telling him to act out his role perfectly. He closed his eyes and reassured himself. The reason he could act as if nothing had happened amidst this mess was because he was playing a role. Julian turned and walked away, leaving the trembling servants behind. He knew that before long, rumors about this would spread throughout the capital. He clenched his fist. All he could do now was ensure he looked exactly like the smiling executioner, nothing more, nothing less. Julian looked down at what remained of the intruders and hesitated. A servant asked, how should we handle this? He quickly regained his cold expression, waved his hand, and told the butler, if it's something unnecessary, don't ask me, handle it yourself. The maid handed him the dead orchid. Julian glanced at it and realized it was Angelica. He ordered the maid, bury it carefully in the yard. a heartbreaking command. Just as Julian had predicted, rumors about him repelling the intruders in the blink of an eye spread far and wide. People called him the smiling executioner, the man who had slaughtered every thug who dared to break into his mansion. Especially among the gossip-loving nobility, the story spread at a dizzying speed from one person to the next. And then, to suit their tastes, the rumors were embellished, becoming increasingly distorted from the truth. Meanwhile, in Odwin Balladeer's office, she was speaking with Julian. She said, "Lord Julian, because of you, the imperial palace is in an uproar." Odwin Balladeer asked Julian sternly, "I heard you wiped out an entire squad of knights." The rumor had been blown way out of proportion. Hearing this, Julian burst into laughter, repeating mockingly, "Wiped out an entire squad of knights." He deftly denied the rumor. "Even I couldn't do something like that in a single day, could I?" Odwin seemed to agree. Julian shrugged, saying with a smug look, "Yes, I merely handled those shameless thugs who dared to break into my mansion." Odwin remained suspicious, believing Julian's actions were anything but normal. But Julian just replied sarcastically, "Is that so? To me, that's just a daily occurrence." But inwardly he mocked himself. "Yeah, daily occurrence, my foot. Isn't this a completely failed life?" Seeing Julian maintain his arrogant facade, Odwin made a suggestion. She recommended that Julian temporarily suspend his duties and rest after the incident, and for the lecturer position at Veal Academy, they could arrange for someone else to fill in. However, Julian immediately refused. He insisted he wasn't weak enough to quit because of a minor incident. In his mind, another reason emerged. If it were the real Julian, he would never take leave for such a trivial matter. Julian thought to himself, if he handed over his academy work to someone else, he might be called to participate in the victory anniversary celebration. No matter what, he did not want to cross paths with the Sword Saint. Seeing Julian was determined, Odwin had to accept. She said, "Well, it is your body, you know it best. I will contact the academy." Julian smiled, thanked her, and bowed. "Thank you, my lady. I shall take my leave." He placed his hand on the doorknob, ending the conversation and preparing for his next plan. After leaving, Julian pondered the remaining tasks. So only the matter of the copies left to resolve. He thought about the copy horn Joshua had obtained and the bishop who had tried to attack him. Julian was certain that both were deeply connected to the Dawn Society. Therefore, he could not let the Society's bishops, those who were behind and monitoring the situation, escape responsibility. He told himself, honestly, I wanted to let everything pass quietly, but this world seems to be whispering to me that I shouldn't do that. A determined smile appeared on his lips. It was time to act. The scene shifted to the Genmal Monastery. Julian was on his way to see the Archbishop when he unexpectedly saw an acquaintance, Bishop Aliner. A person dressed in white approached to greet Aliner. Aliner replied in surprise, "Oh, isn't that Bishop Baden? What brings you to Genmal Monastery?" Baden, in an elegant manner, answered cheerfully, "What else could it be? I am here to meet Archbishop Tenelin." Aliner immediately recognized him. He was Baden Donashen, a direct descendant of the Donashen family, one of the 4 great families of the empire specializing in magic, and he was known as the next clan leader. Furthermore, Baden was an extremist who pursued the ideology of pure bloodlines to fulfill the family's long-standing desire for the Philosopher's Stone, or the Elixir of Life. He believed absolute power was paramount. Aliner reminded him, "Well, what can we do? I believe I had an appointment to see the Archbishop first." Baden then acted politely. "Haha, then there is no other way. I shall wait outside the audience chamber." Meanwhile, Aliner thought to herself, the reason I came to Genmal Monastery was to report to the Archbishop about the duplicate horns circulating in the slums and the capital, and yet I ran into Baden. She walked, calculating, those copies are inferior to the horns the Archbishop crafts himself. They are low-grade items filled with impurities. Even so, they are still items that can be used for demonization. Aliner continued to analyze, but you cannot create such copies without an original to base them on. Of course, this is the work of the Dawn Society bishops, and Baden is also one of the prime suspects. She thought about the connection. The horn the Archbishop created is essentially similar to Baden's elixir, if Baden really is the one creating the copies. Then, to complete the true elixir of life, he is conducting experiments on civilians, regardless of the Dawn Society's intentions. Images of demons appeared in Aliner's mind. Aliner stood outside the Archbishop's room. She shook her head. "That is what I want to think, but I cannot be sure because I have no evidence." She paused, pondering. "What bothers me is that even if I report this, will Archbishop Tenelin truly grieve for the duplicate horn incident and punish those responsible? A cruel image of Archbishop Tenelin appeared in her head. Alina even thought of the worst-case scenario. What if he is the one who ordered the production of the copies to eliminate Sword Saint Haydenreich, whom he hates, in order to accelerate the collapse of the Empire? Furthermore, once Alina's audience ended, it would be Baden's turn to meet him. She worried, I don't know what Archbishop Tenelin will say to him after hearing my report. It could cause all her plans to fall apart. As Alina entered the room and respectfully greeted the Archbishop, she seemed to have reached a difficult decision. Perhaps I have no choice but to temporarily postpone the issue of the duplicate horns. Inside the room, Archbishop Tenelin, wearing his mask, welcomed Bishop Alina. Yes, Bishop Alina, are you well? Alina bowed respectfully and replied, yes, by your grace. But right then, the door to the audience chamber burst open. Julian stood there, blocking the light, causing Alina to turn in astonishment. Both Alina and the Archbishop were stunned by this unexpected appearance. Alina stammered, J. Julian. A guard rushed over trying to stop him. Bishop Julian, another bishop, entered the audience chamber first. Julian didn't say a word. He pointed his sword at the guard's throat with a cold gaze, causing the man to let out a terrified hic. Archbishop Tenelin, despite being hidden by the mask, remained calm and asked, Bishop Julian, what is the meaning of this? Julian smiled smugly, completely ignoring the terrified guard. He had successfully created the chaotic situation he desired. He indifferently dropped a small, dark object from his hand. It hit the floor right in front of Archbishop Tenelin. The Archbishop looked down and asked, what is that? Julian looked Tenelin straight in the eye, his gaze as sharp as a blade, and spoke, respected Archbishop. With a sneer, Julian delivered the finishing blow. Are you aware that there are inferior copies of the horn which could only have been created by your own hand, circulating in the capital? Alina stood behind him, struck dumb. She could only let out a huh. Julian stood there triumphantly, his half-smile showing he was fully in control of the situation, pushing even Tenelin onto the defensive. Alina, still bewildered, whispered, that's what I was about to say. I've gone too far, Julian thought to himself. Even for an ordinary member of the church, drawing a weapon in the reception hall was an act of challenging the Archbishop's authority. But the deed was done. Julian could not ignore this situation. The Archbishop spoke up, an inferior copy of the horn, HMPH, this is the first time I've heard of it. Right then Baden rushed in, shouting, Archbishop, what is this commotion? Seeing Julian, Baden shouted, Bishop Julian. Baden angrily challenged him, what is the meaning of this, and what about the copies of the horn? Baden acted dangerous, threatening Julian. As a bishop, restrain these disruptive actions and words in the congregation. He continued to challenge Julian. I know you are favored by the Archbishop, but charging into the reception hall and drawing your sword is truly the action of a thug, isn't it? Looking at the man, Julian assessed, even though the color of corruption is rising, Bishop Baden remains calm. Indeed, the head of a family. But afterward, Julian only smirked. Julian's smile annoyed Bishop Baden. He asked, is there something funny? Julian replied nonchalantly, it's truly ridiculous. Julian pointed directly at Baden, saying it was he, Bishop Baden, who had pretended to be innocent while being the one to spread anxiety within the Dawn Society with the copies of the horn. Julian's accusation made Bishop Baden jump. Sweat began to pour out. Baden hurriedly denied it. What are you talking about? I don't know anything. He and his two subordinates appeared extremely flustered. Julian continued, mocking that there wasn't a noble who didn't know about the Baden family's ambition. Bishop Baden clicked his tongue, no longer bothering to pretend. Julian continued, suggesting that greed was a powerful motivator, a force that fueled this organization called the Dawn Society. However, Julian raised his hand in warning, if that greed causes our grand plan to be exposed. Bishop Baden acted dumb again, asking, Bishop Julian, I don't understand. What does my family's ambition have to do with these copies of the horn? Julian insisted firmly that they were deeply connected. For a moment, images of powerful artifacts appeared, the alchemist's stone, elixirs, and demon horns. Bishop Baden said sarcastically, oh, it seems you've researched my family well, haven't you? This time, it was Julian's turn to get angry. He could no longer hold back and growled, are you mocking me? Baden continued to speak in a sarcastic, elevated tone, quite the opposite. I didn't expect to be cared for so much. Julian clicked his tongue. It was truly troublesome for the other party to keep dodging like this. Li Siwu shouted in despair. He thought to himself, I'm really trying to save you people. A vision appeared in his head. If they continued to mass-produce these copy horns, the Sword Saint or the Imperial Court would soon notice. Worse still, the true nature of the Dawn Society would be exposed. And then everyone will know I belong to the Dawn Society. a knight in the vision shouted Julian's name. The knight's voice echoed in Julian's head. I arrest you for conspiring with the Dawn Society. Julian was lost in thought. The worst-case scenario appeared. He would immediately transform from a dog of the Empire into its enemy. Bishop Baden, unaware of Julian's thoughts, continued to preach. And one more thing, you might not know this because you only recently became a bishop. Julian woke up and interrupted Baden. Are you still talking? I was just distracted for a moment. Julian's attitude angered Baden. Then Baden placed his hand on Julian's shoulder. Baden did not stop provoking him. If you say so, my position will become. His words were like pouring oil on fire. Unable to endure any longer, Julian shoved Baden aside. A terrifying red aura began to pour from Julian. His anger had reached its peak. Julian's eyes turned fiery red. The eye-awakening skill was activated. He said in a threatening voice, "It seems you don't understand the situation, but I am currently restraining myself quite a bit." The red aura covered Julian's feet, and terrifying pressure radiated throughout the room. The other members of the Dawn Society, those wearing purple cloaks, were terrified by Julian's power. The pressure from Julian was so great that it knocked back both Bishop Baden and those following him. Eleanor recalled the horrifying past. Is that Julian with the open eyes from that day? She shouted in panic, Julian, calm down, this is the reception hall. Julian turned his head, trying to control the surging power, veins bulging on his temples. As the aura gradually dissipated, Julian thought to himself, oh my, I lost control of my emotions and opened my eyes again, huh? Tenelin smiled, looking impressed. Indeed, truly impressive, overpowering all the bishops and clerics here with nothing but the pressure from his aura. Archbishop Tenelin sat on the throne, looking at Julian with greedy eyes. Worthy of being a disciple of the Sword Saint, I want you. Tenelin ordered Bishop Baden. Under Julian's pressure, Baden knelt trembling and replied, why yes, Archbishop. Tenelin asked Baden directly, are you truly producing copies of the horn that I created? Tell the truth. Baden bowed and confessed, yes, that's right. Tenelin showed displeasure. That's not good, acting on your own without informing me. However, Tenelin immediately changed his attitude. But I don't particularly care. Bishop Baden looked up, his expression relieved. Archbishop Tenelin laughed maniacally. Compared to the horns I create, they are only inferior copies anyway. If even copies like that can stand against the imperial court, that is a good thing. Julian still tried to question him, but Archbishop, he has been conducting experiments on civilians to improve the copies. Are you really okay with that? Archbishop Tenelin smirked. Is there a problem? Citizens who obey the laws of the Empire are also accomplices to the Empire's ideology. Tenelin continued his argument. If using them helps strengthen the Dawn Society, then what is the problem? This statement left Eleanor devastated. She realized, I was wrong after all. She was completely disillusioned. Sophistry, contradictions, extremely selfish. This is not the Dawn Society I believe in. Julian, still trying to control his anger, expressed his concern. I worry that the subjects will be exposed because of these experiments. The more artificial demons that appear, the more attention we attract. Bishop Baden, after being condoned by the Archbishop, mocked Julian. Coming from a dog of the Empire, that sounds credible. Baden continued to provoke him. The smiling executioner is now concerned about the death of a civilian. I thought you would see them as nothing more than orchids, truly unexpected. At the word orchid, Julian's hand began to tremble. Eleanor realized it and thought, are you trembling, Julian? Even the great Julian is affected by provocation, or is it guilt? Julian gritted his teeth, the image of an orchid appearing in his mind. Damn it, talking about orchids makes me think of Angelica. Archbishop Tenelin waved his hand, ordering, enough, this commotion ends here. Tenelin leaned back in his chair, saying, I'm tired, everyone leave. Upon the order, Bishop Baden bowed in obedience and left with Julian. Yes. As they walked, Baden gritted his teeth, silently cursing Julian. Julian, that damned bastard. Sitting in the carriage, Baden reassured himself. It's fortunate that the Archbishop was lenient, but future horn cloning experiments must be handled carefully. Baden told himself that using demon horns to create an elixir could wait. Hasty actions always ruin things. He looked out the window with a calculating gaze. It's time to take drastic measures, so will you be able to withstand the pursuit of the Criffart family? In some place, a mysterious hooded figure appeared, their blue eyes glowing in the darkness. a name was mentioned, Alpha's Mayhand. Baden sat in the carriage and asked Alpha's Mayhand if he could withstand the intense pursuit from the Criffart house. Alpha's asserted that it was not a major issue since those were merely Joshua's subordinates, and there was always a clear hierarchy among knights. Baden looked at Alphas and retorted, asking if he still owed him a life debt. Alphas recalled the time he nearly died at the execution ground, and this debt would follow him until his dying breath. Baden heard this and gave a slight, satisfied smirk. Immediately after, he ordered Alphas to bring him Urian's head at any cost. In his office at the Closed Eye building, Urian muttered about the artificial demon horn production plan being delayed. He felt smug for having broken Baden's will, believing the man wouldn't dare make a reckless move if he still valued his own life. Razlot timidly knocked and entered, asking if Urian had any tasks for him. Urian praised his report on the Dawn Society's ambush and instructed him to report immediately if anything changed. Before he left, Urian told Razlot to take something. He handed over a mysterious letter that left Razlot wondering. It turned out to be an admission recommendation letter to the prestigious Bayer Academy. Urian was keeping his promise to help the children from his orphanage get into the academy if Razlot performed well in his role as a spy. Razlot tremblingly took the letter, stammering to ask if it was a fake. Urian noted that even the 4 great families would struggle to obtain such a letter, and it had been handed to him by Vice Principal Alam Chorny himself. Razlot was bewildered, unable to believe he had received such a great favor. Urian asserted that this letter alone was enough for the children to take the entrance exam, and Razlot bowed his head in gratitude, choked with emotion. Urian ordered Razlot to leave if there was nothing else. Razlot thought to himself that his boss was definitely not a good person, but he was truly terrifying. Lin Ronbel stood opposite him, pressing Urian on what exactly he was implying. Urian laughed loudly and feigned an apology for accidentally calling her mediocre. Lin did not accept it, reminding him that she had achieved the highest score in the recent Aura Control exam. She demanded that he retract his statement now that she had reached the prestigious Lemire rank. Urian replied nonchalantly that she was talented by academy standards, but to him, she was still just mediocre. Lin was angry and demanded that he provide a convincing reason. He pointed out that her performance from the slums until now hadn't shown any difference. She stood frozen, demanding that Urian explain that comment more clearly. Urian admitted that the quality of Lin's aura was far superior to her peers, but he retorted by asking how long she could maintain that state. He asserted that a swordsman who couldn't maintain a stable aura was only third-rate. No matter how high the quality, it was useless in a prolonged fight. Urian held up his hand filled with aura as an example, asking what she was using that unstable power for. He exposed her weakness as being clumsy in her aura distribution and lacking consistency. Urian reminded her of how she had hesitated before the demon in the slums, causing Lin to start trembling as her pain was touched upon. He offered a cold smile, concluding that was the very reason she would always remain mediocre. Lin glared at Urian, while dark memories began to flood her mind. It was the memory of Lin Ronbel at age 16. The young Lin had to witness a horrifying scene right inside her own home. She heard the strangers mention the name Durain with voices full of contempt. A man standing at the door looked at her and asked if she realized she had gotten too involved in this matter. Lin was so terrified that cold sweat poured down, her face drained of all color. Before her eyes, her father was bound tightly and kneeling at the feet of the soldiers. She desperately called out to her father with choked sobs in the cold of the night. The murderer with a scar on his neck looked down with disdain, saying he had never liked her family from the start. The young Lin stood there, her face stained with blood, hearing bitter insults about her relatives. His gaze was cold as ice, unmoved by the child's pain. The young girl stood frozen at the doorway, shocked by the horrific scene unfolding before her. With a blood-stained face, her father seemed to have recognized her. He signaled for his child, "Run." The young girl hid behind the door, her whole body trembling. The assassin smirked triumphantly, showing not a hint of remorse. Waving his sword, he shouted that her family shouldn't have abandoned the Dawn Society. Lin covered her face and sobbed, the pain too great for a child of only 16 to bear. Her legs couldn't hold her up amidst the room filled with the breath of death. A heart-wrenching scream echoed in the mansion, marking the shattering of a family. A mournful scene blanketed the aftermath of the massacre, the cries of the survivors ringing out desperately. Standing amidst the funeral, Lin's eyes were dry, leaving only burning hatred and a thirst for power. She etched the face of the man with the scar on his neck into her heart, the nemesis she had to kill. She sought out the sword saint to beg him to teach her swordsmanship. With a resolute gaze, she begged him to help her grow strong enough to carry out her revenge. For 1 whole year, Lin trained like a maniac under the sword saint's guidance before entering the academy. At the academy, her classmates' praise of the genius Lin only added to her heavy pressure. She tightened her grip on her sword, telling herself she had to become a true genius to not disappoint them. Back to reality, Urian stared straight at her with an icy gaze, without a hint of leniency. He repeated his ruthless assessment. "You are nothing more than a mediocre person." Lin looked upset, but in truth, she had anticipated this long ago. She stood silently by the window, silently telling herself she absolutely had to do something to change her current situation. Her hand trembled slightly, a pale blue aura beginning to emanate, shimmering and highly unstable. Lin stared intently at the aura flame. She knew she was still too green in controlling it. She had intended to ask Master Julian, but he had been so busy lately that he didn't even have time to breathe. She told herself she could resolve this on her own. Even without direct guidance, she believed she would find her own path. Remembering her father's advice, if your heart wants something, express it clearly. If your intuition is wrong, just correct it. Lin walked away decisively, the intention to talk to Julian again brewing in her mind. She set a goal to fix her poor aura control within a month so that he would be forced to reevaluate her. While walking, she happened to overhear some maids whispering about news of a Criffart guard having killed his own teammate. They gossiped about the person who served Joshua, a former vice captain of the Azure Lion unit. It seemed whenever the Criffart name was involved, there was never a peaceful day. Lin suddenly froze, an unusual murderous aura hit her senses. The smell of blood, she grimaced, unable to believe the smell of blood was this thick right on the academy grounds. Lin cautiously searched for the source of the heavy, metallic stench, her heart full of unease. She realized this path led to the annex building, an area restricted to entry, but the door was wide open in an unusual way. She slipped inside, darkness swallowing her vision as she wondered what was happening within. Amidst the old bookshelves, a hooded black figure stood as silently as a statue. He stood there, exuding a cold pressure that made the surrounding atmosphere feel frozen solid. When that figure slightly tilted his face, a faint light revealed a terrifying long scar on his neck. Lin hid behind the door, her heart pounding frantically as she realized the presence of someone incredibly powerful there. She was stunned, her eyes widening as she clearly saw that person's appearance. There was no mistaking it. Her gaze was locked onto that scar, a horrific memory suddenly surfacing. How could she forget it? Her whole body trembled in the anger erupting within her. That was the name she and the Master had discovered while investigating her father's case. Alpha's Mayhand, her family's nemesis, was standing right before her eyes. The blood feud of her father made her want to rush out and make him pay immediately, but the harsh reality held her back. The Master had once warned her, if you encounter a cult member of the Monsignor rank or higher, run away and call for reinforcements immediately. Confronting someone like that, victory was unimaginable. Her reason told her to run, but her heart didn't want to miss this opportunity. Her legs felt frozen, trembling, unable to take another step. What should she do? Just as Lin was torn, a cold voice rang out. Hey, tailing someone like that is too obvious. He had seen her. Lin was startled when that black shadow suddenly appeared right beside her. Alphas glanced at her uniform and sneered, remarking that she didn't look like a Criffart knight. Do you have a grudge against me? Seeing Lin's horrified expression, he sarcastically asked if she had forgotten what happened at the Ronbell mansion. He put his hand to his chin, beginning to dig up memories of that name, Ronbell. Ah, so you're the daughter of Durain Ronbell, the child of that parasite. Alphas scoffed when he realized her identity. He continued to mock, saying she should have pretended not to see or run to report instead of standing here demanding revenge. Dark power erupted around Alphas and he laughed barbarically. What a pity, you only have one life, you know. Lin flinched and stepped back, but immediately regained her stance, preparing for a life-or-death battle. Blue aura flared powerfully around her body. Alphas raised an eyebrow slightly, admitting that at her age, having that amount of aura was quite impressive. He didn't stop insulting her, recalling how she had hid and only dared to peek through the door crack when her father was murdered. He asked where her current confidence came from. Rage exploded, Lin's eyes now only holding pure murderous intent. Die. She lunged like a blue bolt of lightning, unleashing an attack full of fury toward the enemy. But Alphas maintained his look of contempt, as in his eyes she was still just a child. Lin lunged like a moth to a flame, but Alphas only slightly sidestepped, dodging that sloppy attack. He didn't forget to mock, suggesting that she was letting emotions completely override her reason when fighting. Lin clicked her tongue in frustration. Her impatience was causing her to lose her inherent precision. While trying to manage, her feet unexpectedly slipped on the floor. Lin's entire body staggered, her balance vanishing at the most critical moment. She realized in panic that she had revealed a fatal opening to her enemy. Alphas didn't miss the chance. He immediately kneed her with a powerful blow to the stomach. Lin tried to turn, but it was too late to perform any defensive move. An extremely powerful force pushed down, causing her to be sent flying, crashing hard into the wall behind. A crisp collision sound echoed through the quiet space of the building. Lin collapsed, her head spinning from the fast and treacherous attack. Alphas looked after her figure, then suddenly froze. He vaguely realized something wasn't right. He held up his hand to examine it. Small traces of aura still remained on his skin. His eyes flashed with surprise. It turned out his eyes hadn't misread her action. He smiled faintly in appreciation. To be able to aim at my hand in that fleeting moment, truly impressive. Even so, to Alphas, her level was still far from reaching his caliber. He walked forward majestically. He forced her to kneel on the floor, his voice cold. "Let me teach you how to be obedient, shall we?" Lin was completely desperate, bitterness surging when she had to face death before she could even take her revenge. She silently prayed for someone to come and save her at this moment. Julian exhaled, his expression thoughtful. Walking down the hallway, he reflected on what he had just told the students, finding it quite correct, though the word crime earlier was indeed a slip of the tongue. As for Lin, the sword technique of the girl had improved significantly in her stance and breathing, but the key point was that the aura still had plenty of issues. This girl possessed more mana circuits than the average person, but if she kept manipulating aura the standard way, the mana within would soon be exhausted. Lin's master should have helped her handle this, but he was probably busy, so she had to grope through it herself. Julian decided to set this matter aside for now. A professor approached to greet Julian, thanking him for the hard work in completing the monitoring mission. He chatted enthusiastically, saying that ever since Julian took charge of monitoring, the number of student complaints had dropped significantly. Julian only responded nonchalantly, believing that the students qualified enough to complain about him had already graduated and become official knights. The professor hesitated, asking if Julian had encountered any trouble when he suddenly took on this mission on the day of the victory anniversary. It seemed a few people in the royal family were starting to keep an eye on his actions. Julian smiled back. The man broke into a cold sweat, adding that everyone's silence was perhaps due to the relationship between him and Sword Saint Haydenreich, as the most skilled disciple of his. This professor looked quite worried when mentioning Julian's personal business. Julian cheerfully asserted that the conflict between him and his master had been resolved long ago, but inwardly he thought it was a complete lie. Seeing Julian so relaxed, the professor breathed a sigh of relief, but Julian knew full well that meeting the Sword Saint was an extreme risk. Suddenly, the man remembered something, asking Julian about the case of Lin Rondbell, the only one who opposed his evaluation results. He produced the form, saying that although Lin had received the highest score, she still demanded that Julian revise the evaluation in her file. Julian reached for that form, causing the professor some surprise. Julian took the paper, casually explaining that because this was his mission, he wanted to handle it properly himself. He offered a gallant smile, saying he would go find Lin to explain it to her, aiming for the most perfect exam result. After the professor left, Julian stared at the form. Actually, he didn't care much, but if this matter caused a stir, the royal family would find it easier to scrutinize him. To save time searching throughout the vast academy, Julian decided to check where Lin was. He activated the mana detection skill. An energy map appeared right in his head. He discovered a strange mana flow at the rear annex of the academy. Arriving, Julian saw another mana source present. He had to admit it was quite impressive. Alphas was standing there, mocking Lin. He was surprised to see that at her age, she could already control an amount of aura far exceeding a normal knight, but criticized her physical condition as terrible. Lin, now stained with blood, gritted her teeth as she heard the insults of the stranger. She knelt, resentful that even this person called her mediocre, just like what Julian had said earlier. Alphas delivered an extremely powerful kick, sending Lin flying away. He approached the girl lying on the ground, telling her to lie still and he would grant her an early release. The enemy was right in front of her, yet Lin couldn't do anything. Everything started to blur before Lin's eyes. She wondered if this was the end for her. Suddenly, a voice called out, asking Lin if that was really all her power amounted to. Lin thought she was hallucinating Julian's voice out of pure desperation. Julian remarked sarcastically that this was a pathetic end. Lin looked up, exhausted. But when she saw the silhouette approaching, her eyes widened in shock. It wasn't an illusion, it was real. Julian stepped in with an arrogant air, asking Lin if she intended to embarrass him as a fellow student by letting herself get beaten so badly. He glanced at Alphas and asked sardonically what an outsider like him was doing lurking at the academy. He didn't seem to have anything to do with the place. Alphas removed his hat and greeted Julian. He asked if this was the first time they had faced each other since the incident at the monastery. He introduced himself as Alpha's Mayhan. Alphas wore a provocative smile, saying he had been looking forward to seeing Julian's face for a very long time. Julian smiled faintly, he remembered now. Alphas was the one who used to escort his older brother, and now he possessed a rather beautiful scar on his face. Alphas spoke nonchalantly about the scar, recounting that it was the result of a battle against a grade 4 mage who had been chasing him. The end result was that he had personally hacked that guy to pieces to feed to the dogs. Julian replied with a sarcastic tone, saying that was precisely why one shouldn't give dangerous items like that horn to just anyone. Alphas smirked, thinking Julian's tongue was as sharp as ever, and challenged him to a duel. Julian thought to himself that Joshua had mentioned receiving a horn from that man. It turned out Alphas was one of Bishop Baden's men, and he really wanted him dead. Julian stepped forward, his expression turning cold. He felt lucky that they had met here, as it was still too early for the students to witness the tragedy about to unfold. Julian's true nature, a thirst for killing, began to surface. He tried to calm himself down, reminding himself that there was someone injured nearby. Alphas observed Julian and thought to himself that this guy was becoming more sensitive because of that girl. He realized that this girl's swordsmanship was very similar to Julian's. Could it be that they both learned from the Sword Saint? Julian nonchalantly confirmed that Lin was indeed his fellow student, though that fact was a bit surprising even to him. Alphas smirked cryptically at Julian's response. In a flash, Alphas reached out and grabbed Lin, throwing her toward Julian. This surprise attack left Julian caught off guard. Julian cursed under his breath at this unexpected situation. He knew that if a protagonist like Lin were to die, this world would be turned completely upside down. Alphas continued his overwhelming attacks. Julian understood that if Lin lost her life, his advantage of knowing the game's plot would also vanish. Even though his intuition told him to ignore Rin to free up his hands for combat, Julian couldn't do that. He quickly moved to protect her. Julian caught Lin, supporting her as she was completely exhausted. Witnessing that action, Alphas burst into a satisfied laugh. He remarked that Julian Criffart had changed too much compared to before, no longer as cold as he once knew. Julian looked down at the girl in his arms, his eyes darkening with tension. Alphas mocked him, saying that if it were the Julian of old, instead of protecting her, he would have certainly stabbed through her to get to him. Julian placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and replied coldly that talking was always easy. He calculated silently that if Lin died, the Sword Saint would certainly not sit idly by and would flatten the entire Dawn society. And if his involvement with the organization were exposed at that time, his career would be over. Just imagining that scenario made Julian break out in a cold sweat under the pressure. He set Lin aside, declaring that the joke was over. Mana power flared around Julian. He smiled dangerously, ready for a real battle with Alphas. In the quiet palace library, Julian and Alpha's Mayhan were facing off in a tense duel. Alphas drew his sword, wearing a provocative smile, nodding that Julian's killing intent hadn't changed one bit. Julian took a defensive stance, replying coldly that this wasn't killing intent, he was just feeling annoyed. A heavy step slammed onto the floor, signaling the start of the real fight. Alphas lunged like an arrow, taunting that Julian's reputation had faded significantly compared to the past. Julian smirked slightly, admitting that his opponent was fast, but still within his control. With a precise parry, Julian blocked Alphas' attack without wasting any effort. The elite swordsman's skill was immediately activated the moment the two blades clashed with sparks flying. Alphas kept up the pressure with sharp sword strikes, but Julian stood firm as a rock. Julian leisurely assessed that Alphas was better than the swordsman he had met, but that wasn't enough to trouble him. With agile movements, Julian easily dodged and weaved through the opponent's attacks. Through Julian's eyes, all of Alphas' sword trajectories appeared as clearly as if they were pre-programmed. Alphas panted, beginning to feel panicked as all his heartfelt attacks were easily neutralized. Julian smiled arrogantly, saying Alphas was far too conceited to think he could end this fight quickly. Julian began to counterattack. The pressure from his blade made the surrounding space feel dense. The two silhouettes intertwined in the library, creating dazzling streaks of light from the collision of metal. Julian remained calm, silently observing observing to find the opponent's opening. He noticed Alpha's reacting extremely quickly, making him wonder if his opponent was deliberately exposing weaknesses to trap him. Alpha's eyes revealed his tension when facing such a cold-blooded Julian. He swung his sword in vain, a sense of unease rising as if he were the one falling into a trap. Julian smiled slightly, as if every development of the fight was according to his calculations. A golden opportunity appeared. Julian knew that just one stab to the abdomen could finish Alpha's immediately. But his hand suddenly froze at the thought. If he delivered this blow, he would officially become a murderer. The hesitation was evident on Julian's face. He recalled that those he had taken down before were demons, not people. He realized his fatal mistake. Alpha's, however detestable, was still a human being of flesh and blood. Seizing the moment of Julian's distraction, Alpha's roared in anger and swung his sword for a direct attack. Julian startled, but his momentary hesitation had caused him to lose the initiative. The cold blade tore through Julian's shoulder, leaving a deep, gaping wound. He stumbled back in pain, silently blaming the internal monologue habit from the game for the price he had to pay in real life. Blood sprayed, Julian staggered as the pain began to tear through his mind. Dizziness from blood loss overcame him. Julian tried to keep his trembling legs steady. Alpha's didn't miss his chance, lunging like a wild beast, calling Julian an idiot for letting his guard down. A powerful sweep knocked Julian onto the cold floor. Julian coughed up blood, but instead of worrying about his life, he lamented the ruined favorite coat. He scolded himself for his naivety. His unnecessary hesitation had pushed him into a life-or-death situation. Alpha stood there laughing triumphantly, gloating over easily defeating someone he had loathed for so long. Julian bitterly realized that Li Siwu's soul was subconsciously suppressing the body's battle instinct. He clenched his fists, understanding that to survive in this brutal world, he couldn't keep his hands clean. Alphas continued to insult Julian by bringing up the memory of the Banfist Bridge, gloating over the reversed situation. Those words brought back no memories. Julian only felt that the guy standing before him was genuinely annoying. To deal with the looming dangers, Julian decided to cast aside leniency and play the part of a perfect villain. Alpha stood over him, looking down with contempt, ordering Julian to crawl between his legs if he wanted to keep his life. Alpha smugly declared that if Julian humiliated himself by crawling between his legs, he would forgive the Banfist Bridge incident and spare his life. Julian responded coldly that he had no memory of that bridge at all. He admitted nonchalantly that he had lost his memories, a secret he hadn't revealed to anyone. Alphas thought Julian had gone mad from the fear of death, while Julian understood that speaking this secret was to strengthen his own resolve. Alphas started to feel confused, not understanding why Julian chose this moment to bring that up. Just then, the special skill clairvoyance was activated, pushing Julian's emotions to their peak. Julian's eyes flared with a deadly red, emitting a terrifying killing intent that made the space seem to freeze. Alphas was shocked to realize the atmosphere around Julian had changed completely, devoid of the hesitation from earlier. Julian lunged with wind-shredding speed, turning into a black-and red streak of light tearing through the library night. A sharp sword slash flew, accompanied by the sound of blood spattering in midair. Alphas could only gasp in surprise at Julian's terrifying speed, but any effort to dodge was already too late. Cold sweat poured down Alphas's face as he realized the Reaper was standing right in front of him. Alphas's sword was knocked from his hand, followed by part of his severed arm flying through the library. He stood stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the empty space where his arm had just been removed. A heartbreaking scream echoed as the extreme pain from the slash began to torment Alphas. Alphas's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the situation had reversed so cruelly. Julian smiled faintly and ruthlessly. He realized that finishing off a human turned out not to be so difficult after all. Standing amidst the blood-drenched air with the smile of a true villain, Julian casually declared that everything was easier than he had thought. Julian lunged like a whirlwind, completely overwhelming his opponent. Sword streaks enclosed the space, giving the enemy no room to breathe. Alphas could only stare in helplessness at this terrifying speed. His sword was knocked away, falling to the floor. He panicked, reaching for a weapon, but it was all too late. Julian delivered a fatal blow, tearing through the air. Blood splattered as the blade sank deep into Alphas's flesh. A powerful kick sent him collapsing, with no strength left to resist. Julian looked down with a cold gaze, mocking the fool who dared to expose his back to him. Alphas struggled to crawl away in fear, muttering that even demons weren't as ruthless as this. He gasped for breath, his face distorted in terror. Julian walked over and stepped on the defeated man with an arrogant posture. He reminded him that if one wanted to wield a sword in front of him, they had to ask for permission first. And of course, he had no intention of granting that right to someone about to die. The glowing blade was slowly drawn from its sheath. Julian thrust it straight into a vital acupuncture point on his chest. He explained casually about the location of the gate of defect, Mon Kayat, a vital meridian that determines life. A deadly smile appeared as Julian declared that his death was now only a matter of time. Alpha spat blood, his breathing becoming intermittent and painful. Even while dying, he tried to curse, claiming Julian was just riding on the Archbishop's favor. The glowing golden hilt was driven down once more without mercy. He whispered that most high-ranking clergymen didn't like Julian at all. His vision blurred, and in his eyes, Julian now looked no different from a monster. He cursed that he would wait for Julian in hell before his body completely immobilized. The light in his eyes extinguished completely. Life had faded away. Julian drew his sword, a long trail of blood left on the cold floor. He told himself that the clairvoyance skill made taking down this opponent as easy as playing with a child. Suddenly, Julian startled at having accidentally voiced his internal thoughts aloud. He suddenly noticed Lynn Ronbell lying collapsed nearby, her breathing extremely weak. It seemed the previous internal injuries had caused her to collapse completely. Julian worriedly wondered if Lynn had heard the secret about the Dawn Society or the fact that he was faking his amnesia. If she were still conscious, everything would become extremely troublesome. Julian hesitated, although he didn't want Lynn to die, the risk right now was too high. Darkness veiled his face as he approached the unconscious girl. A cold thought occurred: if she really knew the secret, everything would have to end differently. Julian began to view her as a potential threat that needed to be eliminated. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt, preparing to strike, but his other hand held him back. Then Julian froze, wondering what on earth he was doing. He realized he was pursuing a perfect performance, not being assimilated by the character's cruel nature. Rushing footsteps echoed throughout the library corridor. Those who burst in were stunned by the horrific sight before them. They screamed in terror, asking Julian who on earth he was and why he had caused this. The academy officials trembled seeing Julian standing amidst the ruins, wondering if this was truly the young master of the Criffart house. Julian turned around slowly, wearing a mysterious and dangerous smile. He casually greeted the vice principal and announced that a small problem had just occurred there. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Lynn Ronbell slowly awoke from a long slumber. She was shocked to realize she was lying on the academy's infirmary bed, her wounds bandaged. Memories of Alpha's, the person who murdered her father, and being saved by Julian suddenly flooded her mind. Lynn gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, feeling humiliated by her own weakness. She tormented herself, thinking that all her efforts at revenge were meaningless when she couldn't accomplish anything. Just then, Julian appeared by her bed and asked coldly if she had regained her senses. Lynn struggled to sit up, thanking Julian for saving her life in such a desperate situation. Julian looked at her with composure, a faint, fleeting smile on his lips. He bluntly declared that he didn't consider this a favor, but merely a bit of compassion for an incompetent classmate. Lynn bowed her head in acknowledgement, for she understood the harsh reality of her situation better than anyone. Julian unexpectedly pulled out the protest form she had written and demanded she reconsider it seriously. He mocked her for being shameless enough to write a complaint without admitting her complete lack of ability in aura control. Lynn was stunned, trying to protest, but her words choked off before Julian's sharpness. Without waiting for her reply, Julian coldly tore the form to pieces right in front of the young girl. Lynn realized she had been too complacent with the genius label, acting only to satisfy her own cheap pride. She covered her face in regret, wondering what meaningless things she had been wasting her life on. Unexpectedly, Julian revealed that she possessed more mana circuits than an average person. Lynn looked up in amazement, not believing her ears when she heard those remarks. He began to instruct her on how to accumulate mana, not just in the main energy center, but by utilizing other meridians as well. The young girl wondered why someone who only knew power and luxury like Julian would give such sincere advice. Julian concluded with, "We're classmates after all," but Lynn thought he was indirectly warning her not to tarnish the reputation of the Sword Saint. He asked if she had any other questions, and Lynn tremblingly asked about the fate of the assassin. Julian's blunt answer, "He's dead," left Lynn completely speechless. Julian sneered, saying the scene was truly gruesome, and it was fortunate she had fainted and didn't have to witness it. Lynn unexpectedly revealed that she still vaguely remembered the conversation between him and that man, Alpha's. The air suddenly became stifling, and Julian began to break into a cold sweat at this alarming information. He worried inwardly, knowing that after that incident, the Julian persona he was masquerading as would be considered dead if the secret got out. Lin recalled his words about losing everything and thought that Julian had also lost family members at the hands of the Dawn Society. Julian tried to salvage the situation by asking if she believed it was just a misunderstanding. Lin looked him straight in the eye and called him a liar, leaving Julian momentarily speechless. Before leaving, Julian demanded that she absolutely must not tell anyone else about this. Alone in her room, Lin reflected on Julian's harsh yet meaningful words about concern. Her gaze became more resolute than ever. Lin promised herself she would double her efforts to achieve her goal of revenge. Julian walked out of the room, his back showing deep contemplation after the psychological battle. He inwardly cried out when he realized Lin still remembered the conversation with Alphas. This was the end of the line for him. Razlot closed the report on Bishop Hayden with great reverence. He couldn't help but be stunned to see Julian still casually pruning the orchid pots as if nothing had happened. With an event of that magnitude, Razlot expected a normal person to at least have some reaction, rather than sitting there calmly. Julian kept his eyes on the leaves, silently determining that for now, there were no notable movements. Razlot observed from behind, thinking that Julian should have delivered the final blow the moment Alphas was defeated. Julian suddenly mentioned that Bishop Pintle of the Dawn Society had just decided to raid a merchant caravan suspected of transporting Soul Stone. Julian mused about the name Pintle and the stones, while Razlot asked for permission to leave. Just as he turned away, Julian suddenly remembered something important. He asked if the introduction letter would be of any help. Razlot replied that it was useful and thanked him. Julian nodded in confirmation and allowed him to leave, while internally, Razlot realized it was Julian's subtle way of reminding him to be a loyal spy. Left alone, Julian slumped into the sofa with a thoughtful expression. He stretched his arms, wondering why everything was so eerily quiet. By now, someone should have come to settle scores with him. Julian thought to himself that perhaps Lin hadn't noticed anything unusual because she hadn't been fully conscious at the time. The bait inside was also unusually quiet, even though he had sent Alphas to take his life. Julian imagined Hayden Reich in the guise of the Black Knight would be the one to finish off Bishop Baden, so he didn't need to lift a finger. That was the secret identity Hayden Reich used whenever he didn't want to reveal his status as the Sword Saint. It was enough just to prevent Baden from doing anything reckless before the name, Black Knight, became famous throughout the capital. Thinking about the workload being lightened, Julian couldn't help but offer a sinister smile. But immediately after, he clutched his head and sighed with fatigue. This suffocating feeling was definitely due to the memories from the trailer of the future he had seen. In that vision, the original Julian had killed Hayden in an extremely cruel manner. He feared the original Julian's instincts would overcome his own will. To avoid being devoured by those instincts, Julian told himself he needed to train much more. He stood up decisively from the sofa. He did some warm-ups to loosen up before starting. At the Imperial Palace's third training ground, the knights were diligently training. The sound of weapons clashing rang out dryly in the sunny training yard. A panoramic view of the vast training ground with wooden dummies set up for practice. Julian's appearance caused the surrounding people to gossip incessantly. They couldn't believe someone like him would bother coming here to train. Julian walked in nonchalantly, asking everyone to focus on their own business instead of staring at him. Standing in front of the weapon rack, he silently thought that while the Moonstone sword was good, relying solely on one weapon wasn't a wise move. Julian rubbed his chin, calculating that perhaps this was the right time to test an entirely new weapon. He reached out, searching for something different among the weapons. Everyone was surprised to see him choose a spear, as everyone knew Julian's specialty had always been swordsmanship. A figure suddenly approached from behind Julian. It was an orange-haired apprentice knight who invited Julian to a sparring match. Julian recognized immediately that this was the one who had acted terrified earlier when he saw him appear. He glanced at the armor with no unit insignia, guessing the guy just wanted to use him as a stepping stone to impress the officials standing around. It was clear he was targeting Julian's weakness by using a weapon he wasn't familiar with. Julian smiled and agreed, thinking to himself that fighting a real person was less boring than stabbing a dummy. The crowd watching from afar thought Julian's weapon choice was just a show of extreme arrogance. Julian held the spear, admitting that it did feel a bit awkward. This spear was twice as long as a standard sword, and the center of gravity was completely different, which made him feel uncomfortable. Even though he was wielding a weapon he wasn't used to, Julian remained confident that he couldn't lose. The orange-haired apprentice knight shouted and lunged straight at Julian with all his might. The basic principles flashed through Julian's mind. The spear's strength lies in its reach, used to keep distance and neutralize the opponent. The orange-haired guy swung his sword in a powerful slash, but Julian quickly stepped back to dodge. Taking advantage of the other's momentum, Julian pivoted to watch for an opening. He slammed the tip of the spear into the ground right before the apprentice's toes, creating a massive tremor. Julian sneered, mocking that with such amateur skills, he shouldn't dream of joining any knight order. The orange-haired guy went pale with fear, unable to utter a word under the terrifying pressure from Julian. He was used to Julian loving to humiliate opponents, even in light practice matches. Julian delivered another powerful thrust, causing the apprentice to stagger backward. Julian thought to himself that if he let his opponent get too close, this bulky long spear would lose its advantage against a short sword. He focused intensely, determined not to give the apprentice any chance to close the distance. Julian's gaze became icy. He would not allow his pride to be damaged by a nobody. Julian gripped the spear shaft tightly, deciding to use more force to end the match. The weapons clashed with a jarring clang as Julian blocked his opponent's strike. The orange-haired guy realized with alarm that the power in Julian's hands was unstoppable. He was completely overwhelmed. Julian's spear slashed forcefully through the air at a dizzying speed. Julian grinned with excitement, seemingly getting too caught up in the match. The orange-haired guy let out a terrified shriek. A slash grazed his chest, tearing the black apprentice's shirt to shreds, and fresh blood began to seep out. The apprentice stood stunned, clutching the wound on his chest with an expression of disbelief at what had just happened. Julian coldly retorted, asking if he was even qualified to challenge him with such mediocre skills. Julian's eyes now looked like a predator hunting prey, terrifying the apprentice to the point of whimpering. He was so scared that he ran for his life, constantly apologizing profusely for foolishly challenging the wrong person. People around began to chatter excitedly, claiming Julian was truly an unstoppable monster. Julian watched them nonchalantly, telling himself he wasn't crazy enough to kill his sparring partner. He smiled slightly, asserting that the injury was absolutely not caused intentionally by him. From afar, Harand rushed over, calling Julian's name, advising him to stop because the victory was already too obvious. Julian turned to smile gently at Harand, clarifying that he didn't easily kill people as the rumors claimed. Harand laughed awkwardly, sweating profusely, not knowing whether to believe the words or what he had just seen with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Julian sighed slightly, realizing that just one training session was enough to exhaust him. Julian ran into Harand in the palace. He greeted him, saying it had been a long time since they last crossed paths here. Harand, startled and hurriedly explained that he had just come from Old Orn's secretariat office under orders. Julian remained silent, staring intently with a probing look. Mentioning Orn Criffart, he was the former family head and currently held the power as chairman of the Council of Elders, a man who detested Julian. Orn worshipped pure bloodlines and was ready to act as a hunting dog for the royal family. He was furious to see Julian's fame far surpassing that of the four great families. Julian smiled and told Harand not to worry, as whatever happened at Orn's office probably had nothing to do with him. Just as he was about to leave, Harand suddenly called him back to ask about Lady Malna's keepsake. Julian froze. That was the soul stone necklace he had secretly obtained and asked Harand to keep safe. Harand looked quite worried, persistently asking if it was really okay to let him hold onto such an important item. Julian explained that even though he wanted it back, it wasn't possible yet. If the Dawn cult caught wind that he was holding the soul stone, it would be a huge headache. He asked Harand to keep holding it for a while longer. Finishing his sentence, Julian said goodbye to go test some other weapons. He didn't forget to ask Harand to send his regards to the family head. Harand looked to be breaking out in a cold sweat. He hesitated and asked Julian if they should just go to the family meeting together. He tried to convince him that, after all, Julian was still a member of the Criffart house. Julian listened and then wore a sarcastic smile, reminding his cousin that he was only a member of the Branch family. Seeing Harand silent, Julian added another remark, asking if that derogatory label wasn't coined by people like them in the first place. A sense of discomfort began to boil in Julian's chest. He wondered if this was rage from the deep instincts of this body. Harand bowed his head. He knew well how much Julian hated this family. He mentioned how Lady Malna's funeral years ago had been organized in a sloppy manner. They even forbade Julian, just a child back then, from attending because they didn't want to hear annoying child cries. Harand hurriedly clarified that he didn't mean to make Julian forget that painful past. Julian coldly dismissed it, saying he acknowledged Harand's kindness but absolutely had no intention of participating in that family meeting. From Siwoo's rational perspective, he knew that inciting hatred with the family had no benefit right now. But Julian's instincts were different. It didn't accept a fake harmony with a family that was rotten from the inside. Seeing Julian's decisive attitude, Harand didn't dare to push any further. He let out a sigh, his expression looking relieved but also full of guilt. Julian suddenly turned back, bringing up Lady Malna's story. Harand unexpectedly bowed his head very deeply to apologize. He knew well that a belated apology like this couldn't compensate for anything Julian had gone through. Julian laughed slightly, saying it was old news, so he didn't pay it any mind. But deep down, he thought, in truth, he had no memories of that at all. Harand added that Joshua would also be present at this family meeting. Since this was Joshua's first meeting as the heir, the elders would surely focus all their attention on him. Harand worried that they would force Joshua to punish Julian for past troubles. Hearing this, Julian smiled cryptically, asking if that was why Harand wanted him to go along. Look at that smug face of Joshua. He was the spoiled grandson, raised with excessive indulgence by the family head and old Orn. Currently, Joshua's reputation was soaring, both inside and outside the family. Everyone believed that sooner or later, he would officially become the next successor. Yet Julian had long since prepared an unexpected gift for this cousin. He told Harand not to worry, that there was nothing to be concerned about. As he walked, Julian smirked, saying that in any case, the brotherly bond between him and Joshua had recently had some very deep developments. Harand stood blankly staring after him, completely failing to understand what Julian was implying. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed along the palace hallway. Joshua was stomping along, face dark, cursing Julian as a bastard. He stood before the meeting room door, trying to regain his usual composure. Inside, old Orn had noticed the presence of his favorite grandson. All the most powerful elders of the Criffart family were already seated at the table, waiting for a performance to begin. Chairman Orn spoke coldly, asking everyone to settle down so the meeting could officially begin. He scanned the room with a stern face, unable to hide his constant annoyance. Joshua sat there, sweat beading on his forehead. He was extremely tense under the pressure from the elders. He suddenly remembered the previous warning. In this meeting, the name Julian would certainly be torn apart. Thinking of Julian, Joshua shivered again. The gaze of that cousin of his seemed to look through all his sins. Julian had bluntly threatened Joshua, saying the Alpha's Mayhand affair wasn't small enough to turn a blind eye to. Julian forced Joshua to reveal everything he knew about the Alpha's Mayhand affair to the Secretariat. Not stopping there, Julian also demanded that Joshua step up and manage all compensation for the damages caused by this scandal. And most importantly, Julian wanted Joshua to step up and support him as an official member of the family during today's meeting. He was being pushed into a corner. Joshua gritted his teeth in hatred. If only he hadn't been swayed by emotions and had stayed calmer back then, things might not have turned out this badly. He hated that he had let Julian get a hold on him. Recently, the Council of Elders and even the Criffart House had been incredibly annoyed with Julian. They were just waiting for an excuse to kick him out to the Northern Front again. Returning to the main events, Chairman Orn announced that the main topic of today's meeting was the Holy Sword's moves toward the family. Everyone knew the Holy Sword had a very deep relationship with the Second Prince. This put significant pressure on the balance of power. Chairman Orn analyzed that if the Holy Sword officially supported the Second Prince, the position of successor would surely shift entirely in that direction. However, the Third Prince Kaldrak's faction could not be underestimated, as it received support from most of the military at the front lines. Besides that was the Fourth Princess, backed by a powerful magic tower. The political situation was becoming extremely complex. Old Orn emphasized that none of the other groups could compare to the Holy Sword's reputation. The only person qualified to be weighed on the scale right now was Julian. But everyone knew that Julian had no interest in this battle for the throne. Old Orn sighed with calculation. Old Orn reasoned that if Julian kept showing such disinterest, the current situation could become even more troublesome and chaotic. Then he turned to ask Joshua for his opinion. After all, this was his first time attending such an important meeting. Old Orn understood Joshua was likely trembling, but still wanted to hear his thoughts as an elite member of the family. Joshua took a deep breath and jumped up. He knew he had no way back. He remembered Julian's threat, Don't get any stupid ideas. If this reaches the Secretariat, you're done for." Wearing a fake smile, Joshua began giving him a taste of his own medicine plan. He muttered, "If that's the case, then." He spoke up, saying that since everyone was mentioning brother Julian, he had a few words to say as well. Joshua loudly proposed that the family should take this opportunity to officially recognize Julian as a legitimate member, instead of leaving him in the Branch family as it was currently. This proposal left everyone in the meeting room in severe shock. An elder couldn't help but shout, asking Joshua if he knew what he was talking about. But behind that smile was a malicious plot. Joshua thought to himself he would destroy Julian's reputation by praising him to death, making him the target of attacks from all other factions.